All right, good afternoon. I'm Will Hudson from the Adams Rescue Mission, and I'm here downtown Gettysburg, and this is what we call bench talk. So I'm going to sit on this bench chair for the next 24 hours, and I have about 30 interviews lined up with local leaders, just citizens and stuff who care in the community and want to talk about homelessness and what the real face of homelessness looks like. Connor Sharrow, and Connor is he's our director of retail sales at the Adams Rescue Mission, and he's responsible for about right around a third of our budget as far as how we can help people and put money back into the system to feed and our programs and those types of things. So I'd like to bring Connor Sharrow out and introduce you guys to him and find out what his passions are and what his dreams are. So.
Well, hello.
Hi, Connor. How are you?
Doing good. How about you?
Well, I think we're okay. We're set. Not a bad day. It's about 40 degrees out, and it's going to get a little colder tonight, but not too bad. So
4.5 years now.
4.5 years. And what drew you to that?
I think my family background, especially from my mother, we've always done a lot of, and I just came in for the interview, saw the heart and passion, and kind of just hopped right in. Yeah. There's not much to it.
but you come from a retail background. You had a retail job in school. After high school, you rose to assistant manager, that type of thing, and then you came in here. And for me, when I started working at the mission a little over a year ago, and meeting you probably about a year before that, I just saw this drive and ambition inside you and compassion for people, and you're just highly capable at what you do. So one of the new things that we did last year, we opened up a new store. How's that going for you?
It's going pretty well. It's our downtown location for more of our bougie items, is what we say. But it's doing pretty well. I think a lot of people are still learning about the store. Mm-hmm. We're sending a lot of people down, and they didn't even know it's here yet. So that's been open since February, and still trying to get the good foot traffic down here.
So this year in sales, you guys raised in sales just over $500,000.
Yes.
Between the two stores. Where does all that merchandise come from?
All of the merchandise that we sell at both locations is purely donations. This is people in the community donating items, whether we come to their house or they drop it off there, but it's all donations from the community.
So we have a community that is so caring. They're lightly used items that they have that can be used for other people, whether the estate or whatever sale. These folks will call us and they bring in and donate clothing, they donate furniture, household goods, those types of things. And then we take those goods and we turn it around and sell it and use that money to help the less fortunate in our community. Now, one of the things you did this, we raised $500,000 in sales this year. However, about 30% to 40% of those goods that we get in actually go out the door in giveaways. What do we call that? What's the?
That's our voucher program. So for anyone that's low income in a hard situation, if they come into our main location at the Adams Rescue Mission, they can apply for a voucher. It just wants basic income information, but if you do qualify for that, we can help you with the basic necessities, your clothing, your household goods, your kitchen items, furniture, to get you started again. Whether it be, you had a house fire or you're just struggling and need help.
No, it's an absolutely amazing program, and again, it's because of the community around us. And it's all Adams County and portions of York County and some of Franklin County, and just really compassionate people who look to us to be good stewards of their generosity. So, Connor, I just want to thank you for being such a great steward. It's so empowering and it's so amazing to see a young man like yourself step up into a role, take control of it, own it, and then have a strategy for a future to make it grow so that we can reach more lives and help more people because there's so many more out there. I thank you for joining us today.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you. And please, I think your mom is stopping by a little bit
Yep.
later. She's our board chair, but she also has a nonprofit that she has of her own. Before you go, what's that about?
So her ministry is called Thrive. It's to help women of domestic violence. So I mean, they have the same heart and similar passion as us, just for more of a select group. And I mean, she does anything from counseling to helping people move, financial services. It really depends what the need is and what's given and donated to her ministry. But she just really has a passion for women who have been domestically abused and helping them get out of that situation and empower them to get their lives better, become restored in that.
It's amazing. We're going to talk to Juliet. Again, we'll meet with her a little bit later and go over, what her ministry is and what she does there. But it's people like you, Connor, that help make our community a better place. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for your time, and you have a great afternoon.
Well, thank you.
All righty. Take care. All right, we got a little bit of time before our next interview. So back to what I was talking about. Part of this is to raise money as well for the Adams Rescue Mission, and think about, if we're not the organization for you, there's so many other organizations in town here that help take care of people. You have SCAP, you have CARES down the road here, who helps immediate care for homeless folks who are sitting out here. But for me, my initial thought on homelessness as I drove through the square for about, since 1995. And you'd see somebody out here, it was like, there's jobs out there. Why don't they go get a job? There's things they can do. Why aren't they trying harder? And the truth of the matter is there's so many layers of issues that are involved there. And it's very complex. A large majority of that is really, having to do with mental health care, the lack of mental health care, physical health, cognitive issues, those types of things. And in my mind, I always thought it was, people were worried, they were lazy and they didn't want to try. And they were just, basically bums worried about freedom. And it's embarrassing for me to say that now. After you get involved and you see the lives of these folks and you see the things that they run against and the problems that they have. And so many of them, they'll have, physical issues, and then they try to self-medicate, or mental issues, and they'll try to self-medicate. Then they get addicted, and then that just continues to spiral into dysfunction and pain. So it's a lot different. And my hope is, after this 24 hours, that we meet with a lot of different people and you get to see all different perspectives of what's going on out here and for these people. I also want to give the opportunities for these other organizations and folks in the neighborhood to talk about what they're doing and how they're helping make a difference in what's going on in our community. So stay tuned, stay with us, and we'll continue to talk with different folks in the neighborhood. But we'll be here for the next 24 hours. Thank you. What's that? I know, yeah. That was my daughter running by. She was, she's on her run, so she'll stop by. She's actually a learning assistance teacher over at Gettysburg, so yeah. want to step up here before the next person gets here? No, not yet. He'll be here later on tonight, so he's coming later.
Oh, you gonna pick on it too?
Oh yeah.
Hey, you think you can hold up, Will? Without falling asleep?
I don't know about that, but I'll hold up.
As long as you get your coffee. Yeah, I told Jenny, I said I want to get out of that coffee house. It's driving me crazy. Here comes my buddy. Here comes my little buddy. Rocky! Woohoo! Come on, run! Come on!
We're gonna talk with you? Is this camera rolling?
Yeah, it's live.
It's live?
I gotta wait for Mark to get back to turn the mics up, but
I'm gonna leave like a.
are these?
I just ran.
I see.
Wait, is somebody signed up for this slot?
No, they got bumped. They're coming in the next slot. So, but are the mics up a little bit or back? Or we good enough? We good enough on the mics? Yeah. Volume wise. All right, so I'm back here now. My daughter literally was just taking a run. She lives over off of across from Kenny's, but she's a teacher, and you are learning assistant or
Learning support teacher.
learning support teacher at Gettysburg High School.
Gettysburg High School.
And you just have a passion for those less fortunate as well. I think for me, this child, she's my middle daughter. Yes, I'm a dad, a girl dad, but I've had my nails painted, my lips done, my eyes done, all that stuff. But at one point or another, but just part of the most amazing things in my life. These kids. But this daughter right here, she had this deep belief and faith, and I don't know where it came from. It was almost natural in her. And I used to take her to church at Gettysburg Foursquare years ago, about 12 years ago, and I'd drop her off and I'd go home and come around and turn back to come and get her and all those things, and I'd grumble about it and complain. And one day my life really fell apart, and I'm taking my daughter to church, and I asked her if I could go in, and it really changed the dynamic of my life. But this child, this teacher, this amazing mother of two, just so proud of her.
Thank you.
And what gives you the passion and compassion for learning support?
Honestly, I feel like, so my original degree is in phys ed and health. I love health and I love being active, so that's definitely why I went into that. But then I knew that I wanted to just do more, and I wanted to make a difference. And I feel like God gave me an opportunity to take a job in learning support, where I then got my master's in special education. And I feel like my heart just grew for those with disabilities, and I feel like the role that I play for those students is just being their advocate and being their voice when maybe they can't really formulate what's going on, or maybe they just don't have the just the means to express themselves. So I feel like really that's why I do what I do. I just want to help them and give them opportunities that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise.
Well, I just want to.
I was on the spot, by the way. I was just on a run, and I saw my dad here, which I knew he was here, so I thought I'd run into him, but I didn't know I was going to talk.
She didn't. I just drug her in.
That was a lot.
No, I just want to thank you, and you give me something to live up to. You to death, and just go home and make dinner and do all those fun things and enjoy the kids.
No.
And just thank you for what you do in our community.
Oh, thank you.
I love
Thank
you.
you. I love you too. This is the man right here. The man, the myth, the legend.
Uh-huh.
And he's my dad. I'm so proud of him. All right.
Bye.
I love you, Dad.
Love you too.
We'll come visit you.
Thank you.
Bring you
Thank
something,
you.
coffee. Got this.
Now we have Juliet Sharrow, and Juliet, you can bring Roxy with you.
All right, Dad. Love you.
Love you.
Throwing money around. I told her you need to put something out here to collect money. Because why not? People that walk by might put money in.
You guys get me one. I'll put it in there.
Well, I said,
They're, off camera, they're
what?
telling me I need to have a box or a cup to collect money in.
You're
So.
raising money. Why not have it out here? You don't know if people that walk by will just put money in, or if
I
they
agree.
interview. Okay, Roxy, come on. You gonna
This is
join us?
beautiful Roxy, and she's a service support dog, and she's amazing. She
There you
comes
go.
and visits us at the mission sometimes. But this is Juliet Sharrow.
Hi.
Juliet is our board chair. Just an amazing person. She's got this huge heart for, and what really drove you to have the passion to take care of women and children, and even sometimes men who've been in these abusive situations, and to advocate for them.
Well, what got me into this is growing up in violence, growing up in a home where I was abused and molested by my stepfather. And and then, what happens to us is that we believe that's normal. We believe that that's life. For me, I believe that that's what happened in a relationship. The man beat the woman. I mean, you don't really know any different. And growing up, I never said I'm being abused. I never thought like that, But then getting out on my own, and of course, picking one abuser after the other, which is very common for victims of domestic violence, until I ended up with I call him the abuser, but he's the one I had my son with, and went through being beaten every day for 3 years, and finally deciding I've had enough and leaving and being homeless.
Now,
And
this was your first son. You had
yes, my oldest son, Alex, is to my abuser, and when we left, he was 1.5, and we were living out of my car and being homeless out of the street. So this is very real, you know? And so I know what that feels like and how hard it is to come back from that when you've lost everything. And so, eventually I married the man I'm married to now, and we had 2 more sons. And you all guys already met Connor, right? He was here earlier. He's pretty awesome. But and through that process decided I want to give back. And how do you do that? And so for me, it was just starting to work with local other agencies, finding out what we can do, providing furniture, helping move clients,
And how
things like that.
empowering has that been for you towards healing, to be able to put back, to help, to to jump in there and be that
Yes.
defense mechanism for these people.
I think that was huge in my healing, because I hear so many people say, well, when I am healed or when I get there, you know what? I really believe that actually helping someone else that is where you were absolutely is the best way to heal. You know what I mean? It just feels so amazing, and it gives purpose to your pain. And I don't know about you, but when I left the abuse, I would say to God all the time, don't waste this. Don't waste one tear. Use everything I went through. And there was a time when I had a client that I absolutely loved. She was amazing, and raising 4 kids, and was going to go to another abuser because she just could not do it on her own. And I'm sitting across the table from her, and I hear God saying, is she worth it? And I'm thinking, what do you mean, is she worth it? And he said, if you went through all of that for just this one person. And absolutely, she was worth it. She was absolutely worth it. And since then, there's been hundreds of other girls that I've been able to help. But the whole point for me is take this, use it, don't waste it. I went through it, let's do something with it.
So you run Thrive, and what are some of the biggest needs you have right now?
Well, our biggest needs, I mean, there's always financial, you know that. Every nonprofit has financial needs across the board.
How we operate.
Yeah, you have to. We're always looking for volunteers, just like every other nonprofit. We do a lot of things with our girls, like we do support groups, mentoring, girls' nights, Bible studies, and we're always looking for other businesses and people that want to help partner with us. Businesses that want to sponsor a girls' night. We can, do a paint night, go do Rage Room, do all kinds of things, looking for businesses that want to bless these girls. We try to celebrate birthdays with them. We try to do things they've never done in their life. Nobody's ever celebrated their birthday.
Right.
And so to be able to do that kind of stuff with
Or
them.
if they did, they had to feel guilty about it.
Yes, they made their own cake, usually is what happened. And so, that we're looking for partners that want to help us to meet the needs, car repair, fixing things around their apartment. I mean, there's so many needs. There's so many ways that people and businesses in the community can partner and help. It's so simple. It can be as simple as donating a box of toilet paper. I mean, literally, there's just so many ways that you can help. And there's so many things. I know you asked earlier what we're doing, and trying to partner with places like the Mission, doing groups at the Agape House, doing groups York County Prison, doing groups at Open Arms. We are working to not just help our clients at Thrive, but we want to help and partner with other agencies and help their clients to meet the needs that they can't meet for their clients. And so, I really feel like as nonprofits, it's not a competition.
No.
We should be joining hands and saying, okay, how can we all do this together? How can we partner?
There's just so much need out there.
Yes.
And not one of us can handle, all those needs.
Yes.
So it's all of us figuring out how to work together. Where do we have our niches?
Yeah.
What can we learn from one another? Because
absolutely.
there's practices some of them are doing that are just so far ahead of what we're doing that we can learn from. And maybe there's something we're doing that they can learn from.
Yeah.
So collaboration.
Absolutely.
Collaboration. Is absolutely key.
It's funny because when I first got asked to be on the Mission Board, that was one of the reasons why I said yes. Not that I needed one more thing to do.
Exactly.
But it was that idea that, okay, the Mission has been here like 50 years, way longer than I've been doing this, and the Mission has learned. So why don't I partner with the Mission and help on the board and learn? Why not? And so I feel like we shouldn't be afraid to put ourselves out there and partner with other agencies that maybe is a little outside of our box, because we might learn something,
Yeah.
And they might learn something from you. You just never know.
So if we have people out there who are viewing this and they want to know how they can partner with you or support you, how do they do that? How do they get a hold of you?
Okay.
Where do they
go? Obviously you can go to Facebook. We're Thrive PA. You can reach us by email, which is juliet@thrivepa.org. You can text us 717-640-2951. Yeah.
So
easy.
So if that's on your heart, folks, please don't pass this up. Take a chance. Reach out. Make a difference. Get to know what she's doing. Juliet would be happy to take you on a tour. Show you what she's doing.
Absolutely.
And help you get involved in making a difference in our community. So Juliet, I want to thank you. I thank you so much for taking your time.
Sure.
Actually, you have
I brought your next
someone
guest with
here.
You. Yes,
and
from another program that we partner with.
I'm going to set up another chair. We'll get her out here.
Cassie, you're coming over now with us.
Now, I don't want to get into why you needed somebody to bring you,
that's fine.
But if you'd like to get into that, Because you're fighting this
Yeah.
while you're fighting for other people.
Yeah.
So what is
Cassie's
it?
been my chauffeur for a lot of things, but I have epilepsy, and so I don't have a license right now. So Cassie's my ride today.
So
but she has her own amazing program to talk about.
Juliet has been, she's been fighting this fight of her own and her health and these things, and in the meantime, she's just, oh, please come over here, have a seat.
Oh, over there?
You're good.
Okay, I'll move this way.
No, you're fine.
I moved
We're going to
over
be
too
here
far.
all night. So,
That's a good point.
so yeah, we'll be here all night long. So, again, Juliet is doing all this, and I'm not trying to pull on heartstring. I'm just showing most of us, me, I know if I was going through something, it'd be very difficult for me to get out there and advocate for other people and help. But somehow, it's just part of her character, and it's built into her, this drive. So tell us about your friend, and then we'll get you in there.
Well, this
my
is
name's
Cassie.
Will.
Hi, nice
Cassie, meet Will.
Nice to meet you.
to meet you.
Yeah, and Cassie is sex trafficking world, and she's awesome. She knows so much about that stuff, and yeah she's got her own story. So
Yeah.
So, yeah, please.
Sparrow Place, it's a human trafficking recovery home in the York area. So I was the program director for about 2.5 years. And now I have my own LLC. It's called Brave the Darkness. And it's after I left Sparrow Place, I got credentialed as a national victim advocate. So I'm able to, with specialties in anti-trafficking and sexual assault. So I'm a survivor of trafficking. My mother's also a survivor of trafficking. So yeah.
Well, thank you for chauffeuring her today.
Yes.
But what would you tell here, Little Adams County, Pennsylvania, population what, 100 and some thousand, 104 or 5,000?
Sure.
That sex trafficking doesn't happen around here. That's a big city thing.
Yeah, no.
people don't know what sex trafficking really is.
Yes.
I think you should give them the definition.
I would
It's
love
not what
to.
people think it is.
I think unfortunately so much of our understanding is based on what we see in Hollywood, in the movies, like Taken, even Sound of Freedom. These are good movies, but they really kind of add in some ways to the confusion about what this really looks like. And I would say for both of those films, it's still giving the idea that this only happens overseas, and that's absolutely unequivocally not true. America, the United States, is actually the #1 producer and consumer of child pornography. So if that's the case, then we know that that's happening here. But also, in my situation, what we call it familial trafficking. 41% of all child trafficking cases in the United States occur with a family member being the perpetrator, typically the bio mother and father, which is so hard. I know. It's so hard for people to...
They're selling these children? They're
selling, trading. Typically it's, if the parent has an addiction, if it is generational like it was in my family, it's just the norm. It's a normal thing, unfortunately, until you realize that it's not. And unfortunately for me, that took me about 30 years to figure out that this is what had happened and that this is what it was called, because we didn't really have a term for that. We just knew that this was something that happened to our family. And I started to really research and dig into, is this actually happening here? And it is. So many kids are coming across the border, and that's not a political statement. It's just a fact. So if we're losing 500,000 children, where'd they go? What happened to them? Where are they? So that happens, but also, like I said, domestic trafficking happens just so easily. Sometimes it's our addiction facilities and things like that. There are traffickers waiting right outside to be the solution to that person's problem. And so they will take advantage of any vulnerability. They also look online for teens and kids who post a lot of selfies and a lot of sort of attention-seeking like behaviors, and they zero in on those kids, and then they begin to groom them, manipulate them, and eventually traffic them. And that happens every, 7 minutes or something
it's
like
crazy.
that. It's wild, yeah.
So what are some of the solutions?
awareness is the first solution. If we can get people talking about it and realizing it, and that's one of the reasons I'm out here speaking about it, is so you can see a face and a person, an actual person with the issue, and you can also see that I got out and I'm living a totally different life now, and so that's possible too. But really, it's awareness, it's parents getting more involved in what their kids are doing online, understanding the different apps that are being used to groom and to pull these kids into this life. It's teachers and doctors and nurses. These are people first line of defense. They see these kids sometimes more than the parents do, especially as a teacher. So teachers really need to understand that some of the behavior, understand that there's something going on behind the scenes. We've had kids, I've gone into schools where kids have multiple cell phones. That's a huge red flag. Usually one phone the family knows about, the other they have no idea. And so they're able to talk to their trafficker completely unmonitored,
unsupervised.
Yeah, unsupervised, absolutely.
So how did you get out?
God. Yeah.
Tell us how God got you out. I mean, we're all,
Sure.
as Christians, we always throw these things out. You know, it was God.
Absolutely.
God did this. Okay, that's
Yes.
great. But how did He do it? What did He do?
Wow. So many different things had to happen in my life. So many open doors. But I would say people who are willing to take a chance with me, take a chance on me. Find out that, what I may have been through or what I may have done is not who I am. And there's a really good reason for why I was in those positions in the first place. And when I realized, I think the biggest moment that opened my eyes was when I started reading about codependency. And I know that sounds kind of unrelated, but it's actually extremely related, because codependency, when you grow up in a family like mine, is just the norm. And so when you realize that, you don't exist purely to meet someone else's need, that's not what God put you here for, was just to meet other people's needs, to service other people, but He actually has a call on my life and there's a purpose. For me, I think that was one of the biggest moments where my eyes opened and I realized, I don't have to be this. Just because I came from it doesn't mean I have to be this. And now I have my own children, my own daughter who's around the same age. And, I speak to her openly about it. I don't hide any of it from my children. I want them to know. And I want them to be aware of what's out there. Your vulnerabilities are often used against you, which is very upsetting. I know, same thing with domestic violence. It's your vulnerabilities that are used against you, and traffickers know that. So they're really good at zeroing in on vulnerabilities and, like I said, becoming the solution to your problem, but only temporarily, only until they're asking for something in return.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for having the courage to talk about this. I mean, I wasn't expecting this at all. I really wasn't.
Usually I just open my mouth and...
Can I tell you one of the things that
Please.
has stood out to me the most in learning about sex trafficking? Because I believe the misnomer that it was just overseas and it was just kidnapping kids and putting them in trap, but that's not all that it is.
Mm-hmm.
And here in the United States, most of the time it doesn't look like that at all. And so the familial trafficking, it's understanding that the whole thing that happens, trafficking is any time that a person is sold or exchanged for a good or service.
Yeah.
So like she said, addiction. So my abuser would trade me, offer me up so that he could get his cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually trafficking.
That's
But think
trafficking,
about little kids. When dad needs to get his next fix and daughter's sitting there. He can trade daughter for that. I mean, it's disgusting when you think about it.
Right.
But
But you're not even
this
in
is
your
what's
right mind.
happening
It
right
changes
here.
the chemical makeup of your brain. It
Yes.
does all these things
Yes.
to where you're like, how can human beings do this? And I think that's part of the problem with addiction and,
Yes.
and going after things like that. What are the root causes? Let's really start educating and going after, repairing those issues.
Yep.
And educating, like
Yeah.
you said.
That's huge.
How many kids don't know that this is not okay in
Yeah.
their families?
Yeah,
So-
or
And
in
then-
public, the grooming. I feel like the kids, we're
It's
trying to
huge.
teach these kids about
Yes.
the grooming.
Yes.
But the one video, I think it was the Eyes Eyes wide open. What's that one called?
Oh,
Blind Eyes Open.
Blind
That's
Eyes
what it is.
Open, yeah.
It's a documentary based in the United States, and it is excellent. I would highly recommend, but you can't just stream it. You have to go where it's being shown, because they want to make sure not to take advantage of those victims that are in it. But in there, the one trafficker said what they looked for when they're looking for the kids, and they said, go to the mall and you say hi to a strange kid. If that kid is completely alone and you say hi, beautiful, or something like that, and they smile, and you walk away. But if they look down at the ground and they seem shy, or they seem like they are hurting in any way, the loners, that's the ones they're looking for. And so when I was watching that, it blew my mind, understanding what the traffickers are looking for, how we can protect our kids, how we can
they know the psychology much better than I think people realize. And for me, at least as far as I know, this started with my mother. She was 4 the first time she was exploited by her father, and so she had no idea how to protect me. She was actually much worse off in being institutionalized for most of her life, and never really recovered from what happened to her. And so it just was so normal and normalized in our family that you really don't know that you're being exploited. And most of the time kids never see anything being exchanged. So that's another thing, a tricky thing too, is that the child may have no idea that this is not just dad's friend or mom's friend. This is actually someone who came here just for this. But children don't know that.
Children don't know it's wrong either.
And the brokenness that comes from it. I mean, I remember, a large part of my life from being a young man, like 5, 6 up to, just thinking that sex was love. That's, and if I didn't, then I was rejected. They didn't love me or care about me. And part of it's because of those things, you know, you grow up thinking that that's what it's all about. And it just leaves you so vulnerable and broken.
And I fell into so many exploitive situations because to me that was familiar and normal, and even if it was miserable, at least it felt like home. And I know that's so hard for people to understand, but it just took that change of perspective that I am actually worth something more than this. And that's what I do now is I go and speak at schools. I'm speaking at the Adams County Youth Detention Center next week. I'm trying to get kids to understand some of these warning signs first, because first and foremost, I want to prevent this from happening to anybody else. But if it has happened to them, I want them to know that there's a place to go. There's someone that will advocate for them.
So tell us your name again. So who are you going to advocate for? Where can they go?
Yes.
And how to support you?
Okay. So my name is Cassandra Smith. I have a organization called Brave the Darkness. You can find it on bravethedarkness.net. It's my story, it's resources, it's trauma resources, anything that you could really need when it comes to anti-trafficking. I'm also the director of training and education for an organization called Unstoppable You Ministries. It's out of Maryland, but I kind of handle the stuff that goes on in Pennsylvania. So I'm speaking at conferences and speaking to parents, and York College, we're going to be doing an event this summer there, trying to get a hold of the college students. So really the best way you can support me, I don't take donations. Most of what I do is I just do it. But prayer. Prayer is first and foremost, and then donating or, volunteering with a local anti-trafficking organization. They're all my sisters in the field, and I support all of them.
Cassandra, I thank you so much. Brave the Darkness.
Yes.
Cassandra Smith. Changing the world.
Trying.
We will continue to keep you up in our prayers.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And thank you for your courage. Thank you, Juliet, for coming and bringing her. Wow.
We got to get the mission to have that video.
Please.
We need to show it.
Yeah.
We need to get Jennifer to come up and show it.
Yes.
Jennifer, that's Unstoppable You owns the rights. What's the right
She
word?
has the rights.
She has the rights
so she
to
can
show it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's amazing too. And
yeah,
you guys,
absolutely.
it would be awesome because you might be surprised how many people would learn from that movie.
Phenomenal. Yes.
We would love to. please stay in touch. We will be reaching out to you and
Sure.
figure out how to partner with you and raise awareness for what you're doing and what's going on.
Sounds great.
Again, I just absolutely floored.
Yeah.
I had no clue. What a
I knew
privilege.
this would be awesome. Somebody different that you haven't talked to before.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Thank you for what you
Thank
do.
you for giving me the opportunity. If somebody opens the door, I walk through it. So that's all I'm called to do.
We appreciate it, and our door's always open to you there at the mission, and we could use you and use your help and expertise.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Love
You
to
have
help.
a great day.
Thank
you
you.
both.
Thank
you
you.
both for joining
Yeah,
me.
stay warm.
Oh, we will. It'll be
We'll
good.
keep
Come
you on
down,
our
see him.
This is
Come
a
down
drop
here
in
at
the bucket
square and
compared
see Will.
to what people face. So.
Yeah. I just don't want it to like go like it's gonna do.
All right, good luck, you guys.
All right.
Good luck.
Wow, that was absolutely amazing. It wasn't something I was expecting. Just an absolutely incredible interview from a survivor of sex trafficking. Anyway, if you feel so moved, reach out and see if you can help in any way. We'd appreciate it. And please know that Community Media of South Central Pennsylvania, they're sitting here this whole time videoing all this so that we can one, have a record, but live stream it to you folks who are out there watching. So we appreciate you, we love you, and we'll have some more interviews here shortly. Thank you. Starting to get chilly, Mark. Walmart makes blankets all day long, so we'll be good. Good luck. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
No, okay, so I'm printing out the invitation at Longtail, and I'm like, I need a box and a rock.
A box and a rock.
Yeah, I didn't even think, like,
No,
people are not really
I
walking.
think there's probably some kind of license you need to collect the money on it.
Well, then should we keep the cup?
I don't know. The cup, if the people need it, it's for the mission. So,
Okay. You
Thank
need
you.
water or anything?
no, I'm set.
Okay, do you want the box or no?
Yeah, sure, you can bring
Okay,
it.
so
And then, who do we have next? Carolyn George from the Arts Council.
that's the one we had to take. Yeah, maybe let her introduce.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Can I see if you need anything, like water?
Yep. Doing all right, Mark?
Yeah, not too bad here.
Do you have a heater?
I do, yeah.
Oh, good.
It's feel the cold and the warm. So
Yeah. What I didn't want to do, I didn't want to sweat earlier when the sun was out. It was just,
yeah, that
get cold and start sweating. Not good. Now, do you guys record these and have them forever, where you pull them together? You
Yep.
can kind of put them together
Yep,
apart.
we pull them out, cut them up. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, we got like people get to talk to 30 different people in the neighborhood.
Right. That's awesome. Telling Ray to come down to get a time slot.
Oh yeah, tell him. And do you have lights, or do we need lights or anything?
Yeah, I have one. I grabbed that. Got a while for the next one.
What's that?
You got a while.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Okay. I'll go grab that light. Wow.
Oh yes, please. You can come on in. How are you? Good to see you. Want to have a seat? Either or. This is fine.
So I just have to, I got this at the Agape.
Oh, did you? Wonderful.
It's a trophy. It's a trophy for that place. I think it wasn't on the rack for maybe more than
a couple of hours, but I've got to turn this vice. If I just love putting secondhand clothing together, like, ooh, look at that! You know, we're like, you did that for $10?
We have you sit over here. Actually, it's you can sit over here. It's a little bit better of an angle.
Oh, yours. But you had a cheat.
I do have a cheat sheet. I'm just making sure. If you're like, no, it's Carol. No, it's Carolyn.
Well, it's going to be even more like that in a few hours.
Yeah. So, no. Carolyn, you came out to join us. Thank you so much. What drove you to want to do that?
Lots of things, I'm sure. Well, I know. So I'm friends with Lex McMillan.
Oh,
so
yes.
I've heard
Yeah.
a little good things about you ever since you entered the search for that. He was certainly very encouraging of your moving into that position. We're not.
We're mic'd. We're good. You're on.
Oh, okay.
So you're good.
All right. Let me start over here, son. As I was saying, no, yeah. Why am I here? Well, but even more importantly, so I first probably saw you in person at one of the housing work group meetings of the At Home in Adams County Coalition, and I must have said something at that meeting about design thinking, which I know about from what I've read online in the last few years. I've never certainly have never studied it, and I don't think I've experienced it, but it just feels so intuitive. Like, well, of course that's how we would go about looking at the world and seeing opportunity. Everybody has what they need. So I think you're on that track, bud. I think you're on that track.
Yeah, I think for me, it's one, how do we go after some of the low-hanging fruit and get some of the silly things out of the way so that we can help take care of people where they're at right now. And, you know, a lot of people don't believe here in Adams County that we have a homeless problem or that we have a certain amount of our community that's literally on the verge of facing that. And it's real. It's out there. We have a ton of our folks population. So the Alice population. So we're looking at asset limited, income constrained, employed people. That's roughly 27 to 32%, depending on the surveys you look at. And then you have the poor, which is, or, you know, people below the poverty level, and that's roughly 10 to 12%. And you have that population that's just out of the Alice range, but literally a sickness, a catastrophe, a family tragedy away from being down in those situations. And how do we partner together to one, go after some prevention things, whether it's education, whether it's, you know, different programs that work. How do we go after some of those things and continue to help? The prices, when we look at prices for daycare, the costs for daycare, when we look at the costs for housing and those types of things, can we create options? Can we create solutions? Can we work together to find areas that we can help?
Interrupt for a second.
Sure.
Somewhere I heard you mention that a shelter for single women is sort of the next priority. So there's that. I'm going to put that on the table. Then, does the Rescue Mission has it ever participated with the GIGS program, giving ideas to Gettysburg from Gettysburg College?
Not to my knowledge. I've never heard of it. So I would love to be, me. As soon as I'm new, so I hear about it. I want to get involved.
Well, I don't know a whole lot about it myself. I've known about it for several years. So for a semester, part of a semester, students who have applied and been selected for this, they partner with a community agency. Several community agencies have come forward with something that they would like students to design think about. So I said I wanted to be on the little subgroup from the housing work group. So we tried to think, okay, well, how do we frame a problem that college kids are going to solve in about 8 weeks in a semester? And so we said, okay, well, maybe we should target like upper income homeowners to try to persuade them it's a good idea to have more
Invest back into
diversified
their-
housing in their area. Well, okay, that could be an approach, but I went to a design thinking lab with the students back in December. There were 4 students, and I loved it that I could not pronounce any of their names.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. I don't know how this happened. It happened very quickly, but all of a sudden they were talking about the 3 motels along Carlisle Street that the college turned into dorms some years ago, and it's been rumored, we'll just leave it at that, it's a rumor the college wants to divest and whatever. So the students said, okay, well, what could we do with those? Could we convert those into full-time year-round permanent housing, whatever? So that's really about all we were able to do with it in the short amount of time. But I was like, whoa, what happened to that project? And at first I was like, well, that's not what I brought in here to you kids. And I was the only person there to represent the coalition because the other 2 couldn't come. Anyway, but the more I've thought about it since then, Will, I think it's great that the kids picked something that's proximate to them, it's real to them. And in a way, wouldn't it, they're not going to solve the zoning issues or any infrastructure issues, stuff like that. But why not give them a few weeks to just design when I see it, I see an overlay of social amenities. And we might throw spiritual in there also if we felt like it. Who knows whether something like that would be suitable for for a shelter for single. But why not just play with the idea? And I thought, well, that would be at the very least, I can suggest to the students that they come talk to you and see if that's a scenario they would want to play with.
It's amazing when we start thinking out of the box and trying to find different solutions to some of these problems. And one of the things we had talked about when I first started was you remember the old motor lodges that would line up over the how perfect would that be? Convert some of these things to help some of this, whether it be transitional housing or sheltered program housing, those types of things. And why not? Of course we're going to run into some of those zoning things and all that we have to tackle, and we can work with our local governments and things to try to figure out how to get legislation and things like that in place to change it where it's a specific need, because let's face it, we all want these problems taken care of. We just have different ideas on how to get there.
Right. And if the students could paint some really compelling images, so who cares if they're imaginary? They could still have a great deal of impact and inspire people to be thinking a little bit more broadly about other conversion, whatever. It could inspire an actual. I looked online. Guess what? There are plenty of projects. What? Do you know her?
I do not yet.
Excuse me. This is like we're filming something.
Well, come on over here. You leave that wagon right there, and you come on over here.
Wait, Will. In the spirit. Excuse me. That was entirely uncharitable of me. Would you like to come have a seat? This is Will Hudson. Would you care to? Here, just have a seat. Just have a seat. Compose yourself first.
Have a seat with us.
When did you realize it was me?
So I saw you pull up.
Oh,
I saw you pull up.
I should have parked further down. I thought you were going to be over there in those sections.
But this is so often the stereotype of what we think of as homelessness, and this is really, this is homelessness. Yeah, we could pull that over. I'll get it. You're fine. Oh. So, this is oftentimes the stereotype of what we think of as homelessness, and it's certainly the case. However, there's a huge population of folks that are what we call functionally homeless, who are living in their cars. They're couch surfing. They're just getting by, and they have no place real to go. They have no solid, steady life of what we would think of as life. And no, so thank you. Thank you so much.
So, Will, would you want to explain
This
why
is-
this is not such a terrible surprise for you?
No, it isn't. I noticed her when she pulled up. This is Bonnie Grady, and Bonnie actually has run Chamber of Commerce chambers and for a large part of her adult life. And I know Bonnie because when I was almost 18, 17, almost 18. We had some domestic stuff at my house, and I left and ended up living in Bonnie's basement for about a year, finishing my senior year of high school. So
Closer to 2 years.
yeah, it might have been.
Counting.
Yeah, who's counting? So I know Bonnie from there, and I hadn't seen her in probably 30 years. So when I got this job, Bonnie had seen me. She had just moved back to the neighborhood. You were down around Virginia, all over
Southern
the place.
Maryland, West
Yeah.
Virginia, North Carolina.
So Bonnie had seen that I in the paper, had seen my name and stuff, and she reached out, and we went out to lunch and stuff, and just the work that she's been doing in our community, trying to make a difference. And she's been doing that most of her life. And so certainly a very special person to me, and a wonderful human being. And we have Carol and George with us, and I mean,
So I'm looking at the two of you. I just see this wealth of possibility, like this treasure chest at this stage of your life, and yet there's something each of us can do.
it's not focused on just giving somebody who want to be there, getting them to a place where they can go back into the community in some way, shape, or form. And it looks different for each one, but our goal is
In California somewhere, I'll say, so youth, but it's enterprise based. So they have, kids. There were at least 8 or 10 different types of activity, commercial activity that they would
Are they
service.
homeless?
Ever since I first heard about that a long, long time ago, I thought, that just really excites me. And
again, I'm looking for partnerships.
Yeah.
And we might not be the right niche for everyone. Right now is, we have homeless people who are struggling with all kinds of things, maybe cognitive, maybe addiction, of care that they need to get top and the processes. So one of my goals is, how do we work together with all the agencies in the neighborhood to where we're picking up the phone and we can help place these people, but also take that piece out for them and us do the advocating, us have the computer systems and databases where we can get on there and figure out the best programs, best ways to help, best path to success for them. And right now we just don't have it. Everybody's working hard towards it. So that's kind of this. It's not a side project. It's just one of the major things that we're continuing to go after.
right, and it's not like society says, okay, if you just jump all these hurdles and these hoops and things,
No,
you
they're
can
not made on
have this.
purpose.
No. It's not being. What is there to work toward? I see partnerships even beyond what you're talking about, but very much related to that, where we all need a different way of living.
Yes.
Yeah. It's got to be ongoing.
Yeah. So you are with the Arts Council? I'm sorry, I'm knocking over money.
Oh,
Right?
sometimes.
Arts Council? Yeah.
Once in a while.
You just had the Dancing with the Local Stars?
Yeah, but for that I was ushering for the Majestic.
Yeah. So, I was just saying that because my pastor, Dan Creel.
Oh,
he
yes,
was one of the
yes,
dancers, So I didn't know
yes.
if you were able to see that.
I did. I
the one that
absolutely
won?
did.
Did Dan
Did
win?
he win?
No.
I don't think he won.
No.
But he did very well. We were so surprised because he's got 2 left feet and wonderful man. But I heard he did an amazing job. I had tickets to go, and my wife was sick, and I was getting over being sick, so I couldn't go. But I heard it was amazing, and
There probably is a recording available.
There will be, I'm sure.
We'll try to
I think
find
I
that.
I think
may have
community
seen that
media
it was
might
posted
have.
somewhere. Well, the Arts Council, it would be.
one of the purposes of this is the richness of the community, and how diverse we are. How we're a little tiny Gettysburg, Adams County, Biglerville, Littlestown, Fairfield.
But
Little
that's where
tiny guys, but
that's where miracles happen.
Exactly.
That's where people open their hearts, come together, find solutions, take care of each other, love on each other, and make differences. One person at a time, one community at a time, one day at a time. And no one does it better than you.
Oh, thank you. I'm
And
working at it.
I want to correct something you said. You talked about how you and I met.
Uh-huh.
What year was that? 91?
88, 89, somewhere in there,
Okay.
probably. Yeah,
What year did you graduate?
90. It would have been 90. I
Okay.
ended up going
so
back
it
to
was
high school to finish.
80. Okay, all right. Well, anyway,
Whatever,
it was a
91.
long time ago.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Because I left at the very end of high school.
And-
literally a couple of weeks before the end, and then I went back.
And the time that Will spent at our home with my family was short but meaningful. I learned a lot about the heart of this young man and how he sees the world just by talking about his family, just by the way he conducted himself around other people. Yeah, he had teenage issues. He was a brat sometimes. But one of my fondest memories of you was rolling on the floor with my golden retriever with his toy in your mouth.
We played tug of war, yeah.
He empathized with that poor crippled old dog. And
got hit by a car and his hip was like broke, but he
Missing.
just wanted to love and play, but he couldn't play like the other kids, and it was just like,
Yeah.
he was just the sweetest dog in the world. So,
And
Khaki.
then when Will, Khaki was his name, yes. Then when Will and I reconnected last year, it was because I had just moved to Gettysburg from Southern Maryland, and I was kind of finding my way, and I got a online subscription to the local paper, and opened that app one day and saw the headline, Will Hudson named Executive Director of Rescue Mission, or something to that effect. Well, I don't know a Will Hudson. I didn't at that time. I knew a Bill Hudson.
Yeah.
And so I kind of skipped over the headline, but I recognized that face. I knew that smile. I knew those eyes. I didn't understand the beard. That didn't fit in my memory bank. Weren't we all? But I considered reaching out, and I pondered it for a few days, and I thought, I don't know if I should. He's living his own life. That was a long time ago. Circumstances are different. He's got a lot of history behind him. I've got a lot of history behind me with my family. But I gave it a shot. And the amazing thing, Carolyn, was that Will welcomed me back in his life with open arms. So generous, so kind, and so loving. And ever since then, we have had lunch once a month, except for December. You owe me.
Yep. We're very busy.
At his invitation, we get together once a month, and he checks on me, is what I call it. He's checking up on me. He's making sure I'm taken care of, that I have my needs met, because that's what he does. That's what you do. You take care of people.
I try.
I'm kind of hard to take care of, aren't I? A little bit of a hard head sometimes, but he has shared with me his interim period, the time that he spent from the time he left our house and the time that we reconnected, and he's lived 2 lifetimes in that time. And the pride that I felt when I read in that article and then talked to you more about it in person, about you becoming a minister.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And who would have thought? Me.
Yeah. I wasn't surprised, but it was unexpected. And I had to do a little self-examination with that, because I thought, what did I ever say to him about faith or practicing your faith, living what you believe? I don't think I ever did, and I've had a lot of guilt about that. I'm not Catholic, but I had a lot of guilt. But Will has a capacity within him, and I'm sorry to talk about you in the third person, but for those who don't know Will, you'll want to get to know him, because he has such a huge capacity for loving and caring, but he's very action-oriented. He's all about methods and processes and procedures and getting things done and making a difference and taking charge in a loving way, never forceful.
No, that's one thing I don't think. I never want to force my thoughts, opinions, those things on. I do want to force the needs that are out there. I want to reinforce the needs rather.
And that's why I'm going to pivot from talking about you to talking about the work you do.
Yeah.
Because what I want to know, what I wanted to schedule this session with you for, was to find out what can everyday people do to make a difference in the lives of those that the Adams Rescue Mission serves. How can we be helpful? How can, I mean, of course we know there are things you need. You need items to be donated to the mission shop. You've got the Agape Boutique, which is another kind of shop.
And I faithfully support the mission.
She has her
and the Agape
Adopt-
Boutique.
yeah,
Yes, I
her-
do my part.
Her thrift store jacket, which is amazing, actually.
Beautiful.
It was a trophy.
People can bring their recycling to you. Is that a revenue generator?
The recycling, we do generate revenue from it. There's a lot of cost involved in it as well. But I think the service that it does for the community, we don't have a county recycling center per se. So I think the service is amazing, but it also gives the men and women that we serve purpose, because we've partnered with CSEP programs, an adult job program and a youth job program where we have specifics, and this is brand new, where the men and women that come and work with us, they actually get paid from them once it goes. There's a pay program. It's minimum wage, but they get paid for it. But they're learning how to work as a team. They're learning leadership. They're learning how to show up for work on time. We're teaching people who haven't learned morals, who haven't learned, and I don't even want to say morals, but when your mom tells you, put your fork on the left side and your thing on the right, what's that called? Anyway. Etiquette, those things. See, I barely know it myself. If it weren't for my wife, I'd be a Neanderthal. But, so we're teaching them, social norms and things like that, where what's acceptable, how to act in front of people. We're teaching them customer service at the drop box. If you come to our drop box to drop your stuff off, you'll notice they have these vests now, and they have our logo on it. And their senses of pride, because you have to earn that right to be there in how you treat people, because we expect them to treat people properly when they come in, and we have to teach
I
that.
always love stopping for a little bit to talk with them when I go, and they're always so helpful. All I have is this little bit. We'll help you, ma'am.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's teaching them those things, and you're going to get some of them that are gruff and some of them that don't know yet, but it's part of the process. And what a better thing, because we take it for granted. If I have a bad day, I might be grouchy with you, but some of these folks, they don't know how to interact with people.
So something as seemingly mundane as recycling has so many direct and indirect
positive
benefits.
outcomes.
And the mission is responsible for all
right,
that.
and they're giving back to the community that we're taking from. So, we live on the gifts and the generosity of this community, and these folks, that's really their livelihood right now, and they're giving back. We also partner with folks who are doing the cemeteries and go out and help mow them and weed eat them and take care of them. We might have somebody who's struggling in the neighborhood and needs help moving. Okay, we can do that. We can help somebody with that. So this whole premise of getting the folks to network with real people in the community, it's huge, and it creates opportunities. Every opportunity you've had or they've had, where did it come from? Your network of friends and family and things like that, your college, these folks, something broke somewhere and they don't have that support system, or they burnt all those bridges because of mental illness. So I know it's getting cold, ladies.
I know, I took off too many clothes.
How can you?
Could I get my coat?
Yes, please.
Didn't want to mess up your camera angle there.
Whoop.
And you're here all night and
I'm here
almost all day tomorrow.
all night and almost all day tomorrow. But how can you help? Our operating costs are high, and what we want to do is even higher. So we'll talk a little bit more about those. Certainly single woman shelter. We're looking at daycare. I've actually hired somebody. We're going to be opening our first daycare. Hopefully, all our licensing are coming through. We're jumping through all the hoops.
Talk about that. That's
So the big thing is with the daycare piece is there's so many women out there. This is a kind of a prevention and helping the folks that we're serving now. Prevention in the fact that if we can get women empowered out there to get away from abusive situations because they have a place safe to take their kids so that they can go work, so they can take care of those kids, or go to college, or go to trade school, so that they can change that whole trajectory of their life. So
To every woman, that's important.
Oh.
You, no matter what your status or your station in life, you want to be sure that if you're going to work and leaving your kids with somebody else, that they're safe and they're cared for and they're nurtured and they're fed. You're doing that for people who have had no means, in some cases, to do that in a long time, if ever.
no, and
And,
when you
but not you personally, the universal you at the mission, but a critical piece that a lot of us don't even stop and think about, maybe being needed in a different part of our community. You talked with Ray at Community Media.
I did, yeah.
That was a lovely interview. If people watching this have not seen that, I hope they will go to Community Media's website and look that up, because it was powerful. Again, not credit to you, credit to our Lord.
Oh yeah.
He gave you the words, but you delivered them in such an eloquent, heartfelt way that I could tell that Ray was moved. I was moved. It told a story of our community that a lot of us just don't know. And I believe that's one of your gifts, you personally, that God has given you, to be able to make these things happen because you are able to personalize it. You're able to put a face on homelessness and hunger and joblessness and addiction and alcoholism and lack of childcare and lack of housing and all those things. You bring a different set of skills to the job, and it's the right place at the right time, and it wasn't by an accident.
See, I just say that I'm too ignorant to not believe that it can't happen, so I just keep going after it. So,
Just this.
yeah,
Let's
so-
talk about this.
yeah. So-
Who would have thought to do? I don't know whose idea it was.
So what happened here to do Bench Talk, I was at a CEO's conference through an organization called Citygate, and Citygate supports missions across the United States in all kinds of different ways. And so I'm at this CEO conference, and I'm talking with the CEO from the San Francisco mission. Much bigger problem, much more open than it is here. Ours is a little bit. He does this for an awareness thing and a way to raise money. And he was like, I raised $3 million for our mission by doing this.
Wow.
And we get out the local lawmakers, we get these folks out and talk about the problems, and then try to come up with solutions and partnerships. And I just thought it was the most amazing thing. I'm like, this guy opened up my head and pulled out what I want to do. And, you know, they do theirs. It's, of course, California, so it's a little warmer. There's sissies out there.
There are parts of California that's cold, my friend.
And lo and behold, there's a rescue mission right here in Winchester, Virginia, a couple hours away, and they do this. And it's really not to be homeless for a night. That's not the point. We all think of the park bench as this icon for homelessness. Nobody wants people sitting on a park bench for lots of reasons. One, you know, it's we have people walking through here trying to enjoy our city and our town, trying to go to restaurants, and you see that. And it's a side of humanity that's not pretty. It's not.
If I may, and I'm so sorry I parked there because you saw me unpacking my car. You
did.
knew
I
it
looked
was
over,
me.
I'm like, I
That's why
smiled,
I
I'm
said,
like-
make sure his back is facing the that road.
She tried.
I did try.
Mark Worley came out here and said,
Yeah.
nope, we got to fix
I was
her.
put in my place.
So, as I packed up my stuff and I waited for Carolyn to get her 15 minutes, which I only gave her 5
It was fun.
because I didn't want to stand there anymore.
Right.
I loaded that wagon up and I stood there by the side of that building, and the people who were passing, you could see the body language.
my
They were moving away from me.
And
One
don't-
person said hello, but that was before I covered my head up and put all the stuff on.
Yeah, but I don't blame people for
I'm so
that.
sorry
Like
you saw
that's
me.
you know, I don't blame people because you don't know, and the perceptions and the stereotypes in our head, and there is danger in that. You know, sometimes these people are, you know, it's incredibly dangerous. You don't know, so I don't blame people for looking at homelessness the way that we do. I used to look at it that way.
So what can we do to change it? What
Well,
can the average
I think-
Adams County, Gettysburg
I
citizen
think
do?
educating yourself on it, volunteering, not even that, plug in to some of these places. Go take a tour of SCAP. Go take a tour of CARES. New Hope Ministries. See
Is it
what
the
the
mission?
real face is. We're happy to see you at the mission, believe me. And always open. But come and see us. Meet some of these folks. We got interviews. We're going to interview a guy over here who's sitting on the bench right now, George. He was at the mission for 23 years. He's now a homeowner within the last month. it's just when we stop thinking things are impossible and start figuring out how in the hell do we make them possible, that's when change can happen. And that's what we have to do as a community.
So we have to open our minds and our hearts.
Open our minds. Let's talk about it. Let's
Figure out how
become
to get
educated,
involved.
and then see where you fit. I don't want everyone rushing out to volunteer because, okay, now what? I'm going to spend more time trying to figure out how to get people in volunteer spots. Love to have you. But become educated, and then where's your passion lie in this? And then how can you support? And we can go from there.
Can you
and
share
it looks
with-
different for each person.
I know you're working on the child care, and you're always working on homelessness and shelters.
Yep.
Can you share with us another big project you've got coming?
Well, are you referring to through the ministerium and what we're trying to do here and come up with?
I was speaking specifically of the mission, but I know
Oh.
you have been such an innovator there and come up with such amazing, productive changes.
Well, thank you. It's because I have a team
Yes, you do. You
that
have a marvelous
we
team.
sit around and every morning we get together. And I know people are like, every single morning you do this? Yep.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
approximately
yeah.
an hour.
Yeah.
And it's my leaders, and it's even we bring in staff, store staff and those guys because the ideas come from them. And what are we seeing? What are we doing about it? How can I help you? What do you need? What do we need to go ask for? What training do we need? Education do we need to solve the problems? And those problems are so diverse. But let's go after the root causes. But I think the big thing, Bonnie, that single continued support, and there's many different ways of solving it. There's many different ways to attack it, and we need to use all of them. Affordable, attainable housing, and some of that might be training with landlords so that they know that the HUD programs and stuff like that are not dangerous to them. It may be, people who don't want to be landlords but have the assets and have the places. Okay, how do we partner with them and be property managers for them? And it may be us raising money and buying our own places like we've done so far this year.
That's so exciting. Do you know about that
huge
project,
grants.
Carolyn?
A little bit, not enough.
Oh, it's amazing.
So that's the Hope House that we have, and we had a couple of really amazing folks here in Adams County who just stood up and said, okay, we're gonna figure out how to get you $500,000 to buy this building and house people and maintain it for rent control and low income.
Well, I love how the community is coming around behind you, and we need more of that.
So
keep Carolyn and me in mind.
yeah, absolutely. So the big thing is really right now is trying to figure out this advocacy, one call, one stop shop, where we can get people to the right place and help them navigate all of the different agencies to get the help that they need, because they just struggle doing that.
Interesting.
Just a big piece. So that's the things we're going after. But thank you so much for coming out here.
Oh, my pleasure. I consider myself Will's other mother.
Other mother.
I do. Easy for me.
And in that vein, I have something for you.
Aw.
Oh, it's not all props, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Favorite chai latte?
Oh, thank you. These chai lattes are delightful.
Ooh, feel the bottom of this. Put your hand on the bottom.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
Oh,
Nice
yeah,
and
you
warm.
might want to put it on Will's lap.
Yeah. Homemade, gluten-free, warm chocolate chip cookies.
Oh, amazing. Mark, I will share these with you. You'll be here. So thank Oh, and there's and.
No, this is just FYI.
Oh, okay.
Because you are gluten intolerant, I'm sorry, Mark, not microphone. Because you're gluten intolerant,
Thanks for sharing that with the world.
I brought proof
Oh, that they're
that
gluten
these
free.
cookies are gluten-free. And no, they're not from scratch. They're made from the mix. But because I love you so much,
Thank you.
you
Thank
have
you.
those to
Oh, thank you
you have
so
those
much.
to nosh on over
Thank
over
you.
the long hours you're going to be here.
That's good.
Stay warm, honey.
Yep.
We love you. Yeah.
And if you guys have people, go online. You can look and see. There's more slots open next tomorrow and through the night if you know people who are interested in talking about it.
Yeah.
Have them stop out. And it's really, we're trying to raise awareness to this problem in Adams County and come up with thoughts and ideas and community people around us to gain that support and get some push to try to make some big differences.
You may be starting something here in Adams.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I
But
think
thank
so.
you for coming and joining me and taking your time to do that. I so appreciate it.
You're welcome. You want me to turn this off, Mark?
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and seeing us. Oh, thank you. And thank you for what you do in our community, making it better, bringing some art and just amazing.
Marginally associated with the Arts Council. No, that I can't really
Take the count. Yeah.
For tonight?
What's that?
Do you have a tent for tonight?
No, I have snowmobile gear to
Well, because they're calling for rain.
tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be.
trot over to the church just to warm up.
Okay, I'll be there. Just be there.
But yeah, I got all kinds of stuff. So.
Okay, well, I have a 10 by 10 canopy in case it rains. Do you want me to leave it?
No, we're good. I got umbrellas and stuff like that.
Think so.
He's golden.
He is.
He's got a heater. No, I'm good.
This is an open-sided 10 by 10 canopy that I can leave in case you get
Yeah.
rain.
I'm good. I'm good. But thank you so much. Bye. See you. Thank you. All right, let's see who we got next. I got my little cheat sheet here. That was a surprise. Wonderful surprise. Okay, so 5:30. It's a little after that. We have Rachel, the house, great house, coming age. Here's a microphone.
Oh boy.
I'm getting to learn these microphone things. So, Rachel,
Yes.
you came on with us almost 3 months ago?
A little over 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Rachel is our director of child development. Rachel has a degree in business management. She's run banks, and she's put businesses together in business plans. She also, by the way, has a huge heart for children. So where are we going? What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we even getting involved in childcare?
Yeah. Well, but the idea is to open several small facilities in church locations that are already set up for childcare.
What if it's an organization that has space and the space would be adequate for childcare? Does it have to be a church?
It doesn't have to be a church.
No.
But we figure if we do lease off of a church, then it is another form of income for them. So
Right.
it's a way of giving back.
Yep. So, part of this is the idea is that they would be small kind of daycare centers scattered across the county. We have these churches that they have wonderful facilities and they're not being utilized during the week.
Yeah.
And it's how can we partner with those churches, go ahead and utilize them. So, this first year we want to start out small, figure out where our road bumps are, our road bumps, is that even a word? Speed bumps and those things and hurdles and road blocks, there's the word, where they're at. And then once we get those things figured out, then we start rubber stamping that process across the county, because I know childcare, could you imagine in Littlestown,
Yeah.
Fairfield, up in Gardner's, having small facilities, 10 to 12 kids per facility, where people can take their children and know that they're going to be safe, and we can provide affordable daycare that accepts subsidies, daycare that accepts, people who want to take and have daycare because they need to go to college to better themselves because they're in a bad situation, or trade school, or go back to high school, so that they can get a better job.
Right. Yeah, and that's the strategy. It's really a unique strategy because we are helping out moms and dads and, all guardians that really maybe don't even have a job.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't be able to get into a normal daycare.
How much does daycare cost right now?
It's about $260 a week per child per
week?
daycare. Yeah.
week?
Yeah. So if you have a job where you're making minimum wage or even just a little bit above that.
It's unattainable.
Yeah, especially if it's a one income home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Even in 2-income homes, and you have 2 kids, which is the average, you're looking, $1,000 a week, $4,200 roughly, 43 whatever a month, and I just can't imagine that. Your house payment is $2,000 dollars a month, and then you have $4,000 a month in childcare. It's just, you can't.
Right.
And I'm not saying daycare. It costs a lot of money to run a daycare, staffing and all the things that go with it. We're positioned in a place where if we can utilize these church spaces, pay that electric bill through the week, tithe back to that church, however that looks, where we don't have a ton of overhead, but we can partner with them. Then we have the staff to pay for, and we've got a lot of support for people wanting to pay, tuitions for people to go to daycare. But what's the average daycare waiting list around here right now?
So it is between 1 and 2 years, really.
So there's daycares that are saying when you plan to have a child, that's when you should sign up.
Right.
Because by the time you actually have that child and it's ready for daycare, then we'll be ready for you.
But not necessarily. Like, whenever I found out that I was having my son, I got on all of the daycare lists. And it was, he would have been like 9 months old whenever I was still working, but we did not get into any daycare. So that's why I stopped my job.
So you stopped your job to stay at home to raise your son.
Yeah.
And luckily you were blessed, with a husband that could help, and you were living at the means where his income could just barely cover everything, right?
Yeah.
So
on 2 incomes.
Yes. Yeah. What if he had lost his job, or something had happened and he couldn't work? Right. Where would you guys be?
Yeah.
Family, friends, you have support,
just
somewhere
really
to stay.
piecing together. Yeah.
But would you be able to keep your home and your own? Would you be able to live independently?
Yeah, probably
My guess
not.
is no.
No.
And that's the population we're talking about. When we're not only looking at serving the homeless, we're looking at preventing homelessness. We're looking at providing solutions to keep people from even falling into that position to begin with.
Right.
That's why the work you do is so important.
Yeah.
What gives you the passion to do this?
Well, Jesus.
Yeah. So tell me about that, because I've said it before in other interviews. People, we oftentimes go, well, it's all because of God. It's God. God did this. Jesus did that. And it's amazing. It's wonderful. And it's absolutely true. But how?
I think, being a mom and seeing that you just want to love your kids to the best of your ability. You want to raise them up in a healthy environment, and you want them to know Jesus. Mm-hmm. But how can you do that if it's a situation where you can't even pay the bills, and maybe they even find a job from home or something, but then they're just handing their child a screen and interacting with them, and so I think just better. So
a couple of weeks ago, there was an article that came out in the newspaper. Now, we've been in the works doing this for almost a year. And you've been hard at work the last couple of months going through all the training, all the certifications, all the licensing and processing. But this article pulled out, and it was written, it was in the Gettysburg Times. This vision that God put on my heart of having to meet this need so we can get women out of these dangerous situations, we can empower. So it's being able to help the community to provide a service for those who are most vulnerable. And, so we got into this, but this came out and it was looking for,
Not 15, 6 complex steps.
Yeah.
And then as you do each step, we have to find the staff and reliable staff that wants to do it and has a passion for it.
And not only here could tell you all kinds of stories of how hard it is to find staffing.
Yeah.
We're looking for Bonnie was just here. How can I help? Volunteering and people volunteering who can pass all the background checks and those types of things.
And they have to have the heart for it, because it is such a unique situation that these children may not be coming from. Well, they probably won't be coming from an environment that has been healthy and has been conducive to good behavior. Mm-hmm. So have to have lots of patience and love and good foundation.
So are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So our goal is to kick this out and open up our first place in York Springs. And we're looking at that, try to hit that March timeframe. It does take, once you get your LLC and stuff, it can take up to 100 days. So that might delay us a little bit, but that's our goal. That's what we're going after. And I am just so proud and just overwhelmed with you, having you on staff, what you're doing, how you're making a difference in people's lives. And we haven't even opened yet.
Right.
But all these things have to be done. All these things have to be put in place. Tell us a little bit. We went and had the opportunity to go in front of Gettysburg Church, Gettysburg Foursquare Church down here, and for their every year they come up with. There's just such a giving congregation there, and we have lots of wonderful giving congregations and people here in Adams County. But Gettysburg Church, they have this thing around Christmas time. They call it Advent Conspiracy.
Correct.
And they pick a couple of really causes that are close to their hearts, and they generate funds for that.
Yeah.
And just for kicking off this and the stuff that Rachel's doing, going after licensing and some of the attorney stuff that has to happen and all, it's almost 10,000 just to 10 to 12 just to get going. And then you have to maintain and staff and all those things. How much money did this church raise for us?
$58,000.
$58,000 that they raised for us. So absolutely amazing, and that's a testament to you and your professionalism and their belief in you, and I think I'm just so proud to have you, and I can't wait to see what God does with this. And again, these daycares, they're not daycares in which we are teaching the kids about Jesus and stuff like that. We're showing them who Jesus is by the way we take care of them. So some people are nervous. They don't want to take their kids to somebody who's going to tell them, I don't want to say what's the word, proselytize, like tell them they have to believe in Jesus, and that's not who we are. We want people to know who Jesus is. We want people to believe in him, but never, ever, ever are we a group who's going to force that on someone.
Right.
But just know that we believe and we love and we care and we want to give. And that's what we believe God's all about. So anything you want to tell anyone you want to share? What are ways people can help you?
Definitely prayer, and just praying for the operational piece, like it getting all open and everything, but also like people to work. I was so encouraged. I was talking to we are going to have an employee already, and so I was talking to her, and she was just telling me a little bit about her life, and she's like, I think God's like putting the pieces into place, and I feel that way about the whole thing, honestly. Like, I think it's obedience. You step out in obedience, and God will do the rest. Like, he will do the results. So I think from the community, it's just praying for us. And then if you know anybody that wants to help out or wants to support
we need very qualified, passionate volunteer base. We need, we're going to end up needing staff, who really wants to pour in. And, like you said, we've already hired a site leader, and she's pretty amazing. She worked at Abraxas. She just, she's got a lot going for her, and really has a passion to help moms out there, have the ability to go after careers, to go after a different level of life, and they don't have to stay in those abuse situations. So. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for being on our team. Absolutely. And we love you, and we'll continue to pray for you. And have a good night. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. I'll stay warm.
Take care.
Oh,
House. Goodness. That's what she is. That's her name. We just call her the House. So thank you, Rachel.
All right.
Have a good one.
Will.
Bye. So now we have, we call him Mount Vernon Henderson, but Paul Henderson, our men's ministry director, and we have George Waldemeyer. George was a longtime resident of the mission. 23 years he was at the mission. I'm going to let Paul kind of take over here and talk to George. This is one of the big success stories George is out there. He has his own place. He's feeding his squirrels. He's making his own meals. He works hard. He's worked hard all his life. You've seen him at the mission if you drop things off, driving the forklift, putting cans, moving things. Just an amazing human being who maybe made some bad decisions in life, maybe whatever. But George, he's just a wonderful man. And Paul Henderson, our men's ministry director. He's worked intimately with George, putting a plan together for George's restoration. George's independence, and he's still a partner with us. He still comes and volunteers and helps us, still hangs out with us, still busts our chops, and we just love him. So I'm going to introduce you guys to George and Paul Henderson. Let me talk about this guy for a minute. Paul Henderson is our men's ministry director, and you talk about somebody who is connected with agencies and understands the value of partnership. I have these crazy, wild ideas, and we have them in our meetings, and we put them together. Paul's the guy who goes out and makes them happen. He's the one that puts the pieces together. He's the one that has to talk about the guys about discipline and budgets and all the tough stuff. He's also the guy that gets to care about them and really be directly involved in their lives. He gets to share Jesus with them. In a way that is, again, I want to make this very, very clear. We are not, we're not out there forcing our beliefs down someone's throat. What we are doing is showing love and care and kindness and forgiveness and patience and, those types of things. This is who Jesus is. And it's not beating someone up when they're wrong. It's not, telling someone they're doomed, all those things. That's not it at all. But Paul is the one who makes sure there's very clear lines there. So, Paul, you can take my seat for a minute and take over. And I want you to talk to George. And I want to quickly, go ahead and interview him just like I'm doing with everyone else. So, but thank you so much for what you do, brother. You have no idea how much I appreciate you and value you. And if I could somehow figure that out, I would do it, but I do. If there's anybody I would want to go into battle with, it's you, and I thank you.
Well, thanks. Well, what a privilege. That was your big shoes to fill in this evening. Thanks for warming it up for me. Good evening, everybody. So, George, 23 years at the Adams Rescue Mission. Kind of walk me through what brought you to ARM 23 years ago.
I lost my face.
Okay.
I'm an alcoholic.
Okay. So you struggled with alcohol and addiction for how long? For good bit of time. Okay. And then, so over these past 23 years, how has ARM helped you kind of overcome your addiction to alcohol?
It just don't bother me no more.
It don't bother you
Don't bother me,
now? Okay. And then, 23 years, I want to say it like you worked hard there. I got to ask you, so you purchased your home back in December. What was it like to sign those papers and to know that all this hard work and everything that you've done has paid off and you're about to own your own home? What was it like, George?
Oh, it was great.
It's good. Yeah.
I'm glad I got it.
Yeah.
I thought somebody was going to do it before me.
Yeah.
Because I love that.
Oh, hold your mic up there, George. There you go. Just hold it right up like this.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And then you moved in to your new home. What is like the biggest joy you've had? What was it like to sleep in your own home, in your own bed, and wake up in the morning and to know that
It was different.
Yeah.
It takes a while.
Yeah.
Keep busy.
Yeah.
Keep busy. I come down to the mission. I'm busy down there.
Yeah. When you're not there, we miss you. So, and George, so now you have your own home, and so where do you go? What are you going to do next? You keep coming back. You're volunteering with us. So what's next for George Waltermeyer?
Just coming back.
Just coming back. And if you had, like, for the guys, the new guys that are coming in, so you're down there, you're volunteering, you're working with them, you're a success story, you've overcome, the addiction to alcohol. What kind of advice or hope can you give to the new guy that's coming into the Armed Men's program? What would you say to them? What could you give them?
Well, I give them good luck, good love, and hope they make it through whatever happens. Get rid of their problem, find a place, or find a job. That's about it.
Okay. And George, of all your time, what is the thing that you love most about the Adams Rescue Mission?
I love all the people.
All the people?
Yeah, all the people. They're fine. We all get along. Yeah.
So one of the things for those out there, we're the staff that we have on campus. We're a family, and the men who come to us, it's not just the responsibility of the director of men's ministry or a peer services manager. The women we have in the office, and I'm sure would just never stop singing their praises. They just the hearts that they have for the guys to help support. All the logistics and the things that go into helping the men out. We couldn't do it without the office staff there either. And George, got to ask you. So you have your own home. You're driving back and forth. So do you? And you're looking to expand. You're about to have somebody else move in.
Oh,
with
yeah.
You have a friend's gonna.
I have a friend that's gonna move in with me.
Okay. And then, so the other thing, George, is like with you've been out the mission for a little over a month. I guess when you're at home at night and you're you're watching TV or before you go to bed, like what kind of goes through your mind? Like it's just what's it like sleeping in your own home versus sleeping at the mission?
It's comfortable.
Yeah.
And you don't have to worry about noise and whatever.
Yeah. No noise, right? No. Yeah, it's just you and
the squirrels
and the squirrels and the crickets and the deer in the woods there. That's awesome.
Deer in the woods.
Yeah. Well, George, I love you, man. It's been a privilege to work with you over these last 16 months, and just to see you not just launch out on your own. But like you're still coming back, and you're helping it. And I know your wisdom, your experience that you have for the guys that are just coming in. You're a success story, and you should be proud of that. And you coming back and being a part of the community still, you're giving those guys, the new guys coming in, you're giving them hope that there is an opportunity, that there's a way out, that no one's ever too far gone, that nothing can't be overcome, right. that there's always hope. So, George, love you, man, and
how you do?
Good to see you, brother.
Thanks a lot. There you go. Thanks a lot.
All right, brother. I'm going to steal that seat a minute. If you want to sit over there, I'm going to keep Paul here. What's that?
This is warm.
Yeah, it is warm. I know it's warm. You can sit in that one right over there, George. You can hang out with us. So, this is Paul Vernon Henderson here with us, and we call him Mount Vernon because literally the guy's a mountain. He advocates for these guys. He steps up and blocks and shields them from the things that would harm them. Just a passion for their success, a passion for their restoration. So, Paul, what drives all this?
Wow, someone did it for me once. I spent 25 years of my life in active addiction. I just left wreckage and just ran through people's lives, burned so many bridges, and I hit a point about 12 years ago where I was literally faced with a choice, either on the street. I was an alcoholic, which would have been certain death. I mean, or step through the doors of a similar program that we're building at the Adams Rescue Mission. And what drives that is like, to be set free from that, from and to know what it's like to struggle and to feel like the whole world's coming down on you, and that like just the insurmountable, mountain of the world that's weighing on you, to have that lifted. And for me, it was, my relationship with Christ. It's who the Son sets free is free indeed. And
So tell me about that. So what does that mean? My relationship with Jesus helped me overcome my addiction. So how did that do that?
I had tried every man-made way to live a sober life, and I would say 27 different rehabs, jail, halfway recovery houses, and I'd get 6 months and I'd fall, and I kept trying to fill that void that I had with stuff in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever the challenges or the pressures or struggles would happen, I had nothing to lean on. And when I had when I had my encounter with Jesus, it was through the men in that program. Like I saw, they had they had the hope. They smiled, they joked, they just had this confidence and this presence.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted what they had. And then I borrowed their faith for a little while, and until I was strong enough, until that mustard seed started to grow. And it was literally the only way I could describe it is like it's a war.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in a battle and you're losing and you surrender, what do? You put your arms up in the air, you lay your weapons down, and you have to take direction from someone else. And I had tried every other way, and Jesus met me in that moment.
Mm-hmm. And he's not afraid of those moments. I mean, a lot of times we have this perception of Christianity or God being this, if you mess up, I'm here to crush you. You have to live this life like this, just like this, or you're going to get wiped off the face of the earth. Or when really all he wants is a relationship with the soul that he created. And when we find that love and understand how much we're absolutely loved by the Creator, and that's what we believe, and again, I'm not forcing these things on everyone. It's what I believe and what Paul believes and what them believe. It's these are the things that the love just fills us up and pours out of us, and we're not perfect, and we mess up, and we, somebody pulls out in front of me, I'm probably yelling 20 words that you probably shouldn't hear. And then I get alongside, and it's a poor little old lady who just got out of the grocery store, and, I feel terrible. God's not out to smite me because I'm human, and I'm just like you. But it also, we're called, we're not called to sit around and judge other people,
right,
and put other people down.
Absolutely.
And I think that's what's so special about you, Paul, is these men, they struggle, they fall, they fail, and you never, ever, ever put them down. You never look poorly on them. You get right in there with whatever's going on with them, all the dirt, the junk, the grime, and you get in there. And the only people who disqualified are those who disqualify themselves and say, I don't want this.
Yeah, and absolutely. It's all about, it's an action, right? For the men who come in, sitting down, spending the time with them, kind of understanding, what struggles, what broke, something,
Mm-hmm.
what is broken, and then just encourage them when it's time to encourage them. You would be surprised that, when you, that I'll say, I'm proud of you, or a great job, like they can't remember
the last time they've heard somebody say, I'm proud of you.
Or I remember an interaction with one gentleman, I said, man, I love you, brother. And he's like, you don't even know me. I said, listen, I don't have to know you. I know, you can just see the potential. We all make, like you said, everybody makes bad decisions, and sometimes one bad decision leads to another, and you just can't, again, you can't see a way out. But it doesn't change the fact that deep down, every person has that potential, has that soul, they have value. They were created with a purpose, and our goal, it's just so awesome to, like I said, get in there and to help them and hold on to them until they can see it for themselves, like someone did that for me, and just continue to, again, encourage when it's time to encourage, I don't like to use discipline, like just guiding, guidance, to until they're able to see it and believe it on their own, that genuine. And then it just and then when you watch someone, when that light bulb turns on, or when you see them, small victories like getting a driver's license, or making contact with a long lost brother that they haven't spoken with for 3 years because they thought, well, I messed up too bad, they don't want to talk to me. Those are the moments we hold on to, and every man who comes to the door has one of those moments somewhere. And we just pray that we get guided and directed. God guides us just to that they can hold on long enough to get those and get that courage and that strength to keep moving forward.
Do we ever turn away or ask somebody of different beliefs or no belief to change or do anything different? Does it ever affect your level of care for them? Absolutely not. And when we talk, when we get referrals, or men come in, or just they pass through all the time, and we don't we ask them to keep an open mind. So there's never any proselytizing, and when we're doing the devotionals or our chapel services, or as we're engaging, this is the lens we're coming from, but we ask keep an open mind. What can you pull from this information, that what we're sharing with you, and how can you potentially apply that to your life? I mean, if you look through, different, we're walking through the book of Exodus, for example. So, and we have someone who is not of a Christian faith in the program, and he's engaging, he's asking questions, and how we approach it is, what principles, what can we draw out of it? How can you apply that to your life versus, forcing, a belief or any type of system, and for guys like us, we're I think we're all geared towards a rebellion as it is, and the law and rules, and if somebody tells me to do something, I'm going to go the other. Yeah, I'm the same way. My wife would tell you right now, if she tries to make a rule, I'm going to break it on purpose. My wife, absolutely. That's how we're wired. But it's back to sitting down, having the conversations. And we're not. I'm not perfect by no means, but how do I walk it out on not only on campus, off campus, in my life? That and if I do make a mistake or if I do stumble, is to be vulnerable, to be transparent. Hey, I'm not perfect, but this is what we're learning. But it's just about if the guys if they're open-minded, if they're willing, and just a little bit of like an ounce of willingness, and it's like opening a door just ever so slightly. Once you have that, it can always go further. No, I just think you do such an amazing job with the men that and families even. I mean, you've counseled and worked with men who have fiancés or wives and things like that out, and it's much deeper than just the person that we're helping. It's the family that's around them, and it goes so much deeper, and you have that ability to help them restore those relationships, and I'm just so thankful for you and what you do and what you do for our mission. And anybody that wants to come out and get to know Paul, I guarantee you he'll take you on a tour. He'll sit down and tell you all about what he does and what we do out at the mission. So thank you, Paul. Thank you, George, for coming out, buddy. I am just so happy you're out there and paying your bills and doing all those things that us grown-ups do. And you get to do it in your own home, and you get to walk around in your underwear now and do all those things that grown men get to do, right? I don't get to. My wife yells at me, but hits me with the paper and squirts me with the water bottles. But anyway, no, George, I'm just so happy. You get to feel what that's like to be independent and still be part of a family, because we are your family. I promise you that. We are not backing away from you. We're not putting you out there and you're on your own now. You're us. You're with us, and we love you, man. So, all right, brother. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, George.
Thank you.
Have a good night, man.
Thank you. Love you, brother.
Love you too.
George.
Yep. We can set that. Yeah. I just gotta move around a bit. Yeah.
still warm?
I am. I'm doing okay. I just had to move around a little bit.
Hey, there's our community media guy. How are you?
Have you ever met Mark?
We have met before. Mark is in a warm tent.
Yeah, he is. He's got heat. So.
He's got heat. Oh, he might share later.
Yeah. So this is.
Hello, Will.
Hi. So Cindy and I met.
Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness, we were glass project. I think.
That's wrong.
What did we meet? How did we?
We met because you helped
Oh.
my dear refugee friend get a job that was life-changing for him. So he is doing very well, as is his family. Much thanks to you.
Well,
So-
it was just an opportunity to. I don't know. There was just something about his story. You know, he's an Afghan national, and he works for the United States Army, and he's standing up for his country and what he believes in. And I'm not getting political, but he's standing up and fighting to change his little section of the world. And everything goes sideways. And he and his family, 10 children, wife, have to be evacuated immediately, several hours to get out of the country. Or, you know, the incoming folks would literally,
Kill them.
Kill them. And
Yeah.
the women and stuff, it's just brutal. And he comes here, and his story is that he's doing dishes, anything he can do to help his family get by.
Well, he was very grateful to have that job,
gosh,
but
yes.
it was draining him.
But it's very difficult to make a living on that if we're 10 kids.
Absolutely.
And, you know, and you and a whole group of people just went above and beyond trying to figure out how to help these people. Tell me a little bit about that. What gives you your passion and compassion for the folks of Adams County?
Well, that, you know, I simply read an article in the newspaper, sort of an appeal to people to help. And that was really hard to watch, what was going on in Afghanistan. And I thought it was an opportunity to help. And it's an example where I get more back than I give.
Yeah.
Sorry to get emotional.
And this is who
about
you
that.
are. This is who your heart is. You just give to this community. And I challenge folks out there, if you've never given, and I'm not asking you to give way beyond your means at all, but help somebody. I don't care if it's a smile or holding the door for somebody.
Yeah, that's so
we can be
nice.
different. We don't have to be against each other. It's just amazing.
So that's something you did to help them in your pre-ARM life.
That was my my other life that I lived in for years, you know.
And then I think we happily ran into each other when I was sort of trying to get glass recycling off the ground, and you were like right there, ready to help.
Yeah, and my thing was, it's so interesting because I'm trying to create relationships. Because to me, those are the things that help us change our community. You can't do it on your own, and you need relationships with people. And I think Bruce Bigelow had helped create that relationship. We'll talk to Bruce in a little bit, but I think maybe tomorrow, I can't remember. But help create that relationship. But I know you want to remain anonymous on a lot of things, but you really did help some people, and I don't know how much of that I can share. If I'm allowed to share.
So first was glass recycling.
Yes, first was glass.
And, you know, I think we were perfectly aligned because I needed help, and you were interested in getting your guys at the rescue mission out and in the community, so you offered them up, and they are now some of the best, well, certainly the most consistent and probably best volunteers at the Glass Recycling Center the first Saturday of every month from 9 to 12. And then you also staffed glass recycling at the farmers market in Gettysburg. And when that closed up, you offered ARM to collect glass.
So we're doing that on the third
Saturday. Right.
So that's tomorrow morning.
Oh my God, is that right?
Yeah,
Oh,
every
it's gonna be
single
a cold
man,
one.
woman, and child has been briefed that we do accept glass. So if you get
So
there and
tomorrow
somebody
morning,
tells you we
bring
don't,
your glass too. Right.
we do. Just tell them Will said you're accepting it.
Yeah, and then we worked together a little bit on the Hope House.
Yes.
And That is a wonderful project where you are collaborating with the YWCA. Oh, I'm sorry,
MCA. That's with the
MCA of
YMCA.
Hanover, Safe Home.
Yeah, some children and youth and
children and youth, and so an affordable housing project that you are helping all kinds of people, and it's amazing.
I think it's this passion to go after what's attainable, and make a difference. Like, I understand the need for not collaboration, but committee and learnings and those types of things. But I think sometimes we can slow ourselves down in committee, where we're all trying to get on a consensus, and let's take some chances and go after it. If it's for good, and we're going to hit some roadblocks, but if we work together and pick up the phone and call somebody who can help us overcome some of those obstacles, let's do it. And this
Very
was
exciting.
exactly what happened with Hope House. So our whole goal was, and still is, to create different ways of providing affordable housing. And this particular one was to raise some money to buy a place, to convert, and we've done that. And Cynthia and her husband were absolutely pivotal in that effort, and we are so grateful.
Well,
but even more so, the people who are in there and the lives that are changing and the
Yes,
safety
it's
that's
great.
happening.
Right.
It's bigger than us.
Yeah. And when you tell me about what you're doing with that place and all the different organizations that you're working with and people you're helping, I've said to you, you are the great collaborator. I think it's your superpower is to talk to all the people and collaborate. And, that's what you're doing here, actually.
It's giving voice to people's passions and for our community, giving them opportunities to raise awareness to what they're doing in it. So it's important to me to create avenues for the world to know exactly what we're doing here in Little Adams County. And they can do it in their local neighborhoods. They can do it in their communities.
Yeah, it's true.
And make a difference. But it takes all of us, And somebody had said earlier, we're not competing with one another. We're complementing one another. And
absolutely, right.
What Megan and those folks know over there, they can share with me, and what we're doing, they can we're happy to share with them. And it's how do we come together for what's best for the people that we serve in our community.
I agree.
Your story is so interesting because you went to college here.
I did.
You and your
a
husband
long time
met
ago.
here.
Yes.
And I don't know what that story is, if you fell in love here or went somewhere else and that happened, but I don't know. But then you decided to move back here and settle.
Yes. In retirement.
In retirement.
Really. So, right. And so fortunate to retire a little bit younger than some others and have time to learn a lot about the community and sort of get integrated in the community and what's going on here. And that's sort of interesting because you and I have talked how, you were sort of corporate manufacturing, nose to the grindstone, and didn't really know everything that was going on here. And now you're like, wow, look at all this stuff.
It's this great big world that I'm like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is happening. These are things that are getting fixed. And
it's so exciting. But I was in the position where I was here and sort of trying to find my way in a new community. So I got to do that right from day one. And there is a lot of good work going on here.
But what amazes me so much is that you have this passion for human beings. I mean, we walk around and go through life and do our thing, and we live in our little bubble in our silo, at least for me. And I really focused on my job and my kids, and my immediate little area, and I didn't think about those things. And then when I meet people like you who just care and want to figure out the best ways to help, not enable someone to not make it and just throw money at a problem or something that doesn't work, but you really want to know how is this going to work, what is the best way towards self-sustainment, those types of things. Like you push those envelopes for I think real restoration, not just something that's surface that can't be sustained or maintained.
Thank you.
You push for
Nice.
sustainment, and you.
I am. like I said, I was fortunate that I was at this time in my life where I could, help others. And, but I too had those times where it was nose to the grindstone, all about the kids and the job and all of that. But it is, I'm serious when I say, you get back more than you give. And this community is a very generous community.
Oh, they
and
are.
There's a lot of good organizations helping people in all different kinds of need.
So tell us about the organization that you chair. You're the board chair for
Adams County Community Foundation. Thank you for asking. Most widely known for being the host of the Adams County Giving Spree, which, I say generous, and I think you're thinking, whoa, yeah, because the Giving Spree has raised over $3 million, over 3.6 this year, each of the last few years. And that is amazing for a county the size of Adams County.
And we're literally usually either the top or in the leaderboard per capita for community giving.
In the past few years, And so the push has really been to develop these endowed funds for the different organizations, as well as the fund for Adams County, which sits at the Adams County Community Foundation. And that message has really spread and now taken hold, and many organizations, I think maybe more than 60, have endowed funds at the Community Foundation big enough that they're spinning off money every year to help these organizations do what they do.
And it continues to feed those organizations long into the future.
Forever. Forever is the concept. So.
And you guys also give out grants and scholarships and just the things that you guys do. And you decided to chair this board,
Yeah, so there's grants. Adams County Grants is a big one that sort of is happening right now. There are 2 rounds of grants every year, and interestingly, the focus of the grants sort of shift with the times. And this year, the focus has changed a little bit to be mental health, affordable housing, food security. Oh darn, am I going to forget one? And workforce development.
Yeah.
So those are great needs in the community. And then there are other funds, like the Fund for the Environment is one of my favorites because it helps with the glass recycling and other environmental projects. And then donors have funds in different areas of interest, things that are important to them. And you mentioned the scholarships. So we give out almost 200,000, I think. Oh, you should know this, worth of scholarships every year. And that's an interesting field that might be changing, and it is changing a little bit. More scholarships are going towards workforce development or trades, that sort of thing. So what else do? We help donors decide how they want to give, basically. And grow these endowed funds so that Adams County can be doing well into the future.
Well, we are certainly so grateful for you and the support that you guys give us, not only you personally, but the Community Foundation and Ralph and your team out there, just amazing folks, making a huge difference in our little Adams County.
I think that the Adams County Community Foundation really is. There's an energy, not just at the Community Foundation, but with the nonprofits.
It spreads, and it's contagious, and
I think
you're part of it.
You're part of it.
Oh, I'm trying to be. Thank you so much, Cynthia.
You're welcome.
And thank you for coming out here in the cold.
Yeah, it's not as cold as I thought.
It's not.
But you're going to get cold. So I brought you a couple things that I don't know if they'll help, but these might come in handy.
Oh, these hand warmers, like the warmer pad things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, there's another one in here. There you go.
Thank you.
And I noticed you have electricity, and I brought a heating pad. If you would like it.
Thank you.
Would you like the?
I would
heating pad?
take it.
I think you might
not
want
need it now, but later.
Especially if Mark doesn't share his tents.
Yes, exactly.
Right. In fact, I could give you my bag, but anyway, it was delightful talking to you.
Very delightful. Always.
Do we have somebody
Yes, we
you
have
somebody
Angie
waiting.
Vines is coming.
That's great.
She is with, and I met her through the Giving Spree because of the
Oh
way
my
we
gosh.
did it last year.
That's great.
So yeah, she's with
The
John's
live.
Meals from Upper Adams.
That's great.
So I get
Well,
to talk with her.
so
in a
nice
minute.
to talk to you.
You too. Thank
Take
you,
care.
Cynthia.
Stay warm.
And thank your husband. I mean, you guys are just
Thank
wonderful
you.
people.
Well, we're
And
so
thankful.
fortunate to have you and ARM doing all the good work you're doing.
Thank you.
So, okay, so
Have a good night. We
hi.
appreciate you.
Thanks.
Come on,
Take
Angie.
care.
I brought you just a bag of food so we can show like what we.
Oh, great. Perfect. Yeah. Have a seat. We'll get in there. So this is Angie Vines, and Angie runs John's Meals in Upper Adams. And what she does is we have, children who come in and they have very little food over the weekend, and it's just, they get meals from school, and they're on assisted food programs, probably, free or assisted. And what they found out were these children weren't eating over the weekend, and they would come in on Monday morning and just starving, and they'd go to the nurse's office, and the nurse would give them granola bars and things. So Angie's like, we can't have this. Like, we got to fix this. So Angie, you're amazing. You're a warrior here in Adams County, just trying to fix problems, and you take care of some of the most vulnerable children in our neighborhoods, and really help them in a meaningful way. I can't, we take it for granted. If I'm hungry, I'll pull through a drive-through or stop at a, gas station or whatever. I can, whenever, I have the means to do that. But when you're a kid and you're hungry and trying to learn and trying to navigate life and all those things, it's almost impossible.
Yes, we figured this out about 11 years ago.
Yeah.
That we had issues, and we represent Upper Adams School District in Biggleville, Orangeville area, and so we decided that we needed to do something. And so currently we serve grades 2 through 6, but they can take home bags for their siblings as well.
Mm-hmm. So if there's 4 or 5 kids in the family.
Yes. We have them taking home 4 and 5 bags per week.
Right.
And so it does work well for them. We even send home a cake mix and icing and candles for their birthday for them, because different ones say, we've never had a birthday cake. And
parents have to choose between a birthday cake and, a meal to put on the table. They
right.
Of course they're going to choose.
Correct. So we're very happy to be able to do this. We started this, like I said, this is our 11th year of service to Upper Adams School District, and we have many, many volunteers from our whole area, and we appreciate the Adams Rescue Mission is coming on as a partner with us.
Yeah.
We're so happy to have you on.
Well, thank you.
And so everything has just been working out very well. If one door shuts, another one opens for us. So we're very happy with that. We're currently sending home 179 bags per week to grades 2 through 6. Then even in the middle school and the high school, we do send granola bars and things like that to the middle school and high school, because there are sometimes those students just can't get there in time for breakfast in the morning.
Right.
And so we send those, and actually we're in the middle of trying to negotiate a program for the middle school and high school as well.
Okay.
So we're that's still working.
So what kind of support do we need to make that happen? What are you looking for?
Well,
when I say
what we're actually looking at is one of the clubs at the high school is looking to perhaps maybe see what they can do. Then we need to work, of course, with administration and everything as to what can we do, and what do they want, what do they need, what can they take, and those kind of things. So we're very happy to try and start something like that as well.
So you have roughly 180 bags of food that you're sending out there for these kids on the weekend,
Yes.
so that they have food to eat.
Yes.
What's the need? This is what you're able to do because of your budget size and what you're able to raise funding.
Well, actually, we do send out a letter saying, and if anyone feels that they are food insecure in their homes, please sign up for our program. And so we have some come and go, different ones. I mean, we could have a father who's laid off, not working, so we get those in, and then we've gotten a phone call saying, Dad got a job.
Yeah.
Please, take us off the list so that you can give those to someone else. So that's what we're working with right now.
So many people in Adams County don't think this is going on here.
Oh.
This is Adams County, Pennsylvania. We're okay.
Yeah. We have in our 11 years, we have sent out over 175,000 meals.
Oh my goodness.
To Upper Adams. Yes, we just put our numbers in for the end of the year, and we are over 175,000 meals that we have done. And we started out very small. We started out small with just one elementary school, added another, then worked things around, added grades. We added breakfast. We had not originally had breakfast, but now we do 2 days of breakfast on the weekend. So we send home 12 to 14 items per week.
Yeah.
And that includes entrees, vegetables, cans of vegetables. We send cans because they're cheaper and they feed more people in the family.
And they don't get destroyed on the bus?
They don't get destroyed on the bus. We have. I'll wait till they go by. Yeah. We have fruits and snacks, and also, like I said, the breakfast items, cereal, and oatmeal. And then we do have fresh fruit too. We're very fortunate to have one of our donor who donates fresh apples to us each and every week.
I mean, we're in apple country.
Yes, yes. So we're very pleased with that, and we work with different groups. Some groups volunteer to bring in a certain item, and then others will bring in another item. Now, unfortunately, it's not usually enough to cover our needs, so then we have to go purchase the balance. But the Giving Spree is our biggest fundraiser as well.
So what's your annual budget? What do you guys have to work off of?
Frankly, I can't really tell you that right now because I'm not the treasurer.
Oh, okay. Okay, how about another question? If you had more resources, are there more kids in need?
I believe that there probably are. We work constantly with the guidance counselors at the school. I wanted to add, we wished to add, in fact, even the school board had wished to add the younger grades at the elementary school. However, it was determined that those bags just are a little too heavy for the kids to take home. So that's why we start in second grade. But we do feed, if they have a sibling who is ages 4 through a senior in high school, we will send home bags for all of them, and we do. So we're very happy with that.
What a blessing. And then it's so much fun. We get together and we meet in the basement of this church up in Arntsville.
Zion UCC.
And
yes.
they allow you to use the church there. And everything's preset, and we run through these assembly lines and pack out these bags. And then we get to take them to the school and hand them to these kids. And like Angie said, the ones who have the birthday cakes and stuff, I mean, these kids come running in, and it's like a pack of wild wolves just like running through there, and they're so thankful, and they're like, thank you, and happy, and that's what childhood is supposed to be like.
And we've had some students, especially at the beginning of the school year, they'll turn around and say, "Oh, my mommy says I'm supposed to thank you." And we get a chuckle out of that.
Teaching them good manners. That's good.
But we had a new student added just this week, And that student's birthday is next week, so he got a birthday cake mix, and icing and candles for it. He's going to turn 10 this next week, and he was just thrilled. He was thrilled, and so we were very happy, to do that.
So what gives Angie Vines a heart for this?
It started when I stopped at the school, with a school nurse, because our church at Zion, we do donate other things to the school. And this girl a student in the high school, comes running into the nurse's office, not seeing me, and she says, "I am so hungry. Do you have any granola bars?" And the nurse said, "Yes, go get yourself some." And she turned around, she saw me, she goes, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I interrupted you." And I said, No. And the girl left, and I looked at the nurse and I said, "What is going on?" And the nurse said, "We have hungry kids." And I said, "That does it. We have to do something." And we knew that at our church alone, we could not afford to run a full program. So that's why we started the UACT, which is the Upper Adams Christians Together. And Upper Adams Christians Together, yes. And so they are our 501c3 umbrella, and we work under them, along with there's some other groups that work under UACT as well. But that has worked out very well because we have other churches in the area, other businesses, individuals, and organizations just like you guys, and so we're very happy to have that, and we hope to continue to grow as we're needed. I had a gentleman that was interviewing our church one year for something. He was asking. We were asking for money for something, not just John's Meals, but the church was. And he said to me, he says, "So how long do you consider you're going to do this?" And we were only at like year 3. Okay, how long do you think you're going to do this? And I looked and I said, "Well, as long as we have hungry kids, we're going to feed them."
Exactly.
And he says, "Well, usually a program like this dies after like 4 or 5 years."
Yeah.
And I said, I made up my mind. No, as long as we have hungry kids, we're not going to stop.
Yeah, the key to making those things last is growing up that next generation,
right,
and getting them to understand how important this is.
Teachers are very helpful. I mean, they will send names to the different to the guidance counselors and suggestions and things like that. We also work everything that we do in both Spanish and English for our Hispanic families. We have quite a large Hispanic population in Upper Adams School District, and so we worked with them, very well. And I think that's a key to trying to keep everybody going as well. So I did bring along a bag.
Oh, well,
Am I running out of time?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. I brought along a sample bag. Now we do have 4 rotating menus that we use, and so the kids don't get bored with food. Because I talked to some other school districts and they send home the same thing every week, and I went, ew.
Yeah.
We get tired of that. And so we have things like, we have SpaghettiOs, we do Hormel meals, we have ravioli and things like that as an entree. We do soup. Now, we specifically request only tomato or chicken noodle, because those kids don't like cream of anything.
No.
We have fruit cups that we do for them every week. We have applesauce every week. Sometimes we have pudding. Here are some of these. They're like a like a ramen noodle bowl. And of course, we have apples. We have crackers, pretzels, a vegetable. And this one was corn. Along with, here's tuna. Tuna. A tuna pack.
Those are wonderful things to donate and bring to you.
And then, of course, we have in them cereal packs and oatmeal packs every week.
Now,
like
you guys,
I said, along with fresh fruit.
Now, you guys get money and you go shopping at whoever has the sales that week,
Right.
Sam's Clubs, those types of
Right.
things, because
Right.
the box sizes and things are very important.
Yes.
It's not like, okay, I can just bring my extra box of cereal down and drop it off to you.
Yeah.
It's not usable because these kids have to pack it in this bag, put it in their book bag, and take it home.
Right.
And maintaining these children's dignity, because
Right.
kids are cruel.
Right.
They pick on each other, those kinds of things. So it's very important that, and we had to learn that quickly as well, because we're
Yes.
helping you support that. It's not that they're being picky, that these kids won't eat anything. They will. It's understanding that, trying to keep these kids' dignity, get them in the sizes that'll fit in these bags that they can hide away in their book bag,
Right.
and not be gawked at and questioned.
Right.
And,
Because we hand these out to them right before the end of the school day, their last day of the week, which in fact this week, it was yesterday, because the kids only had a half a day of school today. So they will come and get these, they'll put them in their book bag, and usually by then it's time to hit the bus.
Yeah.
And or parents to pick them up.
So tell me why it's called John's Meals.
Okay, John's Meals. There was the janitor from Arnsville Elementary School for many, 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 many years, and he retired from there. He and his wife never had children, but he loved the kids. And he would even, if he knew kids didn't have money for something, he would let them push the broom up and down the hall and give them a quarter for it. Thought that was a great deal. And so he would give to the churches, the fire companies, the Boy Scouts, the Cub Scouts, the Girl Scouts. He was very, very generous with his funds. And upon his passing, we were notified by his attorney that he had generously given money to the churches, the fire company, and scouts and everything like that. And so we just thought,
yeah, this is Gettysburg at night.
Yeah.
The trucks rolling
We
through.
just thought that it would be a wonderful thing to remember John by calling it John's Meals. I said, I'm sure he's up there rolling around saying, oh, I wish you guys wouldn't have done that. but we're so pleased. And at that time, we started our first week with 30 bags, and we thought, 30. Wow, that's so much, and now we continue to grow, and we're very, very happy.
So, Angie, I just want to thank you for all that you do, you and your team, and we know Kathy Fissel, up there with you, and
we
folks.
have an executive board of 10 people, and so we meet monthly to handle all the administrative work and everything of the board. Everybody has a job. Everybody has a certain part that they do. I just happen to be overseeing everything as the program coordinator. But if there are any issues or anything, of course, I do my best to get it straightened out. And I do go and speak to different groups, to churches, to areas, about what we do, and just try to get some more notes out there to people.
Yeah.
Because even after 11 years, people say, John's Meals? What's that?
Yeah.
What's John's Meals?
Yep.
And so we're still trying to do that. Yep. But we figure between all of our people who are purchasing the food, and our people who stage our food on our tables, our people who pack and deliver all of the everything, that because we have 3 different teams that we have for that we have about 75 different volunteer positions. Now, mind you, I think I do 8 of them.
Yeah.
But we do have about 75 different volunteer positions. And even in the summer, come August, we will have a volunteer appreciation night.
Yeah.
that we have, and we want to thank all of our volunteers who can come and stuff like that. So it's very nice. We really appreciate it.
Well, we're thankful for your heart. And how can people support you? Where do they go? If they want to donate to John's Meals, to check into what you're doing and see how they can support you, how do they get a hold of you?
Well, they can either give me a call
Yep.
at 717-253-8624. My email address is the number 4. It's 4vines, VINES, 752 at Comcast.net. That's 4vines752 at Comcast.net. Or if they would like to send a financial donation, those are always appreciated.
Yeah.
Appreciated. And
It's the tool we use to make things happen.
yes,
It just
yes,
is,
yes. And so those checks may be made payable to John's Meals, and they can be mailed to UACT, P.O. Box 593, I believe it is, in Lawrenceville, 17303.
Perfect.
We're
Thank you
so
so
happy.
much, Angie. Thank you for everything you do. It's just amazing. It caught my heart when I stood there and talked with Kathy Fissel at the Giving Spree, as we were doing it.
Yeah.
And I'm just
and
like,
I got
okay,
there
we got to
right
figure
after
out
you
how to
had
help.
left, I believe, and she had said about, let's go talk with them. And I think I have been at your office now probably 6 times.
Oh, yeah, you're
since
more than
then.
welcome all the time. Come on down. And I
So-
think we have some food to deliver up to you, so we're ready for
okay.
that.
Yep, the chips are going out this week.
Perfect, wonderful.
They will just.
That's something they don't get.
The
I mean,
kids will love that.
a bag of
because-
chips,
Yeah, we do send out surveys,
Uh-huh.
Spanish and English,
Yeah.
and ask them, do you eat this stuff? Do you help to make it? What do you think? What's this? What's that? What would you like to have? What don't you like? That kind of thing. And they're always asking for chips.
Yep.
And they would like to have eggs for breakfast, but it's a little difficult.
That's
to
hard
get
to get
eggs.
in this bag in one piece on the
and
school
to
bus.
get it home on a school bus, yes. But so normally chips is not an item that we send because we do try to be as healthy as we can. There is a limit of what you can do, but we try to be as healthy as we can. We have had nutritionalists look at our menus and things, and so by the grateful donation that we received from you this last week, we're sending home little bags of chips with the kids this week.
Well, wonderful.
And they will just think it's wonderful. They will think it's wonderful. So thank you again.
You're quite welcome.
And
we
you
love
are
you.
wonderful
We
for
appreciate you.
sitting out here like this.
I mean, can you imagine this being your life? And
Yes.
where do I go tomorrow? I'm going to go right
Yes.
here. Where am I
And
going the week after that? Right
because
here.
actually we know that we do have homeless kids that we're helping to take care of. There are quite a few homeless students in the school district.
And they live in their cars, their parents' cars with them.
And we help. Our church also has been helping out with different supplies for them and things as needed.
Yeah.
So we go from there what we can. So.
Well, we certainly appreciate you for all that you do, everything you're doing in our community. Keep at it, and again, just what a blessing you are.
Yeah.
So,
well,
thank you.
Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah.
And everybody, give us a call.
We appreciate it.
All righty.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
You getting ready to head out, Mr. Worley? Okay. All right.
Oh my. You're gonna stay here.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's why I thought, I'd bring a bag that just showed some of the stuff that we do, and go from there.
No, that's good. You get people helping to support you and more awareness out there. I think it'll be
Yeah. You guys are. It isn't on right now.
It's on,
Oh.
but it's.
Oh, okay.
here, brother.
Is this on? Or?
Yep, it's on. All right. So we have Mike Flaherty.
Yes.
Am I saying it right?
Yes.
So Mike is one of our volunteers. I just know him as Mike. So Mike literally puts in, oh my gosh, you work 2 days a week, and you work about 4 or 5 hours a day with us on those days?
Yes.
Every single week of the year. Just incredibly dedicated to Adams Rescue Mission. And Mike drives our trucks and does our furniture runs and teaches the guys that he's with how to treat customers, how to talk to them, how to, I don't know. It's like a brotherhood, you get to pour into their lives, and all that time on the road, I'm sure they get to share things with you and stuff. But what gives you the passion to help us the way you do? What drives that?
First of all, I want to say I'm unprepared because I wasn't really sure of the format. Yeah. But the reason I enjoy working there was because you're helping people that are at some of the lowest points of their life. Yeah. And it's, to me, I feel like I'm blessed, and I need to help others as much as I can. I mean, that's been a theme of my life really since high school, I think.
And so we're with Community Media of South Central PA, and Ray Galker. He's he's the big wig there. Ray, you grew up with him, right?
We went to high school together, and we actually wrestled together, but he was a big muscle-bound guy.
Yeah.
I was just a skinny old thing.
Where was that at? What school did you go to?
Dillon Catholic High School.
Oh, okay, over in Dillon.
My dad was a teacher and coach there. So.
Oh, cool. Wow, you guys had some really good wrestling teams over the years. It's pretty solid. So, no, you get to work with these guys, and what are some of the highlights of that? Do you what are some points where it was like, man, that really affected me?
Well, typically, to me, I kind of think of that. A lot of the guys have never been in jail in their life, but right. I think of that. I heard once someone say. There's somebody that had just got out of jail, and what were they in for? What did they do? And I said, do you really want to know?
Yeah.
Somebody to have to tell their story of their life by starting off with one of the low points of their life. And for me, I don't talk to them about anything personal unless they want to share. Mm-hmm. And of course, we're driving all over the county, sometimes even into York County, mm-hmm. and we have a bit of time to talk, and it's up to them. If they want to talk and share, then that's fine. But a lot of them tell the story of their life and it's just, in general, it's like, wow, what else could go wrong?
Yeah.
And to me, it seems like it's a blessing that they were able to get into the mission and get their life stabilized. And I think all of them, though, impress me because they have plans for their life.
Uh-huh.
And whether they work out or not depends on other resources as well as their motivation, but they all have plans to get a job, get an apartment, and of course you know about that because you're helping them do that.
So a lot of people think homelessness is kind of this. Somebody who's lazy, sitting on a bench. We were sitting on chairs, but it's sitting on a bench. They can't do anything in life, don't want to do anything in life. What would you say to that?
Well, it's certainly not true.
Yeah.
I mean, every one of their circumstances is completely different, but none of them asked for the position that they're currently in.
Right.
And they're highly motivated to get out. I think this is really a national issue. It's not just local, but certainly you've been addressing that. Housing is not cheap here. I don't know if it's because it's a county seat. There's a lot of houses being built, but it's a county seat. It's a college town, and it's really expensive to get an apartment around here. And oftentimes they have to room together with others, and they've done that in the past.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's not cheap anywhere. I mean, it's here in Adams County, it's limited on the amount of available and again, there's this big argument right now. Yeah, well, we have this many people here, and there's this much housing, so there is. And that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about attainable housing for people who are making, households that are bringing in, $100,000 or less, really. How much is out there that they can afford realistically, and be able to save and be able to put money away and have safety, and then, the people we deal with are the very lowest of that form, and that's almost non-existent, that type of housing. So, these people have no place to go. But the other thing is, homeless people, when we talk about a lot of the homeless, the chronically homeless, a lot of them have or are recovering from addictions or lack of mental health care. So, one of those big pieces is that we try to help with, and certainly you in the vocational side, and you don't even realize it, is preparing these people to be, renters or homeowners, or they're not even ready for that. And if we put them in there and just throw them in a house and leave them alone, they're not going to last, and they're going to lose it, and it's just a matter of time. They get thrown out, evicted. They don't have the skills and resources and support systems and accountability to make that happen. So, Mike, for you, I think, one, you volunteer, which is huge because we don't have this huge payroll that we can put out and pay people to do a lot of these things. So people like you volunteer for us and give up their time and put in their efforts. But you also, you bring humanity, you bring relationship, you bring somebody who's not sitting there judging them or telling them they're horrible people. You're riding around with them. You're not forcing anything out of them, and just there for conversation. I'm here if you need me. If you don't, you're struggling. Those things are fine. So I just, my hat's off to you for doing what you do and giving of yourself the way that you do. It's just wonderful to see.
One thing I did want to add was it's not just the guys I work with that come through the mission, but the mission, of course, helps a lot of people that can't afford furniture, and we deliver it free. And I've probably been to most of the low-income houses and apartments in the county, and there's some people, it's just unbelievable the circumstances they live in. Even the people that are housed sometimes have housing that falls far short of what it should be.
What it should be, yeah. No, I mean, that's a great point. A lot of people don't know that, their donations and stuff that come to us, when they bring them in, oftentimes, we turn those around and that stuff gets given away, especially furniture and clothing. Those are necessities in life, and we give a lot of that away. And so it takes money to make those things happen. It takes volunteers to make those things happen. And sometimes people get mad at us because we can't take what they're giving. And the reason for that is, people who give us stuff and it's torn and ripped and those types of things. One, if we're trying to resell it, we can't resell that. But I've even heard people say, well, they're going to people who don't have anything, so why wouldn't they just appreciate this? And I understand where they're coming from, but don't they deserve or need or require a bed that doesn't have stains on it, or a couch that doesn't have one of the cushions missing? In my mind, if it's good enough for me to buy, then it's good enough for them to have. And it's we want to do the best we can with the resources that we have, and these people really do appreciate it. It's not like they're expecting it. You get those people every once in a while, but for the most part, how happy are these people when you bring their stuff to them?
Oh, they love it. They love it, and they're always thankful. But the donors that we talk to, I just keep it simple. Is that I don't say it's going to be given away, even though they sometimes know that it's going to be given away. But I just said, is this something that you would go into a store yourself and buy? And if it's broken or stained or dirty, then we're not able to accept it. And that's probably the hardest part of the job, is not dealing with it. I get along well with most of the guys, and I don't have any significant problems with any of them.
Sometimes
But
there's frustrations when
sometimes-
people are like, why won't you take this?
It's the donors, right?
And it's because I have to put it in the dumpster, and that costs money, and it's very expensive. So no, we appreciate our donors. We appreciate those people giving us stuff.
Yeah.
But please understand, sometimes that we can accept certain things. If it's missing a chair, missing a leg, I don't have anyone to do furniture repair. As nice as that is, and as well meant as that is, sometimes we just can't. And Mike, you're the face of that. You have to deal with it. So.
And I want people to understand that is a rare event, that we
Very
can't
rare,
accept something.
yeah.
And I don't want people to think that they shouldn't be donating,
Yeah.
because we need those donations, both for people that are getting the vouchers that we call them, or people that are buying them to keep the mission going.
To keep the money going, to keep that flow.
You have a tough job.
So no, I have the best job. It's amazing to work with folks like you, to work with our staff, a lot of which we've started meeting this evening. We have tough stuff. We navigate things. I'd be bored if I didn't. So I need those things to keep me energized. But it's just such a blessing to figure out what tools can I give Mike? What tools can I give these guys to go out and be this piece of the ministry? And just so thankful to you and your wife and your family. They're the ones who sacrifice as well, because you could be at home hanging out with them, And
My son just came home from college. But
yeah. He graduated or just came home for...
He just came home for the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you get to go see him, and
Yes.
you took time away from that to come see me.
Well, I said
so.
hello and goodbye.
Very
I was
good.
leaving as he came in.
Yeah. So go home and see him. We thank you so much, and enjoy your family, and thank your wonderful wife for allowing us to have you as much as we do.
Okay.
So
Right.
we appreciate you, Mike.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you, brother.
Take care.
Have a good night. Take care. He's good. He keeps it running. It's running all night.
Tell Randy I said hello.
All right. He
Take
said
care.
tell Randy he said hello.
Do you have other people coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, so do you want something from Starbucks?
Oh, no,
I am not a Starbucks person.
Yeah, no.
I don't drink coffee or anything.
I
If
have
you want something.
chai tea rod and some coffee right here, and so I am cool.
Text me if you want something. All right,
Thank you,
take
brother.
care.
Yep. See you. How'd that go for you? Good. You gotta tell me your name. Kirkland. Because it's like the Costco brand. It's just spelled like turkey. One more of that. I'm on it. So if I don't talk to you on a weekly basis or anything, yeah. If I ask if I'm more time, you'll call again. Yeah. What time is it? Another week out. Yeah, right. Okay. I got nothing really until 8:30. Unless I grab somebody off the street. I'm going to run down and use the restroom. Okay. So then, I'll be right back. Where are you going to use the restroom? Down at the Agape House. I can give you passwords and stuff. Let me do it when you get back. Okay.
be right back.
Are you guys looking for Will?
Yeah, we just saw him. He was going to get his pants or whatever. He's coming right back. So when is your shift over?
So I got here around 6:15. I'm here till about 12, 1 o'clock.
Okay, so is there a camera on the whole time?
So we have 3 cameras running the entire time.
Wow. Now, is there going to be someone here manning it the whole time? Yes. So I guess when's he going to sleep? He's not sleeping?
I want to say Will's going to have a replacement.
You're on camera, just so you know.
Oh, am I on camera?
It's not. They can't hear it.
Oh, they can't hear it. I don't think. Do you think people are going to sit in for it?
I want to say yes. I mean, 24 hours is a long time.
I don't know. We'll have to ask him. Yeah, we can sit on that bench and wait for Pat-Ball. He'll be back soon.
Are you gonna be next on his talk show?
No.
Are you gonna give Pat all the snacks?
Where are you going? What's your name?
No.
That's there's my Willie. What's your name?
Willow.
Willow what? Willow Bonner?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you my granddaughter?
Yeah.
All right. Did you come up here to see me?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. That is very nice of you. Are you having a good night?
Yeah.
Did you bring your puppy with you?
Yeah. She is Honey.
It's Honey. That's your puppy's name?
Yeah.
It's Honey?
Yeah.
Wow. And who's this?
Mia.
Amelia. And who's Amelia?
Me.
It's my sweet Meebles. Is Mommy getting a picture of you? So, how old are you?
3.
3? Oh, wow. You know that's on, right?
Yeah.
You know that microphone's on. It is on. You can talk in it.
Peppa. Peppa. Just Papa.
Some big trucks going around here, aren't there? Yeah? Are you cold?
No.
No? You all bundled up? What'd you have for dinner?
Beans and hot dogs.
Hot dogs and beans?
Yeah.
Ew. Do you like? What's that? Oh, sweet. Some chips and some Reese's Pieces. Socks. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, here's Honey. Yeah, Honey's your new puppy, right? All right. Very cool. Are you gonna talk to Honey?
So that's Honey, and I'm a megaphone.
Okay, here you go, but not for long.
Here's your microscope. And you say a little woof
When's your
woof.
next interview?
Meow meow woof woof.
Right now. Take one.
Oh, me?
So this is my son-in-law, Josh.
Yeah.
And the first time I met Josh, let's see, he was about 13. He comes in my house right after these fresh cookies were just made. And I'm sitting out on the couch watching TV. And I hear my fridge open. And I hear this raspy little voice. I'm like, what the heck? And I'm sitting there. And next thing I know, this young man comes and sits down to me and says, "Hi, Mr. Hudson. Would you like a cookie?" And he's eating my cookies and drinking milk out of my fridge. That was my first memory of meeting Josh. So Josh is, again, he's my son-in-law. And he and my daughter, they were friends back then. And then they started dating in high school. And they went to college together at WVU. And she became a teacher, of course. And Josh is an engineer. And these are my two beautiful granddaughters. Yeah. And her sparkly boots. And this is my Amelia, and she's a dancer. She can dance and sing and all that good stuff. It's your turn? What is your favorite thing about your daddy?
Ooh, what's risky asking? Hot mic.
I love you so. I love my daddy, and he's big.
You love your daddy and what?
He's big. Now let me say a couple.
Okay, what do you love about your daddy?
'Cause he's strong and big, and I
He's
love him.
strong and big and you love him? Does he make you feel safe?
No.
No?
No. So,
Does he cook any dinner? Is he a good cook?
No.
Sometimes he makes pretty good burgers.
Yeah, but not.
He
And
makes
I
some
like.
smash burgers.
I
You cook good?
Yeah, I cook
You
eggs.
can cook
I can cook eggs.
You can cook eggs.
And so we got to sit there, but I sit in the stroller. And this is Holly, and this is Daddy, and Mommy, and Amelia.
And Papa's out here raising awareness for homeless because there's some people who have to sleep outside because they don't have a home to sleep in. Can you believe that? So Papa's helping those people.
So, and cousin one, daughter, and don't know
Here, Willie, I'm
who
gonna sit
it
with you.
is. So, I don't know who's in those cars, and I don't know, so that's like a mess. My favorite color is purple, blue, and yellow. And pink.
And pink.
Are you here the
That's
whole
my
time?
turn, Pop.
Yeah, so the big thing that we're trying to do, hang on one second, sweetie.
Yeah, I want to ask several questions.
One thing. So yeah, I'll be here from 4 o'clock today till 4 o'clock tomorrow. Just one, raising awareness for the fact that we have a fairly large homeless population in Adams County, but there's also a lot of people out there who are working on this problem and working with the people who are homeless. A lot of really wonderful, great organizations. How do we work together? How do we partner together and show support and help solve some of these problems? The lives that you guys are able to give to your children, that came from a lot of great opportunities that you were able to take advantage of. Is not all those opportunities that other people have had. It came from being educated. Not everyone has the opportunity to be educated. It came from the drive inside you. It came from a family support system. All those things. And there's a lot of people out there who didn't have that. Something broke, something happened, and it just continued to spiral out of control. And how do we put a stop to it? And how do we change the generational issues and give them the opportunity? Cece, for instance, the first person in our family that went to college. You know what I mean? So she's changing that. She's changing the expectation. She's setting the bar higher. And again, it's because there were opportunities and support systems to be able to go do that. You know, yourself, you came up in a system that had rules and guidelines and boundaries, and you know. But a lot of these people that we're talking to, we see some huge traumatic breaks. You know. In abuse or addiction or, you know, those types of things. And oftentimes many of those things together. So it's bringing awareness to that. I'm certainly not out here trying to be homeless or pretend like this is what it's like to be homeless. I have food, I have clothing, I can go home at any time if I want to. You know, I have support systems and stuff. But it's iconic of, you know, it's a symbol of what homelessness is. And could you imagine sitting here and being like, okay, I need to make life decisions to get better and get out of this from this spot. And all you can really think about is staying warm. Where's my next meal coming from? Where can I use the bathroom facilities? Who's going to throw me out of here? Those types of things. So what we offer at ARM and many, you know, not many, but several of the other organizations around is trying to figure out how to best solve some of those or get people access to what they need to get out of that. So there's.
That's my turn.
Wait, Daddy has a question.
Hang on, wait.
Daddy has a question.
So, you know, when I think of your heart and what you guys do and what this community means to you guys.
How did you get that?
Well, that's kind of my question is, and we walk around town a lot, and we've many times seen people who appear to be homeless or, you know, in a tough situation. What's the best thing that somebody could do? Like an actionable item that someone could do? You know, that's a hard one because I don't want anyone to put themselves in harm's way or something like that. But it's if you have the opportunity and if it seems safe and if you have people around you and stuff. And again, I don't want to say that homeless people are not safe. That's not 99.9% is not true. They're very safe. It's just very broken and in a bad situation. If you feel safe approaching, you know, let them know that there are services here. You know, we can get on the bus. They can get on the bus and come right out the ARM. There's a bus stop there. And we may not take them. We may not be able to. We may not be able equipped to take them. We may not even have space. However, we will feed them. We will clothe them. We will get them showered up and all, and find some place to get them to. Find the right fit for them. And sometimes we're not. And, you know, we have, during the wintertime months here, we have an awesome organization called CARES right down the road. They take folks in. It's here at St. James Church. And really amazing. SCAP has a lot of resources, food banks and things. There's a soup kitchen right here in town. Love to have her come out and talk with me. She's just an amazing person who runs that out there. So, you know, there's different resources and we can help them. So if people run into somebody like that, feel free to get a hold of us, send them out to us. You know, and we're happy. Yeah, you know, again, we may not have the space. They may not, you know, we may not have, if they need medical care or something like that, we don't have staff that can handle certain medical things and stuff yet. So, you know, but we will find a spot for them. We will continue to call. We will house them until we find a spot for them.
Papa, after you're done, can I do it?
After I'm done, can you do it?
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, now it's Willow's turn. Let's let Willow talk a minute.
So,
Hang on 1 second.
These are my grandfathers, and there's other cars coming from here.
What's your favorite thing about Papaw?
Is there somebody scheduled at some point?
Papa is big and strong.
Papaw's big and strong.
Yeah, and
what does Papaw do when you go to Kenny's?
Gets a toy. And the stock right now and it's past our bedtime. And
it is past your bedtime. Let's let Amelia say something.
No,
Amelia has something to say.
Okay.
Okay, let's let me say.
I'm just glad that the animals are okay.
Yeah.
Animals are okay. Where do you go to school? Where do you go to school?
At Lincoln
Lincoln Elementary
School.
Do you like Gettysburg?
Yeah.
Do you like Adams County? That's the county we live in?
No, no,
Yeah.
no. Hey, no, no.
I
It's a-
like the animals better when I
It's a pretty nice place, isn't it? We're pretty lucky to live here.
Now it's my turn.
You have lots of turns
We
And
gotta let Papa get.
because you're a willow.
I
so
saw the lady
here,
who was just here. She does the bags. Hold on. She does the bags for Upper
John,
Adams.
yep, John's Meals.
So have you heard
Angie
of
Vines.
Ruth's Harvest?
Yeah, Ruth's Harvest is huge in this area. She was,
Sean Waybrand,
yeah.
the guy I share a room with at school.
Yeah.
Runs that.
We'll have him come down and talk to me.
Yeah, I should.
Reach out to him. There's tons of slots open tomorrow. There's
Yeah.
tons of slots through the night tonight. He can come down and
I don't know. I looked and it
chat.
looked like only
This evening was all
10:45.
scheduled up. Yeah.
Oh, good. If it's new stuff, I haven't seen it. So.
Are you
Uh,
sleeping out here?
I'm not sleeping. I'll be up all night, but
You're staying
I don't
up
know
all
how much
night?
I'll sleep, but I'll be here all night and then through tomorrow. I mean, again, this is uncomfortable. Can you imagine?
Hold on, Papa's talking.
Can you imagine being uncomfortable and how am I going to change my life from right here?
Yeah. Well, I think too, like, it's this uncomfortable, but to your point, like, you have a way out. You know, there's an end date, an end time. If you need something, you can call. What if you were stuck here and you had no one to turn to? You felt alone. You're freezing, and you don't know when the next time you're going to be warm is. You know, I mean, that's a completely different type of isolation.
Or heaven forbid, you're addicted to a drug and your body's craving that and you can't get it and you're here and or you have mental health issues that are unchecked or medication that you need and you're not getting access to it. And, I just can't imagine how alone and hopeless, that feels. And how is this ever going to change? How is this ever going to change for me? So, yeah, a little bit of discomfort's okay. We can deal with it, So the girls are out meeting the neighborhood. So, but thank you guys for stopping up here and seeing me.
We'll be
Thank
back.
you.
We wanted to support you. Josh is coming at 4:30.
Okay, good.
Hey Willow, one more thing to say.
and and so we don't want stuff.
Can we do our ABCs?
No.
Yes, you can.
Why don't
Yes,
you
you
sing
can.
with Papa? Can you sing "You Are My You Are My Sunshine"?
You are my sunshine, my honey sunshine.
You make me happy when skies are.
Hey.
You'll never
No.
how much I
Love you. Please don't take.
Please don't take my sunshine away.
Willow. Okay, you're cut off.
You're cut off.
All right, go get Amelia.
Say, Papa, we love you. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I love you.
The man, the myth, the legend.
I love you. Good night.
Where do we put this?
Right there. Right there in the chair you got up from.
I put coffee back there if you want some.
Oh, thank you.
We need to get Amelia's thing. Love you, Dad.
Probably some more hot hand.
did. What's going on? This is Jake
Now, Jaden was one of my youth students and really became family. Just an amazing young man.
Thank you.
He had rough road to hoe. I mean, life wasn't easy, was it?
Yeah.
Still isn't.
Yeah. Adulthood is
Now,
least favorite.
Just recently, this is a surprise because you're not on my list or anything. So you just popped in here, which is amazing.
Yes, sir.
So we're up here raising awareness for homelessness and even that borderline population and people who are struggling with food and shelter and clothing and, where's my next meal going to come from? Am I going to get kicked out of my house tomorrow, because I can't afford the rent?
Yeah.
Do you have any experience with that?
Not with homelessness exactly, but I know what it's like to
wonder where your next meal is coming from.
Yeah, I know what it's like not to, figure out dinner, bills. Me and my siblings used to figure out what bills we wanted to pay. If we used to have family meetings about that. My mom would be like, "Y'all want the electricity on?"
Your mom worked hard.
Yeah, 2 jobs her whole life. She still got 2 jobs. You know what I mean? My whole life. So it was always hard. But I mean, my mom, she figured it out. She always figured it out. But yeah, it was.
She go out there and kick butt and take names. I mean, just working hard to take care of these kids.
So it's definitely not easy. My heart goes out to people who don't have anywhere to go. Like especially now when it's cold out like this and it's below freezing, and especially at night when it gets a little bit colder and it like drops below 20. Like my heart goes out to those people because it sucks. It definitely sucks.
Now you're kicking off a rap career.
Yes, sir.
And you got some really meaningful stuff in there that you're letting out, from a life that's been hard. Decisions, sometimes you've made bad decisions.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like God's ever abandoned you?
No, I wouldn't say that, no, because he's always with me. And anytime I ever felt like I was by myself, I definitely prayed about it. And he definitely let me know he was right beside me. So, yeah.
This is a young man of immense faith. And he's, like the rest of us, he's made mistakes. He's done things he's not proud of. He's, whatever. But you continue to fight. You continue to work your tail off. You still working at that awesome pizza place up the street?
No, sir. New job. I work out in Hanover now.
Okay.
Axiom,
What you doing?
It's a bookmaking company. I'm just putting the stamps on the book, sending them down the line, making the boxes for them. That's about it.
Helping out down there?
Yeah.
I know I'm putting you on the spot. You want to flow?
Want to flow real quick? What I got?
You got any lyrics that aren't?
I was about to say that's what I had to think about real quick. I was like, I don't. This is probably G-rated, ain't it?
PG's okay, but
PG's okay.
Yeah.
It might have to be another time. I don't know.
Another time,
okay. Off the top, I don't wanna cuss or nothing like that.
Yeah. But no, you're very talented, and
thank you.
It comes from your heart, and just an amazing family. Your brother and sister, I know those two real well, and your sister's a chef. I mean, she makes cakes and amazing cook. Your brother's down in Virginia, I think, playing football. Is he still playing football for a minor league team?
Yeah. He just came down. Actually, he took my little sister today. She has to go back to school. She goes to school out in Manhattan, in New York. So they drove up there today.
Yeah.
Because she starts her next semester out there.
Wow.
Yeah.
She going to college up there?
Yeah, she's going to an art school like for actresses, like a performance art school. Yeah. So out in Manhattan. Yeah.
So to have the struggles that you have, and she has the opportunity to go to college, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
I think my sister was the first. Yeah. My sister was the first one to go to college, but yeah.
What are some of the organizations in town that have helped your family over time when you were younger, going through that when you guys were struggling?
SCAP.
Yeah.
SCAP was definitely that was probably the main one, the one that comes to mind first. Cause
YWCA when it was here.
Yeah, for sure, that one too. But SCAP
out.
mostly because my mom worked there for a good bit of my childhood before she went to then she went to St. James actually down the street here and did childcare. But yeah, SCAP for sure, I'd say that comes to mind the most.
These organizations are incredibly important to the success and the. I don't even want to say success, but to the stability of the families in our neighborhoods. And any support you folks can give them is immensely welcome.
Yeah.
And they make a difference. You know, Jaden's out there making this stuff happen. I just can't wait to say I knew that kid as soon as I see you. You know, doing the Super Bowl. You know, or something like that, because you're that talented.
Thank you.
And you know what you have to say has meaning, and it's from here.
Yeah.
Right here in Adams County, and you pour your heart out. You're a poet. You're an artist. And the world's yours, man. You have such an amazing heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I love you.
I love you too.
And I just wish the best for you.
Thank you.
I do. And don't be a stranger.
No. I'm coming to church this weekend.
Okay.
I missed a couple weeks here.
Yeah.
Dealing with some things, but
That's okay.
Yeah,
That's okay.
I'll be there.
You got any special lady in your life? Anything going on there? Nope.
No, sir.
Keeping it single for now.
No, sir. Yeah, I'm not looking. Just chilling.
I'm waiting for you to get married and give me grandchildren. Come on.
I'm gonna be the last one. I'm gonna be the last one on that one. My sister's actually pregnant now. Hopefully it's a boy.
Ashlyn?
Belle, my oldest
okay.
sister.
Your
Yeah,
oldest
she's
sister,
actually pregnant again. I got 3 nieces, so hopefully I get a boy here.
Yeah, waiting for a boy.
Yeah. Even all my cousins too, they all had girls. So like I'm waiting on a boy still, man. I need a nephew.
That's good stuff. That's what it's all about. Nope, I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Of course,
Keep
of
doing what
course.
you're doing.
I seen you. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta stop by.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you. Man.
Yes, sir. Of course.
Get out there. Get after it.
I will.
Thank you.
Of course.
I love you.
I love you too, man.
All right. See ya.
Back home.
Yep. Take it easy.
Yes, sir.
My phone was, it was turned down. So. Yeah. Just you? From home? From home? From home? It is fun. Why are you sitting way over there? This is live stream, live everything. Jordan, this is my daughter Alyssa sitting here with me.
Hello.
And my son-in-law Ben.
Hello.
And Jordan, who's been around forever. Like, she's amazing. And a powerful woman. I mean, you worked on ships and stuff.
She still does.
Down in Baltimore Harbor, right? Down at the shipyard.
I do.
Wow. No, she's pretty incredible. And then Ben, you're a nurse at the Gettysburg Hospital here. And
Thank you, Will.
yeah, so this is my family. Just absolutely amazing people. So what we're doing here, we're sitting here for 24 hours, just raising awareness about what homelessness really looks like in Adams County. And in Adams County, it's a little bit different than what you would expect or what you see on TV from, these big tent cities and things like that. It's much more hidden, and it's also people who are right on that line, who are really struggling with all kinds of things: food, clothing, shelter, bounce around, those types of things, addictions. Here, it's very hidden, and you see it in like people living in their cars, those types of things, bouncing around from friend's house to friend's house or family member to family member. So it's a little bit different here. However, what are the things we can do? How can we partner with organizations around us to improve the lives of these folks, to help them find the tools and things that they need to get back out on the street and recover, whether it be from addictions or mental health or lack of mental health care, which is oftentimes the case. Now, you've worked in the emergency rooms. You guys have HIPAA law. You can't talk about people per se, but mental health issues and things that you guys see and face. You see that on the regular.
Oh yeah.
And you deal with it constantly. Ben, you work in critical care units and stuff. So, how oftentimes does drug abuse lead people to needing care in that type of unit, in a critical care unit?
I would say fairly often.
You see that.
Especially alcohol.
Yes.
Is a big one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
People escaping from whatever reality that they're living in.
Yeah, would you say these are bad people?
Absolutely not.
They
Just
could be
led
you or me.
astray.
Yeah. It could very easily be you or I with the right circumstances and wrong choices.
And I think that's a big thing that we forget is that, I mean, it can happen to anyone. I mean, it's so easy. I mean, we all have our vices, whether that's, you know, we have a stressful day. Oh, I'm going to have a drink. It can so easily fall into that addiction. And, you know, I think we often forget about that.
What about mental health awareness? I mean, there's so many people nowadays, and maybe it's always been, and it's just been overlooked or people shamed into not sharing what that looks like. Depression, anxiety, you know, those types of things. And how many people go untreated? Do you ever see any of that where you're getting people in, whether it's through crisis or things like that, people walking the halls of our medical facilities?
Absolutely. I think part of it is whether they can't receive care or almost they're too far gone to want to get care, or maybe it's like scary, they don't want to face it. So yeah, we see that a lot.
There's also a lot of shame that's involved in it. If somebody to admit that they're having issues or struggling, you know, there's still this thing in our society that says you hide it, you keep it, you push it away, you push it back, don't share those things. And you know, one of the things that we try to teach the men and women and even children that we serve is let's get them in front of counselors. Let's get them in front of, you know, the folks that can help them. That's something new that we've done at the mission. We actually, and we're going to be opening here shortly, the commissioners, the county, and those guys are all working on it right now. We have a license to be a licensed drug and alcohol counseling center. We're just waiting on that piece that lets us bill through insurance. So whether that be Medicaid or whatever other insurance. But so we're hoping to open that soon in the offices down here at 150 Chambersburg Street, as well as, you know, out at Adams Rescue Mission. But we aren't equipped. I don't have the tools. I wasn't trained in those types of things. But putting the right pieces around them and then getting those types of people embedded with us so that we can get that immediate care and help for them. Ben, you see a lot of these things coming around, and what do you think some of the solutions could be?
Well, I think some earlier interventions prior to people having to go to an emergency department for whatever help it might be. I don't think our police force should be having to be finding people that are suffering from mental illness and then be transferring them into the medical system for all intensive purposes.
Thank God they're doing it, but yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's
absolutely.
like yeah.
But our hospitals and our entire system is not meant for people that are suffering from mental health issues. So I think we would benefit from having a higher amount of mental health resources, just like you were talking about. Something that.
So, and I know that's something WellSpan's been working on. You know, getting more care, more access to care, and I think that's a string we can pull on and a partnership that we can work with the WellSpan system. And I know you're not here representing WellSpan; you're just my son-in-law here, you know, talking about his job. But I think that's a string we can pull on in a partnership with WellSpan, you know. And how do we have more access, quicker access to mental health care? You know, when we have to wait to get somebody in front of a psychiatrist, you have to wait right now, you know, it could be, you know, 6 weeks. And, you know, you can't get that medicine prescribed for them that they may need. And, you know, then you have some people that believe they don't even need medicine. They just need God, which is, look, God's amazing. God, he does amazing things, but he's also created people with minds to come up with medicines and treatments and things like that. So, you know, those things partnering together in the spiritual side and the physical side, we're firm believers that, you know, we need all these pieces put together to give these people the best chances to be independent and get back out in society and do something in our communities. So, you know, my hats go off and my heart goes out to you folks who just work tirelessly, you know, in the medical field, and you know, you guys you're really dealing with, these life and death situations when it's, absolutely critical. And how's that take a toll on you emotionally?
I think there's a certain amount of trying to compartmentalize what you're experiencing.
Yeah.
But it definitely, when you see people going through their worst points in their life, whether that's a medical condition or a drug addiction, whatever it might be.
What's that?
Said you can't help but feel it. You take it home.
Yeah. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you also for coming out here and trying to raise awareness for everyone that doesn't have a voice. So thank you, Will.
Thanks. I need to talk to Jordan too. So Jordan Soliday, she's pretty amazing. She didn't even expect any of this, I'm sure. So I'm gonna talk to her, but I got some stuff for her. So here we go. Yeah, that'll work. I think it's long enough. So Jordan, like for me, when I first thought of if you would have taken me back 6-10 years ago, and I thought of homelessness. One, I didn't think it was a huge thing here in Adams County. And if I did see it, it was more so, okay, you need to buckle down and get yourself out of this. I could get behind women and children who were struggling, because in my mind I always painted this picture of, it had something to do with abuse or, something like that. But for men, it was very difficult. For me, it was just like, get a job. McDonald's can't find people. Go get a job. Stop snuffling and, be a man and grind it out. And then once I started working at the mission and, working with the mission and those things, and you see hopelessness in someone's eyes and you see that brokenness, it changed everything. But I'm curious as to what you think about when you think about homelessness. When you think about it, what comes to your mind? You're in Baltimore City, you're down there working, you see a lot of this.
Yeah, it can be tough to face that, I guess. A lot of us are blessed with family members and friends that are always willing to take you in a time of need, and it's got to be hard to put yourself in that position to see what they see and live what they're living.
Feel real. I
feel
like sometimes when you see it.
Yeah. Because you get to go home to a warm bed and everything, and so you don't really know what they're going through until you see it firsthand. And I think all of us know somebody who's been down and at their worst moments. And some people can climb their way out of it on their own, but a lot of people need help. So I don't know. Thinking about this situation, the first thing that comes to mind is the guy who used to walk around Gettysburg all the time.
Yeah.
And how he always had super high spirits, even though he was homeless. Every time you talk to him, he was just the friendliest guy. So it's how did he end up in a situation like that?
Yeah.
And how did he not have a friend to lean on or whatever? And I guess you just never know somebody's, what's going on in somebody's life.
No, I just had a conversation the other day with a lady about judgment and just how they feel judged for being blessed in life. And, they go out of their way to not, just all of a sudden decide this is what someone's story is. And she goes, but so often, because I've been blessed, I feel like people are judging me, and it's very much a human thing. We do it. We all do it. But there is so much more. And it's okay, how do I talk to this person and turn the page and see what it's really about? And for me, that's what really made a difference and changed things. So for young folks like yourselves coming up, you guys are hitting that age where, you're going to be the next leaders. You're going to be the next people making a difference in our community. What are things that you would like to see? What are some things that you would like to see? And I know I'm putting you on the spot, but what do you feel our generation, the older folks like myself, what can we do? What are differences that need to be made? What are places where we need to pay more attention?
I think one of the biggest things is what you were talking about earlier, how you come from the generation of suck it up and get over it.
Yep.
And a lot of us, my generation, were raised that way too. Our parents it was passed on from grandparent to parent to, and it's just, it's tough, and it's hard to look at somebody else going through something like that, and like, how do you help them without hurting their ego or like, I don't know. It's tough to approach that situation. I think a lot of people tend to just kind of turn the other cheek and walk away from it and like hope they figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
So like what you're doing here, talking about having like a office for mental health and drug and alcohol counseling, that's huge, because I don't think we really have that locally right now. I think most people have to go over to York County or whatever. Like it would be great to have something local. So if somebody
or more of something local, because it's so long, the waiting list. There are places, and there's phenomenal places, but yeah, I think some of these things are the waiting lists and things like that for the amount of people who need help, and then doing it with dignity. I think allowing people to have their dignity and maintain their dignity. There's a lot of shame that goes with this stuff, and I think when you're living in that silo of mental illness and stuff, you start creating this narrative that isn't true. And I think for your generation, making sure people know that it's okay it's okay that we all have mental health issues at different times.
And sometimes it's out of your control.
And it's very much.
Sometimes you lose your job and you're not expecting that, and then you end up in a situation where you're like, well, crap, how did I get here?
No, a broken heart,
Right.
all those things can just lead to something that's life-changing and pivotal.
A sudden death in the family, something like that.
It's just crushing.
Yeah.
And if you don't have the tools and support system around you, it can break you. And for people to know that it's okay to be broken, and where can I go? How can I get help? And I don't have to be ashamed of getting help.
Yeah, I think shame is the biggest thing. I think a lot of people, I don't know, they don't want to go. They don't want to go look for help because they're embarrassed about it.
Yeah.
It's openness. I think it's openness. It's being able to be bare, and I think as a society, we're very closed in, and we don't want to, in general, expose ourselves as being flawed in any way, whether that's within people that are suffering from mental illness or just ourselves in general. It's very hard to be raw and exposed, and I think having the net of having support for however you're feeling, I think is important from any baseline that you're feeling.
No, I'm so encouraged when I talk with young people like yourselves. You're my kids, so I have to feel that way, but the other two aren't. I don't have to feel that way. No. So no, it's just encouraging to see that you guys have a heart, you understand, and you want to get involved. And the things you don't understand, it's okay. You're like, I don't get it. Help me,
I think it takes a lot of courage to have to actually say I need help.
Oh yeah.
So
and I feel like still today as a society, mental health still feels new, even though it's not.
Yeah.
So unless you go through it, you don't, you could look at somebody and it's like, like kind of what you were saying with like men, it's like, okay, pick yourself up, wipe off your jeans, like, let's go. And unless you go through it, it's really hard to empathize with somebody in that state of mind. And so I think we just need to be better about like educating and just spreading kindness, like
not being judgmental of what somebody's going through.
Right, for sure.
No, I mean, you see social media and kids are cruel. I mean, how many kids get bullied through those types of things in social media because there's no face to it? I'm behind it. I can say whatever I want.
Right.
And the more outlandish it is, the more likes I get, the more, us humans, we're a mess. And I'm not putting anyone down for that, but I think, there's something definitely broken in us. And it's how do we glorify being nice? How do we make that the cool thing to do? And right now, sometimes it isn't always the case, but in my life at least, when I wanted to be the cool kid, I had to smoke. I had to get involved with drugs, when I was a kid, and that's how you were cool. And you had to be mean to people and treat people poorly. That's how you had to be cool. And I think it's trying to figure out how to change that narrative, that it's okay to be decent to people. It's okay to reach out and create relationships. We all want it. So, no, I'm just really encouraged that we have young people like yourselves out there. And you guys are going to be the leaders. You guys are going to be taking over. And you have hearts and learning the wisdom and those things that go with it. I'm just proud of you, certainly as my kid. And I'm proud of you guys. So thank you for joining me and coming down and seeing me and bringing me a cup of hot chocolate or coffee or whatever it is. Yep, I do. So thank you. Have a good night. And we'll see you later. Enjoy. So this is my lovely wife, and she came to bring me some dinner. So she's amazing. She puts up with me and all the silly things that I do. Yeah. So, what do you think of homelessness? What are your thoughts on it? Like, you see me dealing with it.
Right.
But
I think my perspective on it has changed a lot since you started working at the mission, for sure. Going from having a perception that it was laziness to more understanding, and I know historically too that it's a series of life events that sometimes put people in that situation. I think it also, you being with the mission though, has definitely opened my eyes to the systemic problems with, once people get in those positions, their inability to be able to get out of them. Even with how much they might try, there's still inherent economic impacts that prevent them from being able to get themselves out of that, or relying on government subsidies and just getting stuck in that system of it. And so how do you really get out of that without some kind of community support rallying around you to be able to help pull you out of it? So and a lot of the mental health issues, the addiction issues, things like that have really surfaced since you've been you've taken over this role.
No, I think it was an eye-opener for me as well, coming into it. And really, as you talk with these folks and stare in their face and hear their stories and, one bad decision after another, one catastrophic event after another, and it's like, how is this even possible? And it's over and over and over again, no matter who you talk to. And, so what we're trying to focus on is restoring hope in their lives so that they actually want to go after change, and then getting them the tools that they need to rebuild their lives, to rebuild, to get out there and push towards restoration, and letting them know that can happen, and if they follow this path, and if they work this system and process, that they can attain that. And it's different for each person, and we have to look at that individually and find out what it is and create those plans individually for each single resident guest that we have at the mission. But it's also working with the other agencies in town in the prevention of this to begin with, and helping our community become aware of what it looks like here and what they can do to help. So you're bringing me dinner, so I get to eat, so thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate it. All right.
back then?
Corey.
Good.
Corey, and then after Corey, Mark will be back. Then Mark will be back in the morning.
I heard you were here.
What are you guys doing? Good. How are you? What are you doing?
Dinner. We just finished it.
What's for dinner?
Some chicken. Yeah, some hot soup. Chicken soup. Hot soup.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. Well, your new job, well, it might not be new. I just probably just heard about it. So, It's been a year? Oh my gosh. I had no idea.
So out of touch we are.
Yeah. Yeah, we are out of touch. They're doing great. Yeah. Libby's engaged. Yeah. And Alex is working at Jackson Financial. They're both down in Nashville.
Okay.
So he's doing great. Yeah.
You guys go down there.
I heard you guys moved.
Well,
Yeah. Well, sort of.
yeah,
Like,
she
our-
does.
we sold our house here. So, yeah.
Sold
we
our
have
house
to
here.
there.
Just settled on a new place. And moved there. Christmas. Chilling at the Carlisle Street Apartments.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's my new
Yeah.
PA residence.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind year, 24, man.
Yeah.
That's what kind of the contract. We've been there.
That's great. Yeah. We only get one go round.
Yeah.
So,
Your family?
trying to make the best of it.
Oh yeah, they're great. They were just one of them just laughed. The other one was like. Oh yeah. Yeah.
You got him anyway. Kind of wish we did, but we're not there yet.
Yep.
Great awareness. So, are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. My guess is there was a good opportunity to kind of come in.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that big toucan picture?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Olivia did that.
Oh really?
That was Olivia's. Oh goodness. What are we doing this? 'Cause we were moving. We're like, we got all of this stuff that we do. Like, what do we do with it? We're like, throw it away because we're moving it. Dude, this is like a. So like something about the art auction, like. I asked her, she said that's.
I gotta wait.
Yeah, that was hers.
The guy was pretty adamant about it.
Yeah. It was awesome. Yeah. I'm still you doing? What's that? So, well, no, what I'm doing is we're talking about homelessness and what that looks like. Oh. Yeah. Can you say hi on camera? Sure. If your mom says it's okay.
Hi, world. Hello.
You too. Kirkland, man, you want a cookie?
You don't want soup, but you'll eat a cookie.
Got any coffee or anything? I have.
So I want to remind everybody who is watching, Community Media of South Central PA, they're out here with me. You can't see them, but they're sitting here with me videoing this all night long, live feeding it all the way through tomorrow. So hats off to them. Thank you. And again, they're a nonprofit. They run on community support and your gifts. So if you're willing and have the ability, you can go to Community Media of South Central PA, and you can give there. So thank you so much, and my hat's off to them. It's just who does this? Who sits around and is willing to put a crew together for 24 hours and live stream a goofball sitting out here talking about homelessness. So thank you so much. Have a seat right there. You guys got to sit on this side. You guys have to sit on this side so everyone can see. Yeah. So this is Vicky and Bob Felix. Vicky is our office manager. When I first started at the mission, one of my biggest concerns was, okay, where are we at financially? What kind of reports are we running? Those types of things. As a guy who's comes from business, you want to make sure that you have people that you trust and that really understand finances in those positions. And quickly, Vicky is literally wired for linear logic. Absolutely amazing. The world is black and white. That is it. and it's pluses and minuses. And she keeps me under control. Vicky, you're not only that, you're a huge prayer warrior. Your story in itself is amazing, and what you went through and what you've come through, and how you and Bob met, and you being a single mom with a baby on your hip and the other one carrying, and that whole Loretta Lynn song, and Bob steps into your life, and you guys create this messy, awesome, wonderful, amazing life together. But you both have these huge hearts for human beings, and your talents are phenomenal. And again, I've worked with controllers and CFOs and things like that but your talent and your ability is just off the charts and amazing, and I couldn't do any of this, we couldn't do any of this without you. And so I'm so appreciative of who you are and what you bring and the leadership that you bring to the Adams Rescue Mission, and all the things that we do. But the biggest thing you bring, even more than that, is this heart of prayer and humility. And where does that come from?
Oh gosh, well, like many who talked here tonight, it's just having the Lord in my heart, following Christ, because of some of the stuff that I've gone through. Very young, I came to know the Lord very young. Didn't know what it meant to walk with the Lord, but I received Him as my Savior very, very, very young. I was in a foster situation that was abusive, but anyways, so I think I've always just had a heart. I can't explain it. Like just the Holy Spirit, I guess, was always there. working there at the mission, my whole thing is everybody has a story. And when I see the residents there and learn some of their stories and stuff, it just it breaks my heart.
Yeah.
And I pray for them. Like, that's just, I wake up in the middle of the night and I pray for them.
Because sometimes there's literally physically not a whole lot you can do.
Yeah. And in my position there at the mission, I am the office manager. I work with the finances and all that. And, so I'm not really like hands-on, but I can pray. And so, yes, that's...
But you pray for us as an organization. You
yes,
pray for
I do. Yeah.
those around. You reach out and figure out, and you help hold us accountable.
Yeah.
And if we say we're going to do something, you make sure,
Yeah.
remember you said you were going to do that. You got to make sure.
Yeah.
You follow through. So I'm sure Bob, you could give him the mic a minute if you want.
No, I don't need it.
I'm sure Bob knows that too, because any good husband gets asked to do something and promises to do things, and then we forget. So you gotta remind us. But Bob, what do you think of this lady?
Best thing that's ever happened in my life.
Yeah.
I mean, truthfully, she's unlike any woman that I know. Truly, not just because she's my wife, but she, as a friend, she's different, and beautifully different.
Yeah.
To me, she's she's got a spirit that is just the best thing that's happened in my life. It really is. So you're special. It's special to have her there, because I know I get to hear some of the stories, and I get to hear some of the heartbreak and the joys. I mean, it's a joy and it's a heartbreak all at the same time. But it's just been so excited to see how, I've seen her in a financial institution working for governments. And now I see her working in a financial place in a nonprofit, and it's a different place, and it's a joy to see, because now you're not just working with numbers, you're working with the people, and that really, even in my job, it's all about the people more than the product.
Right.
So
yeah, we have that luxury, and nothing against businesses. I mean, that businesses drive our economies and all those things. We do have that luxury that, we're not meeting a quota, but we do have responsibility. Yeah. And I think that's where Vicki comes in, because, and you can take the mic real quick, Vic. She reminds us of our responsibility, of our stewardship. And these are words that she uses, on the daily. But Vicki, you're also a key part in, our meetings, as we're sitting around and we're creating strategies and we're thinking and how are we going to do this? So I guess my question is, one of our big key factors of effectiveness is ensuring that our staff feels empowered within their job function. Do you feel empowered within your job function?
I do. I would say, when you first came on board, I wasn't I didn't see myself as you see me, and you see something. You saw something in me that I have not. And in our staff meetings, we have a staff meeting every morning. We pray us in. We go over what everybody's doing and the vision. And one thing that I love there now is that. Your vision, and we're very intentional about what we're doing.
We try. I get off subject quite a bit. She knocks me back. But we're
yeah, we do. We have squirrel moments. But yeah, I think through your encouragement, through the meetings, through the trainings, yes, I do. And yeah. And one thing that it's really stuck with me that you said at one of our staff meetings that really kind of clicked with me was, this has nothing to do with the financial parts, but just us as a mission and what we're there for, that these are our patients. Like if we're a physician or whatever, these are our patients, and we need to do whatever we can to take care of them and to get them well and to get them on their feet, and to and that's what we are, you know. So
yeah. We're kind of life physicians, you know. And again, it's maybe not, you know, we're just general practitioners. We're practitioners.
Yeah.
You know, we need to get the specialists around us.
Yes.
And get them to the right help and try to evaluate what that looks like. But I think for you don't allow us to give up. I think when we look at you, we look at a pillar of integrity, and I don't want to let you down. Like, it's almost like letting down one of my daughters or my wife or, you know, my mom, you know, in her memory. Just the thought of letting you down would be like, oh, you know. So thank you for being that pillar in our mission. And, you know, you bring that competency to a very important piece, which is stewarding that financial tool that we have, that we use to make a difference. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate you for that, and appreciate what you do. When I asked Vicki to come on here, she's like, "What am I going to talk about? I'm the office manager. I manage the office and people's schedules and you know, accounts payable, accounts receivable, you know, all those different things." She goes, "What am I going to talk about?" And I'm like, "Oh my goodness, Vic, like, I don't have to worry about those things. You know, I get to run the reports, I get to check them and look at them, and I can trust what you're putting in there. So I don't have to take my time of a large majority. I don't want to make people think I don't look at those things, because I do,
Yeah, you do.
constantly. But I can trust and know what's going on there, so that I can focus on how do I help some of the other folks do the things that are directly treating the people. And in that, you are creating that path for their wellness. In that, you're creating the stability and leadership that the mission needs to be relevant nowadays. You know, this whole change and switch that we're flipping, and going after best practices and you know, upping, you know, and the mission's, it's been there, it's been doing an amazing job for a lot of years, and nothing against, but we need to change, and we need to adapt and move and come up with different strategies for taking care of the people. The needs have changed. We need to adjust with them and go after them, and you've been absolutely key in that process. So don't ever sell yourself short.
Thanks.
No, it's just been a pleasure. And Bob, he's our voluntary IT guy. He's our specialist when we have something break. He comes in and fixes it for us. Anything IT related, I can't even plug in Ethernet cable or Ethernet or whatever you call it. I can't even plug it in, but
he can.
Yeah, Bob's got all that. So so we appreciate you and appreciate what you do for us, and certainly you know, the support that you give this lady. I know when Vicky's quiet, something's wrong. So, you know, if she's not saying anything at all, I'm like, uh-oh, what did I do? So, and you know.
We have that in common.
You have that? so, yeah, exactly.
She told me
it's
about
like,
that
uh-oh.
just yesterday. It's like, he said I was quiet. I was like...
But I get focused.
Yeah,
I
that
is what it is.
She gets uber focused, especially
on my work,
end of year, end of month.
End of year, end of month, yeah.
Every penny has to come out. So when I took accounting, I asked my accounting teacher the one time, I was like, why can't I have a little slush fund? It's off like 3 cents. I can have a slush fund on the side, and if I'm off 3 cents, I just take it out of the slush fund and fix it. Where'd you get the 3? He said, he had a southern voice, and he was like, well, where'd you get the 3 cents, Billy? and I was like, I found it on the street. You know, and he'd shake his head, nope, go back and fix it. But that's Vicky. Like, she fights just as hard for a penny as she does for, you know, $50 or whatever.
I think too, in that, just the way I think, and I've shared this with you many times, like, I do everything as unto the Lord. And I heard a thing one time, is like, whatever profession you do it as like if you're an accountant or you work with numbers or your books or your, you know, do it as if you're doing his books.
Yeah.
You know, so I take that very seriously, that, you know, I work for the mission, I work for his ministry, and for you, and I, you know, take that very seriously and try to do the best at keeping everything.
And I'm in the background trying to get her to not take life so seriously all the time. So, but we balance each other well, and I certainly appreciate you and your abilities and your friendship and leadership within our mission, and the big guy over here who, you know, looks after us all.
I don't know about that.
He does. I'm surprised he didn't wear his bunny suit.
Yeah.
I was going to. I was going to wear the buddy suit, you know. But
so Bob's got a buddy suit from, what's that, Christmas Carol,
the
or
Elf.
what is it?
Elf.
The movie The Elf.
The movie Elf. That's what it is,
yeah.
the buddy one. Okay. And so he's got that suit. I was thinking of the bunny one that.
Oh, he has that one too.
Oh, yeah, with the,
for
with
the
the teeth.
Christmas Carol.
Yeah.
Or Christmas Story.
The Christmas Story,
Yeah,
yeah.
I've got both.
You're going to shoot your eye out. I was expecting you to show up in one of those two, but here you are, all calm, cool, and collected.
I'm trying to be a little warm.
I think the bunny suit would have kept you warm.
Yeah.
But thank you both for coming and joining me,
you're
coming out
welcome.
and talking with us as we're raising awareness about homelessness and what it looks like and the people who are out there fighting the fight. So thank you all for that. I appreciate you.
Thank
Well,
you for all
I
that you do.
hope this does, because, you know, being
Oh, here, you can have mine.
you know, living in Gettysburg my whole life, pretty much all my whole life. We've, you know, once I started going to church, you know, because there's a lot of different churches that have an input in, or they rub shoulders with ARM, and they have for years. And it wasn't until, you know, Vic started working out there that, you know, that rub got a little closer. You know, there's a lot of good men that have come through there. You know, when I was going to GBC, you know, we would have a good amount of guys that would come, and I got to know a bunch of them, and they would come and they would go. And now, but even back then, you had these, like we said, stereotypical things about homeless people, guys that are in the mission and stuff like this. And I'm thankful for what I've gotten to know, only because then I can share that with my friends. It's interesting, even the friends that you have, I mean, that's really all we have, is our own little community that we can touch. And, you know, that's what I would encourage people to do. Once you start learning these things, you help blow up those stereotypical thoughts one-on-one with someone, because there's a lot of people that look at somebody and say, oh, I wonder what they want.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's not always what they want, it's what they can really give. Because I have found some amazing things out of people who I would look at and see they're street people, but they're people. And I've really gotten to learn that, you know, and it's taken time for me to learn that. So I hope that, you know, during this, Will, that, you know, that people are learning that, that these people that you see on the streets, it's a story. It's like me and Vic talk all the time, you know, so everybody's got a story. And it really is, you're only an accident away from being one of them. We have a community of people in LA right now that I can't even understand what kind of
devastation
that is. You know, you don't know what life is coming at you. And, you know, when you hear some of the stories of the guys out here at the mission, and it's really unbelievable how seemingly something so small can just derail a life. And it's not what you want. But it happens. So
it does. And
there's some beautiful people.
Oh my
gosh.
They
really are beautiful people.
And so much to offer. And man, when we can get them back out into the community, the difference that they can make, it's just it's
it was
amazing.
really cool watching George earlier.
Wasn't it?
You know, because George is such a quiet, you know,
he is a quiet guy.
The thing that people don't see is, you know, what you guys have got to see. I mean, they got to see George a little bit here, but just an amazing transformation of a life. From a guy that was there and quiet to a guy that
he's proud of what he's done and accomplished, and can, you know, he's literally proud that he gets to pay his electric bill. Like, he's proud of that. You know, we have another gentleman that works for us now. You know, one of his most, he said, and again, this isn't, I'm not being sexist or anything, but he said, it made me feel like a man. Like, I paid this bill and it made me feel like a man again. You know, and I know what he meant. It made him feel like he was part of society again. And he is, you know. So
when you talk one-on-one to a person and you look into their eyes and you see within them, I mean, and then you see like George, I mean, Vic's always said about how George was so quiet and so reserved, and you could see the change even in his eyes and everything else. And it really is amazing when you get to be a part of that and see part of that. So,
and he was somebody that we thought was institutionalized and really couldn't function outside. And after you sat down and talked with him and reassured him, once you move, we're not going to abandon you. You're not on your own. You don't have to. We'll help you schedule your rent. We'll help you schedule this. And then he's out on his own, and he really doesn't need us. He was like, he took a month there where we were worried if he was ever coming back to see us. So he'd call and say hi every once in a while. And there was one time we were terrified because we went like 2 weeks without seeing him. Might even have been a week, but we didn't see him and we didn't hear from him. So we had to send the police out there for a health and comfort to check on him and make sure he was okay. But here he got his nights and days mixed up, and he was playing with the squirrels and was sleeping, and So just an amazing story of somebody that most people would have written off, who, given the proper guidance and opportunities, was able to take advantage of it, and then we'll stay in his corner and help him maintain it. So.
Restoring hope.
Yeah, that's what we do.
We don't have no idea what it is not to have hope. I've never really been there, so I don't know what that is, but I've looked into the eyes of people that have been like that, and even though I don't understand it, sometimes you can see it, and it's like, got to remind them. And there's always hope.
Yeah,
so,
indeed. Well, thank you folks for joining us.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night. And
hey, we love you, Will.
Love you too, man.
Oh, man.
We'll stay out here and we'll keep raising awareness.
Keep warm, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. No, but somebody brought me a heat blanket, so I could plug that in and try to plug it in.
I was like, yeah, but they were going to turn it off, we thought.
But I got a generator. I told Allie I bought it when she was sitting here, so she couldn't yell at me.
But did they not turn it off then today?
This morning, and then they're doing it tomorrow morning, but they don't know how long it's going to be on.
I thought the lights around, I'm like, no sleeping, huh?
No sleeping. I don't know. I might doze off.
That
You'll
guy,
see me in Kirkland.
He's got the great place.
You'll see me in Kirkland.
If he zips up, it's getting cold out here.
Got one little eye hole.
Hey, see you, bro.
See ya. How'd that one go?
Very well. Very well.
There's where we need like a big screen TV or something, like watch football game. That would be nice. 9:15. So we have, let's see, we have a 9:15, a 9:30, a 10, then we have an 11, 11:30, and a 12. Then we have a 2 a.m., a 3 a.m., and a 4:30 a.m. What's that? 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. Oh, yeah. No, I'm good. Sure? Yeah, I'm good. You want me to take that? No, I'm sad. I'm good.
How's our 24 hours? Wilma.
Yeah, oh, hey, how you doing? Oh, my, who the hell? Yeah, you guys do.
He's 9:15.
Get in here. Both of you can come and sit here.
That's okay. He'll do 15 then
I'll let you both. Come on, Greg.
I think he'll talk more than you do.
It's like whatever you want.
I didn't know anything.
It's like
about
whatever you want. Oh, your wife made you do it.
Yeah.
So this is Greg, and it's Bream?
Reams.
Reams. I have to
Yes.
look at it. Somebody wrote Bream. I never knew your last name all this time. I'm like, I had to ask Kathy, what's your new last name? Reams. Greg Reams.
Yeah.
So, Greg, your wife forced you out here
Well,
to
she
talk
asked
with
if
me
I would
about
do
what you
this.
had no idea.
Yeah, I didn't know this was going to be quite like this.
Yeah, so it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be good. Did you just eat something or go somewhere?
We did.
Oh, good. Where'd you go eat?
We went to Delicio's.
Oh, that's nice.
Uh-huh. So we ate at Kathy's mom's, so we're just hanging out there.
So her mom works over at Giant. I get to see her all the time. I saw her last night. I was popped in there late, and she was just getting off, and Allie and I, my wife, were walking in. So yeah, I get to see her. She's like the most friendly person in China ever.
She is.
She's like awesome. So you got to marry one of my best friends, Kathy Smith, and she's amazing. Everyone knows her in the community, and we'll get to her next. But Greg, you have a son who's in Air Force.
Yes.
Who's doing amazing things for us. While we're sleeping at night, he's out there earning it for us.
That's right.
So really, I know you're proud of him, and
very proud.
And you got to go out to Alaska to see him.
Yes, in September.
Yeah. So that's cool. What I want to ask you about, especially, you are from around this area. You're not really from Gettysburg or Adams County, really, are you?
No, I'm from out of the area.
Just outside of it. But what are your thoughts on homelessness? What do you think when you think homelessness? What comes to your mind?
I just feel sorry for the people that have to experience that.
Yeah.
I went through a time myself where went through a foreclosure of my home.
Yeah.
And trying to find a place to live, and it was tough.
Yeah.
Far away from family, so I didn't have anyone to go to. So I can relate to it, and I can't imagine, like, when you have a climate like this and you're out in the cold.
Yeah.
What do you do?
What do you do? I mean,
you're not welcome wherever you go. People don't want you around. There's no place for you to go, or very limited resources. And so, yeah, I feel I have a heart for that.
So, during this foreclosure you went through, was this, you went through a terrible divorce and all those things, and so this can happen to a vast majority of our population.
Oh, very easily.
Very easily. That somebody could end up needing the services that Adams Rescue Mission provides, that some of the other organizations here in town provide.
That's right.
And we oftentimes think that a homeless person is standing with a sign, at a street corner in a busy city, and they're alcoholics and they have their bottle next to them, and all those things. And sometimes pieces of that can be true, but very rarely is that the situation.
Yeah, I had a good job. I was going through a divorce, just coming out of the housing market crash.
Yeah.
And was doing everything I could to try to fight for my kids.
Yeah.
And I had to choose where the money needed to go, and it was for the attorney to fight for my kids. So I couldn't make the house payments, and so I had to let something go.
Yeah.
And I walked away from it. My kids weren't there any longer, so I'm not I never drank. I didn't have all those things, but I could feel homelessness.
Yeah.
So.
And did you feel a sense of hopelessness during that time?
Somewhat. I had hoped that I would be able to, get custody of my kids and all that. And I had family that supported me, but they were at a distance. So there were times when I had to go back in and stay in the house with no electric and nothing, just sleep on the floor, just to find a place to, be. So yeah,
and it makes you feel less than human. I mean,
yeah,
it
does.
Just totally
And
emasculating. And
I couldn't imagine what these people go through that don't have support. They're there alone, and yeah.
Could you imagine sitting in a place like this, a baseball dugout, a park bench, somebody's shed, and trying to figure out how do I create a life from here? How do I get to where I need to get to from here?
It'd be really hard to dig yourself out of that and try to get on track to get back, back on the right track. Yeah, it's really tough.
So, did you have community around you? How did you pull yourself out of this? How did you get out of this?
Yeah, I had support from my family. Eventually, they're like 2.5, 3 hours away. But yeah, I had support from them, and they helped me through it. I had friends that took me in, paid rent to some friends to stay in their place until I got things straightened out.
And then trying to save money at the same time, trying to get to see your kids at the same time, all those things happening at once. And can you imagine, like, some people who are predisposed to drinking or self-medicating? I mean, how vulnerable were you in that time? Was there any time where you felt maybe you were vulnerable into something like that? And
Not myself. No, I never went through that, but I could see how that could be easily, you could go down that path.
Mm-hmm. And so often we sit back and we judge the folks that are, and believe me, I'm as guilty as the next person. You made these choices. They were terrible choices, and now you have to live with the choices that you made. And then I have to stop and think, like, what if I had to live with every single bad choice I ever made in life forever? And there was no way back, none. And what that would look like. And that's a horrible place to be.
Yeah.
And a hopeless place to be. So let's bring your bride out here so you can show her off, and we'll take you. Oh, you can stay with us, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah. You did great. I'm glad you learned to seat up.
Here you go.
Oh, I'm good.
I can have my pockets.
All right. I don't want my phone popping on my back. These nice big gloves.
They're very warm.
Look at that. You got your ski stuff on?
I do.
All right. I'm ready.
So tell us who you are.
My name is, I was going to say
It is not
Susie.
Breen.
Yeah, no. Kathy Smith Reams.
Yes. And what does Gettysburg know you for? All of Adams County.
Oh
knows
my
you
gosh,
for.
being loud, having a big mouth. Oh,
of
something
course.
different. Well, I mean,
Where do you work?
I'm a co-owner of Town and Campus.
Yes.
And I'm on staff at Gettysburg Foursquare Church.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people see you. A lot of people know who you are.
Yes.
Of course, you're
like it or not
gregarious. You know.
Yeah.
You are our Kathy, and a force.
I am much.
A force to be reckoned with.
That's what I hear.
And you're an amazing human being.
Thank you.
You're certainly a huge part of me sitting here. There was an incredibly dark time in my life, and you and your husband at the time had come around me and really helped me through that time. So I'm forever grateful.
Wow.
And
you were there for us for many things as well. So.
And, no, I hold your friendship dearly.
Mm-hmm.
So you have this business. You and your partners now own Town and Campus, and you've worked there for years.
Yeah.
And you guys decided you wanted to give back to the community.
Yeah.
In different ways, and they're very important ways. And people don't, a lot of times, people ask how can they help. Something as simple as a haircut on how that changes someone's perspective on themselves.
Yeah.
So the first time I had asked you to help us with anything, we had a gentleman who hadn't had his hair cut in years. I mean, I don't know how long.
Right.
He literally had a nest like on the back of his head. It was a matted knot.
Yeah. Well, because he couldn't take his hat off.
No.
So where his hat was.
Yeah. It was so sad. And he had a hard time like feeling good about himself. He was, when you thought of hopelessness, that was him. And Paul Henderson had come across that he had a relative, this guy, and he was like, well, I had a brother down in North Carolina. I haven't talked to him in years. Don't know. He probably wouldn't talk to me ever. So Paul's like, okay, what's his name? Where's he at? And we found the brother. We found the phone number. We called the brother. And he gets on the phone and he's talking to his brother. He starts weeping, finds out that his mother passed away. But he's talking to his brother. He gets out of that meeting in the office, and I'd tell him every time I'd see him, George, let me know when you're ready to get a haircut. I got a friend I can call. And he gets out of this meeting and he goes, Will. And he very rarely even talked. Like I'd say something and he'd go, And he goes, Will, I'm ready for that haircut. And I called Kath, and she literally dropped everything and came to the mission, and with dignity cut this gentleman's hair. And when he saw it, like, he started joking. He jokes with people now. He's proud of who he's becoming.
And he asks for me now when he comes in.
When he comes in, he wants to make sure you're the
He's
person.
like, I'm
who
gonna wait
cuts
for
it.
Kathy. Yeah.
So that started this relationship and thing that you're doing now, where you help at SCAP, or you guys help at CARES, rather.
CARES,
You help.
For the church does CARES also. We they stay. I think it's 2 weeks period of time. But then we also have invited the homelessness in. So we work with them, for haircuts as well. We've done that once, and we're scheduling the next one. I was just on the phone with Debbie a few days ago to get the next one scheduled. So we'll invite them into the shop after, and we'll cut their hair and just help them. There's something about getting a haircut.
It makes you feel better about
It
yourself.
changes things,
you know, and
It's just like you're taking a moment to do something for you when you're so worried all the time about everything else. And so we love that time, and our staff is on board with it, and we'll never.
your
We
staff
won't stop doing
volunteers their
that.
time.
They
on a
volunteer their
Saturday.
time. Yep. It's not like we don't pay them. It's not like we say, well, you don't receive anything, but we'll pay you later. They're like, no, we don't want to. They all enjoy it, and I think it even builds better teamship with, it helps your team members feel like they've done something with their skill even, so, and help somebody.
No, it's amazing, and it's amazing to see. And you make such a difference in our guys. So you help with them, and then you do the men up at the rescue mission, and you do that once every 6 weeks or so. We bring them in for haircuts, and they get their haircuts and stuff, and the guys are allowed to tip and stuff if they have money. It's not required of them.
Right, but you've set up a good plan, though, because you have them learning to get back into society. So the goal was for them to come, and they still pay for their cut. It's just a different price. It's not because we're demanding that, but that's part of the program. So they learned how to manage their money again, and how to use it.
Preparing them, if we give and don't have any expectation of back,
there's no recourse.
And we have to prepare people and set people up for what's reality. So it's well within their ability.
I remember when I was a children's pastor at Gettysburg Foursquare, and the kids would raise money, and we would take the tithe, and then we would want to give it back. So one year we had a huge feast for the homeless. And very few came, and I was so disappointed. I was sad. I was like, "Oh, it stinks." But what I've learned about the homeless, I think, community is 85% didn't ask to be in that situation, so they don't want to go and not feel celebrated, but they have an idea of what they needed to look like or dress like. Where we were wearing T-shirts, like it's fine, but they didn't know. They knew they were going into a church. Like I heard afterwards the feedback, and like you were saying with Greg, that we assume a lot of times we know why they're in that situation, but we have no idea. We don't have any right to judge them any more so than someone else. I mean, like I grew up in Gettysburg. I was born here, and I never saw anyone who I knew to be homeless until except in like the last maybe 5 to 10 years. And so I'm so proud of like CARES and what you're doing and places, because it can happen on a dime, and it's so unplanned, and you have no choice.
No.
And like hopelessness is one thing, but I do feel like there's a percentage also who knows that I'm not staying here. I have to be in this situation now. I think kind of like what my husband was sharing.
We have a couple men right
so
now
many.
at the mission who are similar to Greg's situation.
Yeah. So, but to have something available with no questions asked is so important. It's just good. What you're doing out there is really good, and it's teaching. They're learning, and you feel the pride every time they come in. I feel a shift in them. So it's good. It's good what you're doing. You and your team. You have a great team out there.
We do have an amazing team, and so do you.
Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
And I know you're a mama bear.
Yeah, I am a mama bear. That's good. That's pretty accurate.
So awesome, and what you do for our community. Everyone's like, "Oh, little hair shop. What do they do for the community?"
Yeah.
You guys are part of the fabric of what's good about this place, about what's good about Adams County.
Yeah.
And again, there's, like I told Paul earlier today, I was like, there's nobody I'd want more in a war than you, in a battle, and you too. So it's like, I need Kathy too.
I'll be there. I promise. I promise.
You guys are just special people and doing special things in our community, and I know you love people, and
yeah, for sure.
You'll chase them down and love them whether they want it or
even
not.
if they don't want it. I'm okay with that. Like, I know they'll feel good even if they don't want me to know that. But I think everyone needs that. There's the relationship part of it, and just to be cared for, and just given attention with and not because you feel sorry for them, or the goal is like there's so much more than what like you said. If I had to live every day with every mistake I ever made, no one wants to do that, nor do we have the right to look at anybody that way.
Right.
And I just was of course standing here while you guys were talking, and I was thinking about the different scenarios you brought up, like when you have like a tendency for if you have addiction for alcohol or other things. The moment those things are happening, it's so difficult to make the choices that you want to make in your spirit, and so to know that they're just a phone call away is, you can help women, you can help men, because you have the Agape House, right? So it's not just men, it's both, and there's a great need.
There's a huge need, and you bring that up. So the Agape House is a family ministry.
Yes.
It's a family shelter, and we have several apartments there. And we really want to keep that focused on families.
Yeah.
We've tried to put, multiple women in an apartment, like 2 in an apartment. It's very difficult to keep the cohesiveness with the families, as well as that, because there's some different needs there and specific things. But we're starting to see this single woman population, and they might be single at the time, but they have children, but those children aren't allowed to be with them at the time because whatever choices they made or whatever situations they were in.
Right.
But there's really not a lot of places around here to get them in.
Right.
And that's one of the big needs that we want to tackle going into this year, is figuring out how to raise support for a single woman shelter, whether it's us or somebody, but it's needed here.
You're doing it with the daycare.
Yeah. So
the daycare. So I was just thinking, this just crossed my mind when we said about, they made choices that got them there, right? Sometimes they didn't even do that.
Oh, sometimes no.
It's so easy. It's quick to just put the bottom line is they're in a situation for some reason, and it caused homelessness, and it's devastating no matter what.
It is. I mean, we talked with someone earlier today who's a survivor from sex trafficking.
Wow.
She was here. Yeah, I didn't even know she was coming, and just blew me away at how strong and courageous she was. And that's the same thing. You can come out of that, escape it, and you have no place to go, and end up there. So we're seeing 8 to 10 women a month, and it's slowed down a little bit right now. I think it's colder and things like that, but so women are choosing to stay in some of the abusive situations and things that they're in. And I don't want to read into it, but there's really no place. So we want them to get to us. We'll make the phone calls. We'll help try to find the places for them,
or have other places.
And eventually, our hope and prayer is that we have a place to go. That's a restoration program that helps them get the tools they need to get back out on the street. Not on the street per se, but into the community and
well, and they have little ones
back into
too
some
with
stability.
Them. Yeah, I mean, like the men. I'm saying, like if you had a male come to you with children, that's a very different scenario, right? And now we have women with children, and we're still figuring that out.
Yeah.
And so that's a big need. It's just a lot is clicking in my head right now.
The Agape House is full.
Right, and I knew that was more family oriented. Yeah. Oh, you just said something that made me think of something. Anyway, it's fine. You were talking about abuse. And so I just want to encourage anyone who's listening. Super Bowl Sunday is the #1 day that women get abused.
Really?
All year. Because of the heighten of the sports and their team not winning or whatever the scenario be. But I mean, that's what it used to be for a very long time. So, we want to be prayerful over Super Bowl Sunday because that just seems to be a time when they could, those things seem to happen.
Yeah.
I remember reading that statistic a little bit ago and thinking,
that's strange. I haven't read it, so I have to check that out. But.
That's what I thought I read. So
No,
I'm not Newsweek or anything, but I know I read that multiple times, and so that's scary. But
I think even talking with the young lady that was here about abuse and people who've been in abusive situations, and they thought that was normal because they grew up around it.
Yeah.
They grew up in it. They didn't think that was
not supposed to
a
happen.
problem,
Yep.
right? So it's educating our kids,
Yeah, we used to have a program, and I think they still have it. It's called Cut It Out.
Is it?
Because a lot of times they will tell you their stylist or their barber, like things because we're not family.
Oh, almost
And
like
so
a
Cut It
bartender
Out,
or
but it was for men also because men are abused by women.
Oh, yeah.
Also, it's not just the other way around, but it is both ways. And so we had a program. Dawn Edwards, when she went to our church, she was helping to facilitate it. But it was for barbershops and salons and called Cut It Out. And it gave them a place to talk and a resource that the person harming them wouldn't know about.
Right.
So lots of good things to be mindful of.
Yeah. Thank you guys for being part of our community and joining us and coming out here in the cold tonight.
Well, thanks for what you're doing too. I mean,
we
you and your
appreciate
team
y'all.
are making a difference in the burg.
We're trying.
Yeah, I mean, I was born and raised here. So these are great
trying.
things to hear happening.
Yeah,
So,
and homelessness.
I love Gettysburg. It's its own little place. That's for. I don't always love everything about it, but I love a lot.
Yeah, and it's just homelessness is so hidden here. It's like you said, up until 5 years ago, I didn't really know. These folks are living in their cars, they're couch surfing, they're living in a barn or a shed, and there's I don't know. I'm a proud guy. It would be very hard for me to tell somebody I'm homeless, I need help. And I just want them to know, if that's your situation, reach out to Adams Rescue Mission, and we'll help you find help if we can't provide it for you. So
We'll help you.
we'll try.
There's a lot of will in that.
And part of it has to be, that willingness. Do I want to get better? Am I ready?
Well, you can
to
be
get
willing or you're willful.
Yeah.
So you die to one to pick up the other, right?
Indeed. So that's our prayer for our community.
It is.
Thank you guys so much.
Thanks for having us.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for what you're doing.
Get warm. Get out of here.
You too. I hope you're staying warm. Are you kind of warm?
Enjoy each other.
I'm not bad.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Yeah. Does he have a heater in there?
Yeah, he does.
Good. All right. All right. Well, you take care.
You too. Thank you.
See ya.
talk about next week.
Like I said, if you want to get warm, let me know.
We got some time. I'm good. Good for now.
just got off of work.
Yeah. Have a seat a second. All right. So, yeah, we're talking about what homelessness looks like. What is it in your head when you think of homelessness? So if you want to, tell us who you are and share some thoughts. What do you think?
My name is Austin. I just moved to this area. I live about 20 minutes out, Mount Holly area.
Yeah.
Lived in Brooklyn for 4 years.
Okay.
So homelessness is... and then I lived in Cleveland. I'm from Cleveland originally, so I don't see a lot of...
I'm ashamed to say that, no, I'm not. I was born in Toledo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm a Michigan fan, though, not Ohio State. Sorry.
I'm not a big sports guy, so it doesn't
so we're good.
Doesn't harm
we're
me.
Okay, you're not gonna.
But there's a lot of homeless, people. I think the new term is unhoused, but still, if you ask an unhoused person, they don't really care about the term. They really are just kind of focusing on what's going on and what's immediately there for them,
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a serious issue. I think especially in these colder climates,
Mm-hmm.
whether it be Midwest or further east out in PA, New York. And yeah,
So you came from a big city, like, you're in Brooklyn, New York, and right?
Yeah. Worked
Brooklyn.
in Lower East Side, lived in Brooklyn.
I mean, it could have been Brooklyn, Tennessee or something.
Sure, yeah.
So
like
you're in Brooklyn, New York.
Miami of Ohio, yeah.
Exactly. So Brooklyn, New York. So, would you think a little area like this, Adams County, PA, it seems like most people are pretty decent here, having, decent off, they have cars, they have food, they have shelter. Would you think that there's a homelessness problem here?
I wouldn't. I mean, I haven't seen it. But that's not true. I just went to Marshall's.
Yeah.
Right down the road here before I went to work. I have a dog. Just great dog toy selection. A little aside, but and there was 2 people, begging out there, and I live closer to Carlisle, so there's people with signs out there, and so it is a problem out here, but it's, I guess the East Coast in general kind of has a different mentality about it, I think. I think there's also a lot of stuff on the internet that kind of, we live in our echo chambers that could kind of show us sometimes one situation of someone who isn't unhoused. They go back to their car in their house and someone catches them and says, hey, you're just panhandling and you're better off.
Yeah.
A lot of people take that story and they're like, oh, everybody's like that, but it's not the situation at all. I don't think anybody wants to be out on a corner having a sign.
So I'm the executive director of the Adams Rescue Mission here in Gettysburg, and we're one of a couple of agencies that actually works with the homeless here in town, in Adams County. And we house, right now, we have, I think, 26 men out there, and it fluctuates. We'll go 21, 26 as people either graduate or they're stable enough or move on. But there's 26 men. We have 14 women and 7 children right now that we're working with directly. And, so when you say, some of these people who, the stereotypes, they're panhandling and then they follow them and they leave and they're driving a BMW and, putting up and walking out. I'm not saying that doesn't happen or can't happen, but not one of the people that I work with and that is one of our resident guests have ever been sitting out here with a sign. Sure. So for every person with a sign standing there, there's 25 to 30 people that aren't out there doing that, who are really, really struggling in life. And a lot of times here, hiding it. They don't want people to know that. And I mean, I don't blame them. I wouldn't, that's a very vulnerable thing and place to say, but they're living in their cars. They have children and they're afraid to tell people that they have children and they're living in their car because then their kids get taken away and, those things, or they think that, so. Of course. I was very curious as a young person, and you've obviously lived a lot of places, what your thoughts were on homelessness and what do you think we could do better to help solve some of these issues? I mean, I don't think myself homelessness is ever going to go away. But what do you think we can do better to serve the underserved?
Yeah, that's a great question. question. I'm really happy I ran into you. I mean, it's such a big question, and it's so strange that we're the richest nation, and that we have this problem of homelessness and hunger. And it seems like more things, or more taxpayer dollars, I think, could be going into helping things in this area. Helping. It's almost like on the line of the political spectrum of wanting to create a stronger country, but not in the military sense, just focusing on our people, and so I think that homelessness or unhoused, I think it doesn't just happen, right? Like it's an effect that happens over time, whether it's through mental illness or whether it's through drug addiction. I mean, I think those are the things that really need to be taken into account. I think that we need to stop it's not about putting people in jail for being unhoused. It's about trying to get to the underlying problem, whether that's mental illness or whether that's addiction, because it doesn't just happen. I think a lot of people try to turn the other cheek, and it's the same. I'm not vegan or anything, but it's the same way. Like when you eat a steak, like you don't want to think about
the animal you killed to eat it.
Exactly. So yeah, I think it comes down to where our taxes are going to. At the bottom line, privatized prisons and the whole prison industrial complex, and I mean the pharmaceutical industry has a lot to do with addiction, and it's a really big task to take on, but it's important.
So I think a lot of the things that you're bringing up are really cool points, but so often we think that it's so overwhelming. How am I going to affect change? How am I going to do that? So we just kind of look the other way. And I'm one of those. I could certainly, for the majority of my life, put myself in that demographic. If it does exist here in Adams County, which I didn't even think it did, then it's a problem I can't do anything about. And then when you sit across from somebody and you talk to them and you hear their story, and you're like, you know what, I could do something here. What can it be? And I think if more people came around and figured out what little piece of that pie they could take a bite of, and we could get more awareness and young people involved and understanding what this epidemic and problem looks like, and really then, like you said, looking at, let's really find the root causes of this. And I don't want to put blame on anybody. That's not what I'm here for. But more so, what are the root causes, and how can we start educating, adjusting our programs towards going after the root causes of this. We were talking earlier about mental illness and undiagnosed mental health issues and things like that, and how they're becoming more prevalent. And I don't know if they're becoming more prevalent or they're just I think they've always been there. It's just they were overlooked before, but that's just my opinion. But we're seeing it more and more, and these people having opportunities to get that taken care of. So how can we work within our healthcare systems and just citizens? How can we advocate and push for the need for some of these types of solutions to this problem? So it's great to see somebody, young, who is actually thinking about these things, and it hurts your heart. When you talk, you can see that, this is something that bothers you. So thank you for stopping and sharing with us. We appreciate you and
being here.
We're just raising awareness for what's going on. So
great.
So we appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you as
Have
well.
a good night.
Yeah.
You can just set it right here. my friend. How you doing? Good. Thank you. You want a coffee?
I dropped this too much. Want a coffee? Or whatever it is. I brought you a chili too.
Thank you.
I don't know what's in that coffee, but
I'm good. I just drink it black. Oh, God, I drink whatever's in there.
That's kind of what I figured.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, semi-decent light.
How you doing, Mr. Frank?
I'm doing well, Mr. Hudson. How are you?
I'm doing good. And your lovely bride, Sherry?
And my wife, Sherry, who
Yep.
looks cold.
She's here.
Not as cold as you guys, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, we're doing all right. We're hanging in there.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good turnout.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of how many people we've interviewed, but
That's good.
just some really interesting perspectives as we sit here and we, are trying to raise awareness on homelessness and the at-risk community, and all the different agencies that work together and try to help the folks most in need and most
Right.
vulnerable.
Especially
in our county.
in weather like this.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
got to be really, really trying.
Yeah.
So, is there shelters that are available for them this time of year?
So, we have Cares down the street.
Mm-hmm.
They're at St. James Church there, and they have overnight for folks.
Right.
And then we have, beds there at the mission.
At the mission, yeah.
For men up there on York Road. The Agape House is full.
Yeah.
And then, so women and children that come in, we could talk, I don't know if SCAP has any room right now, but, SCAP, and then we work with other agencies trying to place them once we
Right.
get people. So we certainly don't leave them out there to fend for themselves, that's for sure.
What is the homeless population of Adams County right now?
Everything you look at, it says around 500-600.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I know what we serve, what they serve over there. And maybe there's some better data out there that's a little more solid. But there's so many people that keep it hidden, or they're couch surfing, or those types of things. So, my guess is, it's probably twice that. But
Right. So you have a lot of maybe homeless
Yeah.
that are like working homeless.
yeah, exactly. There's a lot of that. You have working homeless, then you have the working poor, and up the ladder you go. And we're always going to have those things.
Right.
It's how do we help with those things? The ones that we can get out of those situations. How do we help them get out of those situations? And how do we help keep people alive, and those types of things. So our biggest thing is trying to get people back on their feet at the mission. We're trying to get people back out into society, get them the tools they need to create a living, try to find the opportunities, and make sure they know that even though they may have made a decision, they may have had an issue, they may have had whatever it is that caused this, there is a way back.
Right.
And for so many people, they don't think that there is, and they just give up hope.
Mm-hmm.
And that's our passion, is to help restore that.
Right. What do you think the number one hindrance is for them to get back on this into society like that? Is it their mental attitude? Is it the society, the way they view themselves in society, or?
Well,
or
I think for one, it's not that and these are, again, I'm not putting anybody down.
Mm-hmm.
There's programs out there, there's assistance, there's all kinds of stuff out there. It's navigating that system to get the help that you need. A big part of that for some of these folks is again, we've talked about it over and over tonight, is the mental health care piece that keeps getting kind of ignored.
Right.
We have a lot of folks who have mental health issues, and some of them don't face that. They don't want to face that.
Right. I guess especially for a man that projects weakness.
Well, yeah, or they get to feeling a little bit better once they get on their medications and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll go off of them.
Yeah.
And think, this isn't no, I'm good now.
And the medication isn't inexpensive either.
No, no. But, a lot of our folks we're able to partner with and help get them the access that they need. It takes time, but we're able to do that. But there's so much that goes undiagnosed, and then that leads to self-medicating, which leads to other drugs, which are very hard to come back from. So, one of the things that we're doing is we're opening a licensed drug and alcohol counseling center, and we'll have offices at the Mission and down here on 150 Chambersburg Street to try to meet that need, certainly for our folks, so we can get them immediate care for our resident guests and clients. And then also our hope and dream is, getting that piece open to the public, which, the counselor programs that we've partnered with want to do. So we're just moving through that process of what that takes to make that happen.
So what would you say is the number one thing that you could get from people besides monetary assistance? I know you and I are Christians, and we believe that Christ, with his power, can do anything. Would it be prayer? Would it be introducing them to Christ?
I think it's prayer. My thing is, the way I want, I prefer introducing people to Jesus is by showing how much
Jesus
I care for them. Right.
The love of Christ.
I don't think beating on someone with a Bible is very helpful at all.
No.
And I certainly don't think that, telling someone they're going to burn in hell if they don't believe is helpful at all. But I do believe, I do believe what is helpful is, I don't care what you did wrong. I don't care where you came from. I don't care what your mess is. I'm here with you in it, because that's what Jesus does for me. I'm in here in it with you, and I'm not leaving you. So don't try to push me away. Don't try to stop. I'm not going anywhere.
You're stuck with me, buddy.
If you want to get well, I am here, and I will help you get well. So I think, introducing them to that kind of attitude then can possibly lead to those conversations, because I don't believe you can force somebody into believing something.
No.
As much as I want them to know who Christ is and know what Jesus did for us and how much he cares for them, I believe it's dangerous to try to force things like that on people.
And I think what you touched on there, one of the things that Christ asked some of the people who had asked to be healed, do you want to get well? And I think you probably run into that with people who are just there for the handout, or
it happens. It's much more rare than what you think. So out of probably 360 some guys that came through the Mission, there might have been 2 that's what their reasoning was for there. For the ladies,
they wanted to get help.
Exactly. So the majority of these folks want to get help. They don't know where to turn, and then they have bad habits they have to break. When they get confrontation, so they have no confrontation skills. When they have issues or problems, they want to hide it, so they have no skills of transparency. So it's teaching them that that's okay, because in their life, every time they've shown that or trusted somebody, something bad has happened, right? And then, when you're fighting for survival, our human bodies, our minds, our things, we do all kinds of stupid stuff.
We go on the defensive, no matter what it takes. So.
And so it's kind of breaking those things and making sure people know exactly what's going on. It's funny because we had one of the young men that's at the Mission. He went to church, and he was at this particular church that I was at. And when you see him, even you see him, he's got tattoos on his face. He looks very hardened. He spent a little bit of time in jail, and he's the sweetest, nicest human being on the planet. Well, he's sitting in church, and I'm way away from him, and I saw him come in, and I was surprised that he was there. And I saw him, and it was time for greeting and stuff. And you had a lot of people looking and wanting to go over, but were kind of afraid, right? So I walked down and kneeled down next to him and welcomed him and said hi. I know him. And as soon as I did that, then everybody else was bombarding him, probably annoying him. How you doing? Welcome, But a lot of these people, and we all do it. We're humans. We judge the book by its cover, and we we all do it. It's a safety mechanism
It
built
is.
into us.
It
You
is.
know, so
And we're societal. We tend to be cliquish and stay with our group. And anybody outside that
accepts me.
group, yeah, it's kind of a scary thought.
Yeah.
But that's where you show the love of Christ, because he didn't differentiate between any class or any person. So that's a very admirable thing that's going on up there. So, are you trying to also partner with businesses to? I mean, not just the nonprofits that you're dealing with.
Right. So I think there's a lot of room to pull on some strings there. Especially, a lot of these businesses have these, ESG committees and things like that.
Right.
Environmental safety and governance committees and things, where businesses want to get socially active in the communities. It's raising awareness in that, and I think part of it is, making sure people know our reputation is above reproach,
right?
And our levels of transparency and those types of things. So I think it's partly me getting out there and sharing those things. And those are like second, third day problems. I just started last year, so we were knocking out a lot of the day one problems and
stuff.
Infrastructure and things like that. Our heaters are 40 years old, and there's no air conditioning upstairs, and so I'm looking at a couple $100,000 in bills that I need to do. So it's kind of partnering with folks with that, but when you first partner with them, typically I'm going to trust you with something small, and if you do well with it, then I'll do something better. And so we need to make those relationships. But I think
like the story of the talents.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of room there to start, pulling on some of those strings. But I want to get our full, reviews, financial reviews, and audits and things. I want to get all those things in place so that I can show people, look, I know we're well above reproach.
Adam's listed on, what is it, the Gold Star?
Yeah, we are.
Site? Okay.
Yep. So we went through.
People could go there.
People can go there and
see
see. Our 990s are out there. You can see exactly what we do.
Right.
I mean, I send out full open reports, financial reports and stuff to our board.
Right.
You can see, everything we spend the money on, and we put that, right back into the men and women and children that we serve.
Right.
And I also believe in empowering our staff. It's it was said the one time. When I first started at the mission and on the board, and I'm looking at it and I'm like, these guys are making $7 or $7.50 an hour. They're making minimum wage and they're working in the store. And I was like, what the heck? How is this possible? Or they're working for God. And I'm like, well, God has as much money as we could possibly want.
Yeah,
so,
you can't outspend God.
It's I think we should be reasonable with what we can afford and competitive in the neighborhood. Wow. So, we've worked on that for our hourly folks and my staff to make sure, that they're being paid somewhat competitively.
It's got to help their self-esteem as well.
Yeah.
That they're worth more than just the minimum.
Yes, and they're doing some amazing work, and they work very hard.
Yeah.
And so empowering our staff is one of our key principles.
Right.
So that's something that we're certainly working on. So that we have the right people in the right places doing the right things.
Right.
No, it's just been an absolute pleasure, but I think, my next step has really just been trying to ensure that us as nonprofits are getting out there and getting the awareness of what these folks are doing to help the people in our neighborhood. And I really don't care if it's me helping them or some other nonprofit that's helping these people. My biggest problem is, how do I get these people taken care of?
Right.
And I think we have a darn good program, and it's getting much better. Yeah. But I'm willing to learn from some of the other folks around. I'm willing to partner with them, and some of the people don't want to be in our program because it's 12 to 18 months, and it has different phases, and you have to be patient, and you have to go through these phases and
so you
meet
have an actual curriculum, so to speak, that they have to go through.
Yeah, exactly.
Goals that they must attain.
Yeah, my belief is if I don't give you the tools you need to be successful, I can throw all the money in the world and resources at you, but you're just going to end up back where you were.
Teach a man to fish.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's in the same thing with the our women and children's ministries and shelter there.
Right.
It's ensuring that they have the tools they need to deal with what life's going to throw at them. and have the support systems around them to help them cope with that.
So you're building a foundation for them.
Exactly.
Helping them build their own foundation.
Exactly. And that's really what it is. And they can see and be proud of that. And some folks aren't ready for that yet.
Right.
And which case there's other agencies or places they can go that's probably more helpful for them until they are ready for something like that.
Right.
So there's more than one way to skin the cat, if you will.
Right.
And I don't want Peter talking to me. I'm talking about a catfish, right? We're talking
catfish.
right?
Catfish.
So, there's more than one way to do that, and there's great ideas and thoughts and people who are thinking way out of the box. And most of the community doesn't know what and how hard our commissioners are working, how hard our borough and township leaders are working to try to solve some of these issues and go after these problems. These men and women out here, they get the brunt of the garbage because, we're living in a political society and everybody's mad at whoever, whatever, at any given time. And so they take the brunt of those things, and the distrust for those things are all over the place. But, in the meetings that I get to be part of and the coalitions that I get to talk with and stuff, these folks care and they're out there working.
Right.
It's how do we think out of the box? How do we put all the different pieces together? Because there's more than one answer to this problem.
Right.
And I think
the problem's multifaceted. So you have different people with different personalities.
Exactly. So it's how do we get out in the communities? How do we do our part? I can sit around and point my finger, and I've done it for years. This is this because you don't do that and you don't do this. Okay,
right.
Enough of that. What can I do?
Right. If you're not part of the solution,
you're
you're part of the problem.
Exactly. It's the old adage. So that's my big push, here lately. Okay. John Kennedy, President John Kennedy years ago, and it's, way before my time.
Mine too.
We'll
go with that.
He said, don't ask what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country? And I think somewhere along the line, maybe we forgot a little bit of that, right? Yeah. And again, I'm not political one way or another. My big thing is the kingdom of heaven and what we're worried about there.
And we come back to Jesus. He did not come to He came to serve, and that's what we're called to do.
And I think if we share that servant's heart for our community, whether you're Christian, non-Christian, Muslim, Hindu, whatever, whatever that is, a non-believer, if we come back to that and that servant's heart of what can I do for the person next to me,
right?
How can I help them? It changes the world.
It does.
And it's one, I've said it, it's one smile at a time. It's one I held the door open at a time. And what does that lead to?
Yeah. It is amazing the smile you can put on other people's faces when we ran into a situation the other night. We were at a grocery store and a young lady needed some assistance.
Uh-huh.
And when I offered, the entire checkout lines turned around and looked, because that doesn't happen. And that's the problem with society. I think we're so selfish and self-centered, and rightfully so. I mean, we all have our problems, we have our jobs, we have things to do. Yeah. But if you take that couple of minutes and just look outside of yourself, like you said, and if you can change one life, it's the multiplication of seed. What life can that person change, or two lives that he could change? And it grows. It really does. So.
And how do we make that cool? Yeah, that's my thing. How do we make
I think it's pretty cool right now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's how do we make that socially acceptable and really start breaking down some of these barriers on what mental health looks like, the shame that's involved in it. Look, if we have mental health issues, each one of us are susceptible to that. How many times have you been depressed in your life?
Today?
Yeah. Well, and I'm not comparing this to somebody who's going through clinical depression.
Right.
But it's very easy for that to happen,
And unfortunately, it gets comfortable.
Yeah.
You can just wallow in your self-pity if you want to put it that way, because that's what you know, and that's what you're comfortable with. And when someone tries to help you up out of it, it can get scary.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a responsibility that comes with healing and getting better. I mean, when we talk about how you folks doing, we're talking about homelessness. I'm with the Adams Rescue Mission, and we're talking about what the real face of homelessness looks like and the misconceptions of homelessness. And we're here in Adams County, and how many people think that we have a population of homeless people that's more than 500?
In Adams County?
In
Yeah.
Adams County.
Yeah. You know, what's that?
Do you have a sense of the percentage of those that are children?
I don't. Not off
Tell you what,
the.
we're about done. Would you ladies like to sit and
You
speak?
guys are more than welcome. It's live streamed.
Just for a minute or two.
I can tell you for us, we have 14 women and seven children that we're taking care of currently. What's that?
Are you at SCAP or?
No. I'm with Adams Rescue Mission in Agape House. Now, SCAP is certainly people we partner with and work with, and it's an amazing organization here that does awesome things. But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about these things, and how do we work together as a community to help solve them and go after them, recognize them? How do we take away the shame that's placed on us from abuse or a mental illness or those types of things? So yeah, that's what we're talking about. You folks take care.
God bless.
Nice talking to you. So, yeah, I'm not sure where we went to, but I love running my mouth.
No. Aren't you a pastor?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah,
Give
there
a
you
pastor
go,
a
there you
microphone,
go,
and you'll
never get two of them together
until
and see what
everyone
happens.
finally falls asleep. Then we'll be good.
So what are you doing to get the name of Adams Rescue out there and what you provide to the community?
For me, it's definitely networking. Anyone that'll allow me to get up and speak and talk, any avenues, social media, community media of South Central PA, who's videoing this right now. They've been a huge supporter of us, getting videos out, educational things, getting our word out there and helping us on our websites and things like that. So they've been instrumental in helping us get those things out. But I still run into people all the time, and I spoke at almost 100 different speaking occasions last year.
Oh, wow.
I was at 96 for the year. But almost there, but getting out there and talking about it, things like this, creating opportunities for people to come and just have organic conversations about what their thoughts are on homelessness. And it's such a huge, complex matter. We were just talking with a young man earlier that we get overwhelmed and, okay, I can't do anything.
Right. Oh, yeah, I've seen that happen. So, have you reached out to any of the local television stations to do interviews or anything?
I have not. I'm not. I'm not quite there yet.
This would have been great for somebody to come and interview and watch the process, but if they'd come out, it's a little chilly.
There's not too many people willing to come and sit here for 24 hours with somebody who's totally unknown. So,
that's true.
So I'm certainly grateful for our support that we do have, and I firmly believe that God's moving our community, moving in our community, and that He cares, and we I say this as a church, all churches,
Right.
I think, and again, I'm not putting any one church down. How about this? When I was a young man, I was totally turned off by church. My mom went to a church. She was a firm believer. And when I was about 11 years old, I got really, really sick. Something Henoch purpura. It's like, some almost third world disease. And really sick. And they couldn't figure out what it was. Finally, a doctor did. But before that, this church came to my house. My mom's church, the pastor and these elders, and they put oil on my head, and the pastor said, and mind you, I'm like 11 years old. I say that because Knight Rider had just come out. So, well, that dates me. So this pastor puts oil on my head and said, I've never seen a child get punished for sin like this. And I was like, man, he can see right through me. He can see what's in my head. He can see, me smoking cigarettes at the bus stop. He can see all those things, and I could never measure up. So you had this very twisted sense of what God was about. And
angry God who wanted you to follow the rules.
And these are the rules, and this is the law, and you got to follow this, and if you don't, blah, you're going to get. And so I could never be forgiven. I could never find redemption. I could never, none of those things.
Right.
And so I couldn't live up to it. So why? And I just became angry, and of course divorce and those things. So you're one foot in one camp, one in the other. You're always two different people.
Right.
All those things that happen. And it wasn't until I was like 40 years old, just past 40, that I was finally at a point where my heart was totally broken. It was in pieces on the floor, and I was hopeless, and wanted to die, and at that moment when I reached out to my mom's God, he started putting my heart back together, all these little pieces, and it just gave me a heart for other people. It gave me an understanding of all the things that I didn't do right, not in a bad way, but in a way that I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be that cold. And it just filled my body with absolute love for humanity.
It reminds me of my father came to Christ literally 3 days before he passed away.
Yeah.
But one of his favorite expression was, remember where you came from, because there, but for the grace of God, go you.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people don't understand. We're like, 1 or 2 paychecks away from being in the exact same situation as the folks that are out here.
Yep.
They didn't choose to, hey, let's be homeless and try not to survive a night.
No. I have a gentleman now that is a nurse, and he's very good and amazing, just in a bad situation, lost his home, that kind of thing. And we can support him for a little bit while he gets back on his feet and gets those things. And then you have other people, who literally, have been kicked out of every place they've ever been, and
behavioral issues, mental health issues, whatever.
All over the place, yeah. And all I can do is keep on loving on them and care for them and figure out paths. And again, if they don't want to be there, then we try to find other places for them.
Right. And I think it takes everyone a while to figure out that they're loved in the situation like that, especially. So your continued support and your empathy that you have for them, I think, shines through. And I've known you for a while, and I see the genuine love that you have for people, and it's inspiration for a lot of folks.
Thanks.
So.
Thanks. And again, please know I'm not getting down on churches. I'm a pastor. I believe in church. I believe in
that. Trust me,
the entity or the sanctity of that.
There's a huge difference between a relationship and a religion.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand.
I just think we could do a better job of caring for fellow man and putting that at number one, as opposed to, telling people what we're against. And telling them what they can't live up to, because we could never live up to begin with. So.
Exactly.
Alrighty. In trouble for this.
Probably. It's better than the cat thing.
It's all right. It's better than the cat. Skin in the cat. Yeah.
Well, we're going to take off.
Thank you guys so much for coming out here in the cold and
it is what it is.
The night and running. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
Alrighty. Take care, brother.
Have a good night.
Yep. Make sure he gets some chili too.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, I'll share it. I will share it. We're good.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Bye.
What gave you this idea?
Here, take a mic. I'll talk to you.
Oh.
We're live, by the way. Is you okay with that?
I'm fine.
Okay.
There's somebody in there? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So tell us who you are and...
I'm David Kushner.
Yeah, how do I know you?
Yeah, well, you know me from my work at the Rotary.
At the Rotary, you're the...
And you're a member?
Yes.
And I saw the notice from Tom Powell today that you were doing this.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty amazing.
So what we're trying to do is raise awareness. about the true face of homelessness and some of our misconceptions and what can we do, and let people know that there's so many agencies and things out there who are really working at this.
I know.
How can we work together? How can we be better?
I was just on a conference call about this a week ago.
Yeah.
With some other
Tell me
leaders
about it.
leaders in town.
Yeah.
The woman from SCAP.
Yep.
Miranda Weiser from the library.
Yeah.
Somebody else who I don't remember at the moment, and myself. And I was just fascinated to learn about the issue of homelessness in the community and how extensive it is.
Yeah.
And then I heard this and I said, wow, this is really catching on, if you will. How do we deal with this?
Well, thank you for coming out here.
So I think it's important for the Rotary, By the way, did you see the email today?
What happened? Tell me about it.
Well, Tom sent me
I've been out here. And,
okay. What time did you get here?
I got here at 4, but we were setting up at 2:30.
Okay, so you missed it.
I've
Well,
been all
Tom
over
sent
the
me
place.
an email telling me what time this was and where it was. I decided to send it out to all the members.
Okay.
I said, go down, have a conversation.
Yeah.
Help you out.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, when you think of homelessness, you just said you didn't realize how widespread it is.
It is. Yeah, it
these
is.
folks are-
It's depressing.
Yeah.
And not only for them, but for us to think about the fact that people just don't have houses, don't have a place to live.
Yeah.
How do you deal with that? Or how do you not deal with it?
Well, that's
and
the
I mean,
thing.
you know it because you run the rescue mission, which I think is an incredibly, valuable piece of our community.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And we're trying to get better. We're trying to get the right programs, the right processes, procedures, and those things in place, and the right teams around us to continue to help us move forward in that. But oftentimes when we think of homelessness, we're like, okay, what did they do wrong to get there?
Yeah.
What comes to your mind first?
Well,
when you think
that
of
doesn't come to my mind.
That's a good thing, and it's a rarity because it used to come to my mind.
Well, I guess I just don't think that way.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's some unfortunate situation that befell them, whether they lost a job or were ill or had their own problems, psychological problems or otherwise, and just lost touch. And others lost touch with them. I don't think it's just yourself.
Yeah.
I think it's the community around you. And when the community doesn't step up to help you, I suspect it's not hard to end up alone and end up on the street.
But there's a vast part of the community that would help but doesn't even know how.
Well, that's it.
Or where to
right.
help. So I think there's that, and that's part of what this is about. How can you help? Who can you talk to? And my suggestion would be, come out and talk to us at the Adams Rescue Mission. Talk to us. I'm not asking you to give me money. Just come out and talk to me.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to ask you to give us money. So
it's okay.
But talk to us. Go to SCAP and talk to Megan over there. And
I
talk to
just
that
sent
team.
Megan an email today. Rotary has helped SCAP in the past during the COVID, and I sent her. She was on the call that I was on, and I sent her an email today saying, "I want to follow up. I want to come down and visit with you. I want to learn more."
Yeah.
And she said they're doing some apartments.
Yeah, they're building. I saw the same thing that you saw. There was a building or whatever, or something that they're doing.
Yeah.
And they're making 4 units for affordable housing. And that's huge. We just did a similar project that we finished that Cynthia Salisbury was here a little earlier, and she helped us with, and the Smith Foundation and those folks out there, the Conawago folks, and just really helped us go after that. And that's my thing. Okay, what can we do? How can we raise awareness? But there needs to be action behind it.
Yeah, and how do you get groups like the Rotary and SCAP and others to not only understand the depth of the issue, but the sort of the reality of how we can help? It's more than, I think, just sending you a check, which is important.
Yeah.
But I think you're looking for more than that.
Yeah,
and I think
I'm
the community
looking for
needs to be
partnerships.
right. Exactly.
Certainly that the tool, and again, I call it the tool of money, because that's exactly what it is. It's a tool that we use to fund the programs, fund the counseling, fund the buildings. These things aren't cheap. But we're working. Historically, we worked off of just over $1 million budget. This year, we were able to push that to almost $2 million.
That's great.
So we were able, and again, that's with purchasing a home and those types of things. So, and starting a daycare and.
But those are still small steps.
But those are very small steps to a big problem.
Exactly.
And we need more help to go get that.
So I think this conversation that I was involved in the other day, and you doing this coincidentally in the same week, raises awareness. Just so the people who are in these organizations. I mean, what are we in? We're in nonprofits. We're in foundations. We're in philanthropic organizations. Separate from the businesses in the community that should support this, but from the nonprofit side, groups are often looking for something to do. How do they help? This is perfect.
And for the Rotary, tell us what the Rotary does. What does the Rotary do? What are you guys involved in?
The Rotary is an organization of business people, community members, educators coming together to share the concepts of helping other people. Just looking to improve our communities, raise funds. We sponsor scholarships for students. We're looking now to begin moving, in addition to the scholarships, doing work with vocational education.
Yeah.
Because businesses need. Try to find a plumber, by the way, or an electrician.
No, I
or
got to.
an air
I
conditioner.
got to go through diesel mechanics in Carroll County.
Exactly. So we're looking at that and saying this is how we help educate students who want to learn a skill, and then my feeling is they'll stay in the community.
Yeah.
They'll build families. They'll buy here. They'll live here. They'll be productive additions to the community.
Right.
So we do that. We do fundraising so that we can support groups like the mission.
Like us, you guys have supported us.
We bring speakers in we meet twice a month, every other Monday, and we bring speakers in from the community. You've spoken at Rotary to talk to the members about what's going on in the community, so that they can go out and be speakers for you and help you and contribute.
So one thing that I got from the Rotary was this: we have a very diverse group of leaders, with a lot of experience to pull from. I mean, it's just this to pull from, in this pool. So I think it's almost limitless at the ideas and problem solving solutions we can come to. If we tap into that resource, because we're there, and it's how do we tap into that?
You're absolutely right, and we now have a new cadre of Rotarians, younger, in my opinion, and they want to learn what does Rotary do? How can I participate? Is it? We put flags at the cemeteries, and somebody said, well, okay, so that's great. It's good to recognize those who served, but what else can we do?
Yeah.
So, I asked some people if they would serve on a committee to select grant recipients. Sure, no problem. We've got a group looking to do scholarships. Okay, they're going to review applications for scholarships and make some recommendations. I've got another committee looking at doing some what we're going to be calling surprise grants. It's not a lot of money, but it's some.
Right.
And I think, I don't care how much it is, whatever you can do.
It's more than what you had before.
Exactly.
What can you do with it?
So how do we help small nonprofits in Adams County use some extra funds?
Yeah. And
it's hard, I'm hard pressed to have somebody say, no, we don't need it.
Right. No, absolutely. I can't imagine.
And by the way, you're on the list.
Thank you, because we do need it, and I can show you exactly where.
Oh, we know where you can need it.
So one of the things that's coming up here through the ministerium, we'll be hosting it out at the mission. We're going to do this housing assistance summit, and really it's a lot of the churches around, their leaders and stuff, just
Oh.
kind of putting our heads together around this problem. And we've invited, Megan, of course, and we're going to be inviting Stephanie McElwee out there at the Housing Authority. I'd love to have somebody from the Rotary come
Invite
out.
me. I was surprised they didn't know about this. If Tom hadn't sent me the email, I wouldn't have known. So,
and again,
he's on your board, so he knows.
But again, we're Adams Restaurant. We're doing everything we can to get our name out there, but still, you're not seeing it. So it's like,
well,
I don't know what else we can do.
You're
so
doing
we
it.
keep doing
I mean,
it.
you're doing
So-
a good job. This is how it should work. He's he's president-elect of Rotary.
Yeah.
He's on your board. He thought about sending it to me as president. I decided to send it out to everybody in Rotary. I mean, that's how we spread the word for you.
And why these relationships are so important.
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
much bigger than us, you and me having lunch
right.
or something.
There'll be
It's great.
somebody
I'm happy to do
replacing me, and that's fine. I'll stay in Rotary. But it'll also give somebody else the opportunity to learn how to be a leader and take on the responsibility. We're going to have new leaders in July 1st. We'll have a new president, a new president-elect, new secretary. Our only carryover officer will be our treasurer. So
Yeah, I mean that's
builds a
and it's
new
needed.
group. It builds a new group of leaders, and people like me aren't going away.
No, and the way that Rotary's set up, you have that year or so overlap of people in the previous position who are helping those step into the other position, and you
Yeah,
continue
I'll be immediate past president for 2 years.
Right. So
I'll be a
you're
resource.
still there for a resource.
And, when you asked earlier about the Rotary, I mean, it's not just the club in Gettysburg. There are 40 clubs in this area that belong to the district. Then the district belongs to the region. Then the region belongs to Rotary International, which has, million, 4 million, 5 members, has a foundation with $2 billion in it.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of resources.
So resources that we can tap into.
Exactly.
And
they have district grants and global grants and other kinds of grants, and it's just groups have to figure out what do we want to go after, do the paperwork, fill it all out. We're going to look for a district grant this year. We're not sure what it will be used for, but we've decided it's time for us to, and we've done this in the past, but it's time for us again to apply for a district grant. How much money? I don't know. That's going to be a decision of a committee and the board.
But whatever it is, you're going to be pouring into our community right here.
Exactly. I mean, I think the most we can do is about the grants for $5,000. We have to fund half of that, so about $2,500 would come back to us. Okay, that's fine.
So what would you do? What would you say? How do people get a hold of you if they're interested in being involved in the Rotary?
That's a good question. Our website is a little behind. We're not
Trust me, all of us
we're non-tech people. We're trying to figure out with no full-time staff how do we keep up a website. So we're working on that. They can look up the Gettysburg Rotary Club. They can ask their neighbors. Oftentimes, I mean, that's how I got into Rotary. I moved here. Somebody said, you ought to join the Rotary Club.
And a lot of our local leaders
know the club.
And movers and shakers and people here, they're involved in the club.
Exactly. And most people, for example, don't realize that the Adams County Community Foundation, as successful as, it was started by our Rotary Club. Years and years ago.
And look at the difference it's making.
It's making a huge difference in the community. So, when someone says, what does Rotary do? That's one terrific example. Ask the kids who got scholarships last year, the year before that. What did Rotary do? They helped.
Yeah.
We gave money.
And these are kids who, are coming back to the communities and making a difference in those communities and whatever community they settle in.
Well,
they're making a difference in those communities because they're taking advantage of opportunities.
Right. So so I would say look up Gettysburg Rotary Club online. You'll find us. Every time I send an email out, it's got my phone number for text and contact.
And you're always looking for members.
We're always looking for members, so people are always talking.
Add to the diversity of the group.
Exactly.
And bring value to
and we meet, where are we? Right here, right across the circle. Okay.
Right at the hotel.
At the Gettysburg Hotel. We start at
I think
noon.
they renamed it just recently.
The Hotel Gettysburg.
Yeah,
I have to make sure I get that right. The manager, Andrea, is a member of Rotary, has been for years. So it's our home.
Mm-hmm.
So every other Monday we meet there for lunch. We have speaker. We talk about the issues that are going on. We get our members active with committees. We decide next steps.
And you're out there trying to make a difference in our community. So
Yeah. I mean, if not, why
exist?
Why have it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, well, we thank you.
No,
thank you so much for coming out here.
Well, I was
and
thinking,
taking your time.
I don't think I could do this at 2 in the morning. I just decided. I said, this is a good time.
I do have a couple people coming at 2. And,
That's good.
Yeah, someone around there. I think Tom's one of them. He and his wife are coming around 3.
So you're here to what, 4 o'clock tomorrow morning?
4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Afternoon?
Yeah. So
wow.
24 hours.
Oh, wow. Where did you get this idea?
We're doing this. So I was at a CEO's conference for Citygate, and Citygate's an organization that supports missions, offers them resources and things like that, and you become a member, and then you get all kinds of training resources and HR resources, all kinds of different things. So I went to a CEO's conference they had down south in South Carolina, and I met the CEO of the San Francisco Rescue Mission. And he and I were having lunch and talking, and he was talking about this bench talk that he does.
Okay.
Where once a year he goes out and raises money. He does it for a fundraiser.
Yeah.
And talks with the mayor and local politicians and, local nonprofits and folks who make a difference in, the care of human beings in their neighborhood. And but he uses it really for a fundraiser. And then lo and behold, the folks who run the Winchester one in Winchester, Virginia, they do it as well. So I'm
Do they all do it in the winter?
No.
You're
San
getting-
Francisco's
you're-
fairly warm.
You're
and
getting
mild.
the award for
They do it in
toughness, I have to
October.
tell you
Yeah,
that.
It's I'm like, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it when it's uncomfortable. And the folks who come out here get a taste of, could you imagine this? And then, you know what? My dream for tomorrow is more of this. And where am I gonna go?
The only flip side to that is it's pretty quiet here in the square right now. So I was thinking as I drove here, is this the time to do it, or when there's more tourists, more people, more vitality? I don't know. The mission that you have is year round. And I think the idea of showing people what it's like to be out on a cold night. I mean, I don't typically go sit
It's not
outside
pleasant.
at this
I grew
time
up
of
in
night.
Michigan. I hate cold.
I grew up in New York.
Yeah, so-
I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm an equatorial creature. That's where I want to be. So no, I just think it's incredibly important. I think folks like you, community leaders like yourself, coming out here, sharing what you want to do, coming up with solutions to a very, very complex issue that we face.
Well, I think from here, this plus the conversation earlier this week has been on homelessness has been on my mind more than ever.
Yeah. Well, good.
And
we're doing our
so
job.
and so I've been thinking, okay, so what do we do next?
Mm-hmm.
It isn't just giving money.
Right.
First of all, you have to raise the
Money to do it.
But how do we do a better job of educating people?
Yeah.
How do we educate people that this is not something you have to be afraid of? This is not something where you feel guilty. Okay, it's something where you have to think about what are the solutions.
Mm-hmm.
How can I help? Even if it's a small donation, it's a small bit of time. It's a donation of furniture, for example.
Oh yeah.
Or clothing, or something like that. That's the kind of thinking I feel groups like Rotary and others need to be doing in a combined way.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the advantage is going to be.
No, well, we appreciate you, Dave.
Hey,
And,
thanks
and
for
I thank you
letting
so
me
much
chat
for
with you.
coming out here.
Good to see you again.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Oh.
And, we definitely appreciate you, and Gettysburg's a better place for it.
Thank you.
Adams County's a better place
Well, that's
for
the
it.
same I would say for you. That's for sure.
Thank
You're tougher than I am.
We're trying hard. Yeah. We're trying hard.
All right. Well, next year we should think about how do we get you a small tent so that you can
Yeah.
be warm. Put a little heater and let people still see you. But
Well, I want folks to be a little bit uncomfortable. While
well,
they're
we
sitting
can
here.
make the tent a little bit warmer, but not that warm.
Not that warm to where it's like Club Med.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Thank
All
you.
right.
I
You're
appreciate you, brother.
You're welcome.
Take
You're
care.
welcome.
Take
Give
care.
you this back?
Thank you. Yep. Have a good night, my friend.
I'll be here for for a few more minutes.
Okay.
Finally getting settled down.
Yeah. Oh. So this is community media.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so community media, South Central PA, and they're literally filming this thing live.
So we should think about doing more with you when we do Rotary events.
See?
We've not been connected to
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You guys
I contract with them. I help them out as much as I possibly can.
Well, that's terrific. Do you have a card in there?
Man, Kirkland, and what they're talking about is, and this is how these things happen. He was talking about, okay, what's this all about? And he's pointing at the cameraman, and it's community media of South Central PA, and they volunteered to come out here and live stream, this whole thing. And Dave was like, you know what? We could use you guys at some of our speaking engagements and stuff that we have at the Rotary. We get some people out there and they're talking about powerful things in our community, and to be able to video that and live stream those things and get it out to the public. These are how these relationships and why they're so important in our community. So, yeah. So he was just trying to create that relationship. So that's something cool that happens here.
We're gonna do a farm to table dinner on June. I think we have about 100 seats, and we'll, whatever we raise, a portion of it's going to go to the farmers market to help them out.
So, folks, keep your eyes open for that.
We'll
that's
be advertising
June
22nd.
So
it's
June
a Sunday
22nd.
evening.
So look for that a food table or a farm to table.
Yeah, and we want to have local farmers.
Right. So
and meats and
that'll
things
be
like that.
amazing.
So it'll be fun.
Yeah, what a good time.
And it's a great barn.
Oh yeah.
If you've never been there, it's
I haven't.
spectacular.
Yeah.
Beach Springs Farms, terrific. You'll love it.
Very cool. I'm going, so I'm definitely doing
You'll
it.
be
So
there,
I will
okay.
be there. Thank you.
All right.
Perfect. 11 o'clock, we got Gina Piper coming.
Louis said he'll be around 12-ish.
Then I think her husband's gonna come on at 11:30. Are you holding up okay? You good? Mrs. Piper, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing wonderful.
I didn't know I was going to have to hold a microphone to
I
talk
know.
to on the bench.
Mark Burley was going to get us a stand to put here. How about?
I see that you're
He left and never returned.
you're well hydrated.
Yeah, I keep getting all these drinks.
I love it.
I'm gonna have a bio after I talk with you and your husband. So
You're gonna have a what?
A bio break. So,
Bio
yeah, I know.
break.
My teeth are floating. So no, thank you so much for joining us. So this is Gina Piper. She is half of the Piper Realty team.
With Century 21 Realty Services.
Yeah,
Gotta say the whole
exactly.
thing, man.
So, and they've helped, some of our clients. George, who was just here earlier, helped him find a home. Like literally, a 23-year homeless man find a home.
It was probably my favorite, transaction of maybe of my career, but definitely of last year. It was like our highlight. The look on George's face at closing was like.
Yeah, it's literally priceless. I know
It is
it's
literally
a cliche,
priceless.
but
I can't.
it's like-
No, it is it's why we do what we do, and it's amazing.
And you do it at all different classes. Yeah. You guys see this? You're in the realty market. Sorry, it's getting cold and I'm getting
tired.
Tired, but I got to make it a long time yet.
I know you have a ways to go, my friend.
A ways.
Yeah.
So it's way past my bedtime. So you're out there, and the availability of what we would consider for this demographic, people who are making $60,000 to $70,000 a year less households. The availability of housing for them.
There isn't. I mean, it's so low. It's so difficult for people to find housing, that they can afford, either rental or purchasing.
Right.
Either both.
Either one of those are very much out of reach.
Yeah.
So that's part of, there's a lot of agencies and certainly our commissioners and those folks, they're working on different options and things like that.
Yeah, I'm excited about some of the new
and all
initiatives
kinds
that
of
are
stuff.
happening.
Yeah.
I mean, it's positive motion for sure.
It takes time.
And it takes time, and there's a lot of work to do.
And little hurdles and things like that they have to change and go through. I was just talking earlier to somebody, I don't think we understand as much, and I've now been privy to some of these meetings, just how hard some of our local, I don't want to say politicians, but local government folks.
Yeah, our leaders.
Our leaders are just, they're working really, really hard to find solutions and create solutions and, adjust things to make sure they can address this situation.
Yeah.
But it's going to take time.
Yeah,
It's going
it
to
sure
take
is.
time.
It sure is.
Now, you guys are also not just realtors, but you're renters. You have...
Yeah, we're landlords.
You're landlords.
Yeah.
And you guys are notorious for...
Ooh, notorious. That's
creating
scary.
affordable housing.
Well,
I think
we have tapped into some of the programs that some of these agencies, make available.
and other landlords are afraid to tap into because of the stereotypes that go with it.
Yeah, we've had such good results using some of these programs. They're some of our best tenants, honestly.
And these are housing subsidy programs, like the HUD programs and those types of things.
Yeah, and the vouchers, the housing vouchers, which I know that there's some delays there, but I was actually thinking about this earlier. Like, I strongly encourage landlords to look into those programs, because I feel like from a landlord perspective, it's a win, because we're guaranteed, like, if something happens with our tenant and they have a financial problem, we get a portion of that rent anyway.
Right.
You know, because
You're
it
still
comes
gonna
from the
get it.
program.
Right.
And so, you know, that seems like a win to me. You know, and they've got good support with them to make sure that that actually doesn't happen.
Right.
So when they, you know, the folks up at the Housing Authority do a really amazing job.
Stephanie and her team.
Yeah, and Dee, I want to give huge shout outs to Dee. She works so hard.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, all of them. I love
Yeah.
you guys, all of you. But, you know, Dee's been on the caseworker for a couple of our tenants. And, man, she's just amazing.
And they follow
Walks
up
them
with them
through.
and they
right,
walk
that's
alongside
right.
them.
Give them support so that they can take that step forward and don't stay stuck where they are. And we have several tenants who are part of that program, and it's fantastic. It helps them. They have pride of place because they have a place. You know, they're able to get into a place, into a home, and we've found that our tenants that are part of that program have taken very good care of our properties. We always tell our tenants, Dwayne's so funny. He's like, I got 3 rules, you know, pay your bill, take care of my property, and communicate. And it's like, if we do those things, we're going to be just fine, right? And I'm telling you, like, they do. You know, they do. Yeah. And so, yeah, we're really blessed to be part of some of those programs.
And you guys also are a little extra special and go the extra mile for your tenants. Like, if they're running into problems, you help them find solutions to those problems, because it behooves you that they aren't struggling.
Yeah, you know, as landlords, you know, yes, they're, you know, you can get new people in your places all the time, but I'm telling you, turning over a place is a lot of work, and it costs money.
Yep.
I would rather keep a good tenant in place. If they have a bump in the road, help them figure out how to get over that bump and be successful, and, you know, stay in the home, especially if they, you know, have a good track record. Life happens sometimes, you know, and especially for those in, you know, the lower income demographics who are just living, you know, paycheck to paycheck, because everything's expensive, right? Everything's expensive.
Childcare,
you know,
all those
one,
things.
you know, medical issue will knock somebody off track. We've seen it happen so many times. You know, one medical issue and they're behind on their rent, or they're, you know, losing their home, or it's tragic because things are so expensive. And so for us, we just kind of were like, look, if we can help our tenants get over that hump, and sometimes we can't,
Right.
you know,
Yeah, it's
you know,
just
that's realistic,
not
and
within
they,
your
you know,
abilities.
right, and
or
you know,
their ability to want the help.
and right, exactly. I was gonna say, and you know, Dwayne's a little bit of the tough love dude sometimes.
Yeah.
He'll work with you, but he also will like hit that line and be like,
yeah, because you know, if you don't want help, then I really can't give
help.
you the resources to get there, because we're not going to get anywhere.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, we like working with folks. We like seeing people overcome those challenges, because then it does something inside of them, right? And then they can move forward in a better way. And it's just really fun to get to be part of that. Like, we consider that a real privilege. Like,
Yeah, I think that's what makes you guys extra special. And again, I'm biased. They help me get my house and those things, you know. So they're my realtors. But also they're dear friends. They're in the community. They're trying to make a difference the best way they can.
Yeah.
I would love to see you and your husband hold a conference with realtors to help them break some of these barriers and misconceptions about Section 8 housing and those types of things, and see what the benefits can be. And you guys aren't, like, your apartments are nice apartments. These aren't places that, you know, they're not, I don't want to say this because there's, you know, again, it's stereotyping things, but they're not rat traps. They're not, these are nice.
We try really hard not to have rat traps.
You guys, like, They're very nice apartments.
Yeah.
They're places where people can be proud to raise families, and
Yeah.
So we have one of our gentlemen who graduated our program, and we got him through the housing. We got a housing voucher for him, and there were no places. And at the same time, you guys were purchasing an apartment.
Yeah.
And we were able to mate those two up and get that.
Isn't matchmaking fun, by the way?
Matchmaking is a blast. I prefer to think that God's timing is perfect
Yes,
in these things.
yes.
So, so his name is Dave. He's going to be here tomorrow. But he is one of your tenants.
Yes.
And he works for us. He drives. He goes around picking up recycling at the different townships and things that we service. And he's just so proud of his home.
He is. Yeah, and he's so conscientious. He's a model tenant.
Yeah. He's doing so well.
Yeah.
He was worried because Domino's is across the street from him, so he was worried that the Domino's, the temptation of that every day was gonna get him. But he's doing pretty good.
Okay,
And
good.
he
He's not
works
eating
with
too
us
many
on his
pizzas.
budget. Yeah, he works with us on his budget and keeps himself out of trouble, and he puts money aside for his Domino's.
Well,
fix.
I have to say, I think it's one of the things that I love so much and appreciate so much about the work that you guys do is just how you are so intentional with these guys and the ladies at the Agape House, and just helping them work through their budgets and stay on track even after they graduate from the program and, they don't live there, but they might, still work there. And you guys still partner with, you guys are true partners. And we really appreciate that. Just watching how you guys work. It's impressive and it's so needed. And I know a lot of the agencies in town are, the same.
Yeah.
So,
one of those things that when I started last year, that we agreed on as a team was that we would continue and have these post programs and continue to support people after they've left.
So important.
So it's if not the first little. I keep saying speed bump all night long. So the first little roadblock that these folks hit, they fail and they end up needing the services that we provide again. So what we're trying to do is ensure that they have a support system around them to help get them over here. We have some rowdy college kids
It's
having
a Friday
some fun
night in
tonight on a
Gettysburg.
Friday night. So God bless them if they get home safe. But
college is back.
I remember those days. Anyway, no, so we walk alongside them to ensure that they don't fall right back into the trap that they were in and provide that support. To me, if you don't have the post support,
it's so hard.
It's so hard out there. I have family, I have friends, I have, church, I have, groups around me that if I'm struggling, I have people I can trust that can help me. And these folks are very, very limited on what their circle is. And it's a new piece of what we're doing, and it's an important piece of what we're doing.
It's a really important piece. I've got family members who have struggled with, different issues, made some bad decisions in younger years of their lives. And I've just seen how important that support structure is, firsthand, walking with them through those hard things because, it makes sense. There are consequences when you make certain choices and it makes the future even harder. But when you are really trying to turn a corner and make a fresh start and you're still dealing with the consequences of those past things and you don't have support, it's honestly, I think it's nearly impossible to not relapse into whatever your issue was, because it is 10 times harder after you've already been there to try and dig yourself. It's like digging out of the proverbial digging out of the hole. It's real and it's not bad that there are consequences. It's just, that's life. When you make, all choices have, ramifications, good and or bad. But digging out of that hole on your own gets tiring.
And can you imagine digging out of that hole and you have cognitive issues or disabilities?
No, I can't imagine. I mean, I really can't.
Without that support or someone to look out for you.
You have to have partners. I can't live my life without my community, without my support structure. And I've been a very fortunate person my whole life. You know, I've had a great support structure my whole life, and I've had really hard challenges, right? But I've gotten through those challenges because of my support structure. You add in, you know, what
Addiction
name
and
your
recovery
issue.
from
Yeah, name
addiction
your
and-
issue.
yeah.
You add that in and remove the support, and it's unfathomable to me. You know, my faith, my family, my community. That's how I navigate my life. And if any one of those is like not functioning, that's the support structure, right? It's tough. And so what you guys are doing by coming alongside and being in it for the long haul really is so important. And like you were saying, it's a benefit to you because otherwise you have the same faces coming back through your program all the time. And, you know, they're great faces. However, we'd like to see them in a different phase and get new faces, you know, to get help, right?
Exactly. I mean, when we're looking, we have a limited amount of resources to do as much as we can with it.
Right.
And to recycle it happens. It's you know, necessary, but you know, if we can get it right the first time and get the things around them to help get it right the first time.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's absolutely crucial. So you were talking about your faith, and you know, tonight I've had several different conversations where, well, somebody comes up and it was all God. God did it, everything, and I certainly believe those things. And but tell me more about that, because at face value, it just looks like somebody being pretentious, and it's not.
No.
You said my faith. How did your faith do this? What about that? What was it? What?
It's so many things. I mean, you know, just prayer is real. God's presence is real. For me, it is like God is real and He is present, and I tend to believe that God really cares about our individual lives, and He's not going to force His way in, whatever. But I go to Him and talk and look at what the scriptures say, and that's my guidance. You know, there's a lot of wisdom there. Prayer gives me, you know, I get a lot of wisdom through prayer, and just the peace, like through crazy circumstances when I shouldn't be having peace, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's a little bit difficult to explain if you haven't experienced it, but it is a very real and intangible thing, and you know, and along with that is the community of faith, is other believers that kind of come alongside to encourage and mentor and walk with you. You know, that's been my experience, and I've been really, really fortunate to be part of some really amazing church communities all over the world, and, you know, walk arm in arm with people through really hard things, or when I was really feeling alone, you know, being able to just lock arms and walk together has been awesome. But I don't know if I answered your question.
No, I think, like you said, it's a complex question.
It is.
What I like to do is dig a little, you know, when people talk, and oftentimes they'll say, my faith did this, or it's all God, all glory to God. Okay, that's great. Tell me more.
Yeah. Well, it's a relationship for me, really.
My life, my issues, my stuff.
And, you know, for me, faith is a relationship. It is not just, you know, a saying or a badge that I wear. It is a relationship. It is spending time talking to, and it blows my mind that I'm even able to do this, spending time talking to the creator of the universe who cares about my life. What?
Yeah.
But it's true.
Yeah.
And He cares about me. And so I take my cares to Him and glean His guidance and His wisdom. And
do you hold things against people that don't believe that?
No, of course not.
Is there anything Christian about holding things against people that don't believe what you believe?
No, of course not. I mean,
you know, it's just refreshing to see a difference between what I grew up in religion versus what the Christian community that's been around here and that I've worked with and stuff. And again, it's not, we believe, it's very firm in our beliefs. And, however, we're not holding someone else's beliefs against them or forcing our beliefs down their throat.
No. I just like to share about what I believe because I couldn't have gotten through all my life without my relationship with Jesus.
It's about wanting others to have what I have.
Yeah, exactly. That is really the way to put it. It's like I really would just love for you to know and experience God's presence and love. But if you choose not to,
I'm still gonna
still love you.
Yeah,
I'm like, I still love you.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, be nice, please.
Yeah.
But I'll do the same.
No, that's incredible. So you serve at Gettysburg Foursquare.
I do.
On their missions team.
Yeah, so I'm our missions leader.
Yeah.
I have an amazing team, and gosh, that's just been honestly so much fun. And we've gotten to partner with you.
Yeah.
And the mission on doing
did our hometown
such
mission.
a cool project. Transforming that space was so fun.
So we had this courtyard in the back of the mission, and this courtyard was full of pallets and recyclables
so gnarly.
and all kinds of stuff that was collected
really
over the
bad.
years.
Yeah.
It was bad. And literally, Gina, she was like, hey, we're looking at this hometown mission. What can we do? Brought her out, showed it to her, kind of shared the vision of what it could be. And they transformed that area.
And I have to give a shout out to Rachel Greathouse.
Rachel Greathouse led that. That's how I met
that,
her.
And and she knocked it out of the park, man. I mean, she took that little assignment and,
is it, Tim Pennebaker?
Yeah.
Just hardworking, going out there.
They were such a great team, and they organized a bunch of volunteers to come out and work alongside of the guys, which was the best part.
So well with the guys.
Yeah.
And they were so patient and teaching the men who are at the mission, because they, they're out there helping. They're helping change their lives. They're helping change the lives of the community here. So they're giving back and they're doing things.
It's really fun.
I feel proud of.
We want to do that again. We want to. I mean, not that we want to transform another courtyard, but do something.
Partnering together.
Yeah, it's really
in our hometown.
It's really cool to do that, and we get to do amazing things all over the world. Like Dwayne is currently in Kenya.
So Dwayne's your husband.
Dwayne is my husband, and he is 8 hours away. 8 hours ahead of us, but.
He's
lots
in
of hours
Kenya,
away.
Africa, of course, the only Kenya I know of.
Yeah.
So I got to go to Mombasa, Kenya one time when I was in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, he's in Nairobi.
He's in Nairobi, up further. And he's working with children, and he's in...
Yeah, so one of the organizations that we partner with is called Jacaranda Community, and they work in some of the biggest and worst slums in Nairobi, which happen to be then some of the biggest and worst slums in East Africa. But they have a church there. They do all kinds of community outreach where they have a creations arm where they teach women how to sew, and they make different products that can be sold, and they help children get schooling. That's one of their big projects, is helping kids get to school, because education is transformational. A lot of the kids and people in these slums don't have that opportunity, because even though the schools, some of the schools are free, some of them have tuition, but even the ones that don't cost anything, you have to wear a uniform, which costs money. You have to have special, certain kinds of shoes, which cost money. And so they help these kids, get into the school. But they are having some challenges organizationally. It happens with all types of organizations, but kind of mission drift happens. It's real, man.
Oh, it is.
And
we had it here.
And so they're just kind of at this place where they need to kind of refocus on wait a minute, what is God actually calling us? What is our focus? Because the need is so great. And I used to serve, I lived in South Africa for 4 years. I served as a missionary there. I remember when I first got there, I was just I felt so helpless, because I was I can't help everybody.
Right.
And I want to help everybody. Like there's all these
And you were
needs,
down
and
around
there's-
Johannesburg. that
and
area,
there's
yeah.
so much poverty, and there's so much hurt, and there's so much pain, and there's so much need, and you want to just fix it all, and you can't.
Right.
And so it's really easy for that mission drift to happen when you're in these places of like such great need and so few resources. So he's there just working with their leadership team, helping them ask some of the big questions and doing some of the just day-to-day work so that their leadership team has some brain space to ask the questions and wrestle with the questions. So like helping them just with some of their bookkeeping and finances, just to
Right.
do some of that stuff so that they can deal with these bigger questions. So I remember, he's probably going to kill me for talking about this, but that's okay. Whatever. Babe, you're in Africa. Like about a year ago, I mean, we've talked about, like moving on the mission field. And he's like, but I don't know what I would do. Like, what would I do?
Maybe that's for
on
you,
the missions?
Gina, but
right.
not-
Like, he's
not
like, you've been a missionary before. And I mean, but I did mostly admin work when I was a missionary. I mean, it wasn't all that I did, but that was my core, job. It wasn't what I thought of, at least, as a typical missionary, right?
Yeah.
And I was telling him that. I'm like, he has almost 20 years in public education, as a high school administrator.
Right.
And then, project management and leading a department in a construction company and over 10 years as a realtor. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. Right. Transferable skills, I like to call them. But I remember like a year ago, he's like, I just don't know what I would do. What do I have to offer? And I think it's hilarious that like these organizations, they didn't call me. They called him. They need him. So now he's there serving, and
you just see his heart opening up.
Yeah.
For these people, and
it's awesome,
and it's amazing because Dwayne is very much, he's like my wife. They're life is black and white. This is this, and here's how you do it. And I'm more about facts and numbers and figures and these things.
Yeah.
And to see, and he's a wonderful man, and I'm not putting him.
Of course, I know you're not.
But now you're starting to see him talk about, and this person came up and talked to me and was sharing me their life story and was talking to me about how they went through alcoholism and got back. So, and he's just
so cool.
I'm like, Dwayne, you wouldn't even have. That would never have been a point of conversation with you.
Right. I know, isn't it fun?
So it's amazing seeing him open up and do this.
Yeah.
But you guys are just amazing people. You have these huge hearts.
Just people. We're just people.
You're part of this community that.
Okay, well, I love the community.
Yes. And you're out there making a difference in this community.
We try.
And I think what people don't understand is how does this tie into homelessness? One, they're working in the prevention of homelessness, but they're also working with clients who were formerly homeless. They're working with voucher programs and the housing authority, and they're opening their resources and assets up to and giving chances to, people who are struggling and on the edge, where a lot of people won't or can't, it's just not in their business model.
Right.
But you've allowed your hearts to enter your business model and allowed those talents to lend towards the successful reintroduction of folks that we deal with back into the community. So to me, that is incredibly special. And it takes wonderful, caring, trusting people to do things like that. So
and it takes partnerships with
Adams Rescue Mission, and,
Yeah.
Again, these amazing organizations that we have in town.
And I think sometimes, every community, every town has its problems, right? But man, Gettysburg and Adams County, we are so fortunate. We have so many caring organizations and leaders, and we really do. People who truly care about this community. I mean, I grew up here. I'm a hometown girl, but I left for 19 years and I went out and saw the world. And I did. I Nashville, South Africa.
You lived in Nashville,
DC,
South Africa, DC.
Some
all over the
big
place.
places, and traveled a ton. And I've, lived in all kinds of different places, and I came back home 11, 12 years ago, and I'm just blown away by our community. It's just been so fun to be back in this community and get to be part of now, like, be part of this amazing community.
And part of the solutions to the problems that we're facing in this community.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so, and all communities face them.
They all face them. Yeah, I mean, there's these problems are not unique to Gettysburg. They're not unique to Adams County. The solutions, honestly, aren't unique either. But how we implement those solutions and our version of those solutions will be unique to our area. And that's what's fun to be part of.
And I think the thing is, we haven't given up. Our community hasn't given up. It's continuing to raise that awareness and raise the support around it.
Yeah.
And we'll keep doing that. We'll keep doing our part, and you keep doing yours.
We will.
I thought Dwayne was going to join us. At some point.
What time is it?
It's almost 11:30.
Okay, good. Let me
So
see
he's
if
gonna
I can
join
get him.
us?
Yeah.
We're going to try to get
We're gonna try
her
and get
husband
him.
Dwayne from Africa on.
Let me see if I can. Give me a minute.
FaceTime
Let's
him.
see if I can FaceTime him.
I don't know
'Cause-
how we're going to show him to the camera, but
Yeah, I'm not
we'll
sure
see.
either, but we're gonna try it. Let's see. FaceTime. It's not letting me FaceTime, but let me see if I can at least get him on the phone at first, and then you might have to go on WhatsApp.
So what time is it where he's at?
It's 11:30 here. It's 7:30 in the morning.
Okay.
They're
it's
8
not-
hours ahead.
It's
Yeah,
not a bad
not so
time
bad.
for him. The breakfast chickens are waking him up.
I know, but he's not answering.
So yeah, if you've ever been to Africa and stuff,
We
you
might
know,
not get him,
you
but
have dogs and chickens and stuff out and just running. You know, they're free ranging. That people eat, use their eggs and stuff. But so these chickens and stuff, they wake up at like 5 in the morning and start, crowing and all. So
okay, let me see
you
if I can-
technically get up when they get up.
Let's see. Hold, please. I've been popping on and watching the video tonight. It's been really fun to see
Has
all
it
of your
been-
different guests.
Can you go back and watch them from the beginning? Oh, can you?
Yeah, you can.
And you can get rid of the dead spots and
kinda
all that
scroll
stuff.
through.
Oh, cool. We had some really surprised guys. Like,
really?
oh my!
I have to go back and watch more of it.
There was a young lady at the beginning who's a survivor from sex trafficking. Just,
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just incredible testimony.
Yeah.
And a ton of others that came up and just, shared and poured their hearts out. And then Marty Qualley, commissioner, he's coming.
Yeah, is he coming at midnight? Like I
midnight,
saw
I
that
think
he
he
was
picked,
signed up
so
at midnight.
It was really cool.
I was a little bummed, Marty. I wanted the midnight spot. You stole my spot.
And he stole the spot.
He stole it. Well, we'll see if. Oh, he says he's ready now. Let's see if we can get him.
Okay.
Come on. Maybe.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. I'm going to put you on camera. Oh, look at that. All right. I don't know. How can I do this? I'm trying to figure out how we can. Oh, there we go. Do.
So we have the Dwayne Piper from where are you at?
I'm in Nairobi, Kenya.
Nairobi, Kenya.
Is that picking it up at all? Is it? Okay, cool.
So from Nairobi, Kenya, you're out on a missions trip for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
Trying to help the organization get some of the administrative portions settled and processes and procedures created and at least that's the plan.
That's the plan, right? Yes, I've learned a lot already in the last couple of days.
And the community you're serving is in what they call it's the slums, right?
It is the slums. There are many slums in Nairobi. Millions of people live in slums, and did I lose you?
You're back. You're back.
You're back.
Okay. Yeah, so there are many slums, and they range in size, but they're not small. So there are a lot of people living in poverty here.
And you actually you sit on the board with the Adams Rescue Mission. You're our vice chair.
Correct.
So what's your temperature where you're sitting at?
Oh, don't ask him that.
So yesterday it was in the low 80s.
Low 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, low 80s.
About the same here, right, Will? Yeah.
Yeah. It's below 80 here.
Adjusting from the jet lag. So I just got out of bed.
I'm sorry.
And his wife made him do this.
Well, thank you for coming out here, and thank you for allowing your wife to share all of your business out here with the world. So you didn't get to see that, but she did. So we certainly appreciate it.
Don't worry, dear.
It
It's all good.
It added deep context to the situations we were talking about. So.
Okay, well, I guess I trust her.
No, it was great. No, we were talking to Dwayne about your heart for your tenants, the way you stepped out of what I would consider a Dwayneism, and really took a chance on some of the folks that you serve, and how you care for your tenants above and beyond what most landlords would be expected to do, because you value ensuring that these tenants can move through the speed bumps of life, as opposed to just throwing them out and letting them deal with whatever they have to deal with. You partner with them as long as they're willing to work through issues, so that you don't create more homelessness. And how admirable that is, and I'm shivering at the same time as I'm saying admirable. So we added an extra in there. So, but we certainly miss you, and we're proud of you, and we're proud of the work you're doing there. But I hate to say this because I'm biased, I'm even more proud of the work that you do here at the Adams Rescue Mission and in our community.
Well, thank you. Yeah, when we talk about the tenants that we have, that we really just, some people might say we've taken a chance on them, but I don't look at it that way. It really is a two-way street, and it's, if there are things that we're able to do to help people, I'm all for it. We can't do it without them also showing up for their end of the bargain, which is just human responsibility for living, really.
Yep.
And so that's one of the things I like about how you're operating at the rescue mission. You give chances to people, but you expect them to show up for their part of the deal too.
Yeah. It's absolutely key. We talked about this earlier, we have precious few resources, and we will dump them and pour them into you if you're willing and you have that desire to get well and get help.
It should not be a surprise at all that those are the same discussions that we're having here in Kenya.
Good. So it's universal,
It's universal. I used you as an example yesterday as we were looking at how the organization here operates, and the things that you can have high standards for people, and you can expect things out of people who have very little. You do that in a certain way, and you do that with encouragement, and you do that by modeling. There are a lot of ways, and that's really what we should be doing. Not just handouts, but people. Like, this is what I expect from you. This is how you're going to do it, and this is what the result is going to be, and it's going to be good.
Right. If you follow these steps, it is a path to something better than what you're going through right now.
Yeah.
And
but it
it's
will take
important.
perseverance, that's for sure.
It sure does, because it's changing that whole mentality.
Yeah.
It's changing their whole paradigm. They have to look at things differently than that victim mentality, and turn it around to somebody who takes advantage of opportunity and respects that opportunity.
Right. And sometimes it's changing a mindset that they grew up with,
right,
or teaching skills that they've never had or never knew that they needed.
Yeah, we were talking about some of the guys at the drop box that received people's goods and would take them out of their cars, and how, they used to smoke down there and sit there and wait for people to dump their stuff and tell them, no, you can't leave this. And they were just really grumpy and mean, and how we've taken that opportunity to use this type of approach and teach them customer service, teach them how to talk to people, how to understand what, and value what these people are bringing. These people are bringing their goods so that we can sort through it, price it, sell it, so we can put the money back into them to get them restored. And once you start opening their eyes to that, it starts changing the world, and they have an expectation, and they have the pride that comes with the job well done.
And those are transferable skills, like we talked about earlier.
Exactly.
Those are the transferable skills.
They're ones that keep them out there. It's like Habitat for Humanity. Jimmy Carter just passed away, and he was just such a big proponent of that. And one of the things that they do well is they prepare their clients for home ownership. And this is what we're doing. It's preparing our clients for the real world. And if we're getting ready to start this book study called When Helping Hurts. And part of this is so that we're on the same path, and it helps train the team. And we all want to make everything better for everyone right away, like Gina said, and that's not possible. However, where can we help? Where's the best places to put our resources to give you the best chance of dealing with life? Because life isn't fair and life is hard. And that's the cruel reality of it. And how do we have relationships and love and those things, the good pieces around it to help deal with it? So
I had a very, very interesting conversation with yesterday with a 29-year-old young man who grew up in the slums and still essentially lives in the slums or right on the outskirts of them. His rent for a month is about $50, and that rents him an efficiency. We'll call it an apartment, but that's what you might call it here, but it's not much, okay? But it's $50 a month, and he does not have full-time work. He finds work when he can, and he said to me that he does not think that handouts work at all. And it was interesting coming from him. This organization that I'm visiting, they paid for some of his schooling. They have reached out and helped him when he's needed help. And at the same time, he's thankful for that. But he also says handouts don't work. You have to find ways to help people get work so that they can support themselves.
it's the tools. They need the tools, and some of those tools might be learning. Some of those tools might be actually finding them a job. Some of those tools might be manners. It's not, again, we can give and throw money at people left and right, but if we don't teach them how to manage that tool, then it's all for naught and it's a waste.
It's true, and it's universal, as we said.
Yeah.
Right.
So really proud of you. I just look, I love what you're doing. I just think you're an amazing human being, and I was just talking about to your wife what you guys add to the community. People don't realize, and now they get a chance to meet you, see what you do, see how you help our clients and the rest of the community for that matter. So we appreciate you, Piper Realty team, just out of the park, quality human beings making a difference in Adams County. Thank you.
And we love you too, Will.
Thanks.
It's true. Hey, I'll call you later, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Bye.
Bye. Well,
that was fun.
What a wonderful visit. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. This was so fun. You're welcome.
And getting to talk to Dee.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, I hope the rest of your night is good.
Yeah, it'll be something.
It'll be something.
It's getting a little colder. The wind's kicking up a little bit.
I know.
I think they said the real feel was like 15 out right now.
Awesome.
So
That's exciting.
But it's not bad.
Okay.
Could you imagine having this and
every night?
And every night, not knowing where you were gonna go.
I know. No, I can't. I'm so grateful.
And then being expected to figure your life out from here.
Right on top of it. It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming, dear friend.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Have
I
a safe walk
appreciate you.
home.
I drove.
Oh, good.
My car right over there.
Good. Hopefully it has heated seats.
It does, but I don't know that they'll be warm by the time I get there. All right.
Good night. Thank
Good
you.
night.
Bye. How you guys doing?
Aren't you cold?
How are you doing?
I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm getting ready to put my snowmobile pants and stuff on. I got Marty, and then I'll get moving. So.
Vincenzo. What up? That's one of those pods that you do at Come on, Tina! What are you on the light on for? Are we filming?
Yeah, we are. Chad, who's Chad?
Hey, how
Whoa,
you doing?
whoa, 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 whoa! I know that guy!
So, yeah, we're talking about homelessness. That's what we're talking about.
Nice.
Come on, Tina! Come on, bet you got sweats and sneaks on. Get it!
What are you gonna do?
You got sweats and sneaks on. Get it, girl!
Not me.
Come on,
I'm DD.
You're designated driver. Well, you guys be safe and have a good night.
It's crazy.
Brother, can you handle that? Oh, look at my God. Do you have a heater in there? Can I borrow it? Right down here to me. I wanted to sit with you.
Have a good night.
Friday night. Do you have a business card at all?
I do.
I'd love to take one.
I think they're in my car, which is way down there. After Marty comes, then I'm going to take a bio break, and then I'll stop and get them. Get that. I think we got about 15 minutes before that. Yeah, then after that, I have no one until 2 in the morning. So we can take a nap.
Corey should be here by then. So.
What's that?
Corey should be here around 12.
Okay.
So.
We'll be leaving.
Yeah, I'll be leaving. I told him not to rush, though. I'm not in any rush. That sounds like an ambulance. It does sound like an ambulance. Maybe. So what'd you do before you started the mission?
So I ran manufacturing facilities. So Edsel Manufacturing, which makes storage, racking, and shelving. The division that they made for Husky toolboxes and storage cabinets and things like that.
Okay.
So I ran those facilities. Okay. We had factories out in California, Tennessee, here in Chicago. Yep. So yeah, I got a lot of experience doing a lot of different things out there. So it's great.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Wind is picking up.
What's that?
Wind's picking up.
Yeah. It's pretty peaceful out here at night.
It is. I'm surprised. I mean, besides college starting back, I mean, it's Friday night. It's not surprising.
Yeah. Where'd you go to college at?
So I've been to a couple colleges actually. The first college I went to was in Pittsburgh Technical College, which I think they renamed the Pittsburgh Technical Institute, but I think they closed last year completely. And then I went to it was an online college, but during COVID they shut down completely. And then I'm still technically going to Full Sail University. I'm doing it online, but they're located in Florida. I went there for game development for 2 years, and then I switched over to digital full time for the past year and a half now. So, but the only actual college I have is Pittsburgh. I don't miss those days.
And what all did you study at these?
Pittsburgh was information technology, telecommunications, and networking. The one I can't remember, I did graphic design, and then it was game development. Now it's done a little of everything.
Yeah.
Mainly in the tech field.
Once Marty gets here, I'll be able to warm up when I'm walking down the street. But just sitting here, it's freaking cool.
Well, I was in here when you guys were like halfway through that last interview. I was like, I gotta get up. Like, it's warm in here, but like after a while, like it only warms the bottom, like my feet, and that's it. And I'm like, the rest of my body's freezing. I'm like, I gotta move. Just think, you're already 8 hours in.
Yeah, man. Holy cow. Only 16 hours to go.
It goes by fast.
We've had some great interviews.
I've enjoyed it.
Does it come across as goofy or?
I mean, you guys make jokes.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
nothing wrong with that, but like it's all really good information and stuff I didn't even think about. I mean, I grew up in Gettysburg. I was born in Gettysburg.
Yeah.
It's things I don't even think about in Adams County. So I live in York County now, but I mean, this is home. So.
We're with the Adams Rescue Mission talking about homelessness. You want to come? You want to come and talk with us? Commissioner Marty Qualley's coming up here shortly. Yeah, he's coming at midnight. So I got a couple of people at 3 in the morning. So I'm doing this. I'm the executive director of the mission. And we're raising awareness. So we're doing this for 24 hours. Yeah, yep. And then the Agape House down here. Yeah, yep. Yeah. No, we're set, man. Thank you. You bet. Thanks. We'll be here. Thank you.
Have a good night. I worked in the private sector for the past 2 years until my dad's last month.
Supposedly it's not even that cold.
It's 26, it feels like 18.
Chilly.
But the wind is 16 miles per hour right now, so.
Oh my God. Christina's here. I'll do this later.
It is cold.
You're gonna have a seat right there.
Okay.
It is cold out. Ugh. I was just getting ready to put my snow stuff on.
Oh, there's a guy in there.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, that's Kirkland. He's our cameraman.
Oh, cool. Am I okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
I was just getting ready to put my snow pants and stuff on.
I would
Because
go
I'm just
ahead.
sitting here. No, we will later.
I got insulated underwear on, dude.
I'll do this
It's
shorter.
cold.
It's brutal.
You're shaking. Put them on.
No, I will. It's because I've been sitting here not doing anything.
Okay.
So this is Tina.
Hi.
So Tina, whoever's driving that car thinks they're cool.
Yes.
But we can deal with that. You got to hold the mic up to your phone.
Oh, okay.
Right? Or up to your face.
Up to my face. Mics make me nervous.
So Tina, we're streaming live.
Okay. Hi.
Through
everybody.
community media of South Central PA.
Cool.
And we're out here talking about homelessness, raising awareness for homelessness. And you, earlier this year, last year,
Yep.
were in the middle, there was a fire at your home.
Yes.
And you found yourself homeless.
Yes. It happens in a snap of a finger, and you think it doesn't. It's not going to, but it does. And there's so much around here now that I live in town.
Uh-huh.
How many people I see that are homeless. It's crazy. It's sad.
So
Shouldn't be.
you found affordable living at the Hope House.
At the Hope House,
which
yes.
was made available by some folks who really stepped up and helped out us
Absolutely.
purchase this house and set it up for low-income housing. And you're one of our residents there, and you're
Yes.
pretty amazing. We call you, and no offense to the mayor of Gettysburg, but we call you the mayor of certainly Franklin and Chambersburg Street. So,
I try to be good.
Yeah.
But I help people. I have a lot of homeless people that do knock on my door and ask for things.
Mhm.
Like the one guy the one day I gave candles and stuff
Yeah.
too. And I will. I will never tell nobody no. I mean, I don't have no money to give them, but if I got a canned food or something like that, because I know what it is to go hungry.
yeah.
Because I lost everything in the house, and I mean everything. freezer food, refrigerator food,
Yeah.
spices, things that you wouldn't think would cost a lot to get back. I can't get them back. You were talking thousands of dollars of. I was there almost 5 years, so. But
And
I was blessed.
It was devastating for you.
It is, and I still miss it.
Yeah.
Because I'd been there for a long time and I hadn't planned on moving. But sometimes things happen. You don't get to stay where you think you want to be.
Right.
And whatever the reason, I guess I'll find out in life to come. So.
And you are one of the toughest ladies I've ever met.
I don't know about that. I'm so tired. I just keep getting up and trusting in God and moving forward. That's all I can do,
Is there anything else you want to share with us about, like, what you're fighting? I don't know if you want to share that. Don't.
Oh yeah,
don't share
underneath here, I have no hair.
Yeah.
I'm fighting 4-stage breast cancer. Dr. Shaw's my doctor, and he's awesome. It's been rough. It's hard. The chemo's hard. I'm getting ready to start another round of radiation, and because it's spread, it's in my spine, so we got to kill that before it goes up the spine.
Yeah.
Because that's just not good.
And you still have this beautiful spirit, and
Because God made me this way.
you just literally, you sit out on your porch there, and and talk to people who go by. And
I do. I listen to a lot of stories, and even though I feel like my story's horrible, I think my story's nothing compared to some of the people I sit down and listen to, and so forth. So, but it's going to take a community to stop the homelessness and feed the starving and so forth, because there is a lot out there that there's no shelters right now for them.
Right.
There's not. I mean, mothers with kids, and it makes me want to cry.
It's
Yeah, it's horrible. We shouldn't be like that in this. We're too wealthy of a country to be this way.
Yeah.
It's not right. So, but I get up every morning. Some mornings a little grouchy because I don't feel good and I'm in pain. But I still thank God for waking up, and I thank all of you guys for what you did, because I have a roof over my head.
You trust me. Your story, it broke my heart, because I mean, you've raised kids, you drove truck, you've been out there doing those things in life that we're supposed to do, and life gets you down, and you're fighting this battle with cancer, and then all of a sudden you have to fight a battle with homelessness on top of it.
Right.
And it just so happened it was the same time when we purchased the Hope House. And the thing was, like, you went to SCAP and you went to the Housing Authority, and they were helping you. They were in the middle of that, which was awesome. The unfortunate thing was the voucher system. They had run out of funding at the time, and I think they're still out right now, and we're working on that. But we were poised in a position that we had this housing, and the whole purpose of the housing was to partner with people in the area and agencies in the area. And we didn't have a bunch of overhead, just the electric and things like that. And we were able to get you in there quickly, which was just, to me, it was a miracle in itself.
Yes, absolutely.
Because all these things happened, like, almost immediately.
Yes. Everything did fall in place, but I did a lot of prayer, and God listens. If you believe in Him, He listens.
But it was the community that supported us, and really, really, there were a couple of folks in that community that really, really stepped up high, that allowed us to even purchase that place to do it, and it was just amazing. And then you get to bless us with your presence of being, somebody who works with us, and somebody who somebody who blesses us. We're helping you, but you help us much more than we could ever help you.
I try to be a blessing to people.
You are, my goodness, just your fight, your spirit, and I know you get down, and I know it's hard.
Oh yeah, it is.
And
I
know we're going to be with you every step of the way through
Absolutely.
this.
Absolutely.
All the way. No matter what, we're there, and we keep on fighting. We keep praying for you. We keep praying for healing. We keep praying, for your spirit. I mean, you just, you are the epitome of somebody who just doesn't give up.
God's great. And if He keeps waking me up every morning, I can't let Him down. That's the way I look at it. It really is.
You are a character too. That's what everybody's like. Who's that lady? She is a character down there. I was like, oh yeah, that's the mayor.
I'm feisty.
Yeah. It's like, yep.
Excuse me.
She knows everything that's going on.
I do not watch.
Everybody that's moving through here,
I want to make sure everybody's safe.
Yeah.
Especially the young girls that's over there.
Yeah.
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 They're awesome. They're so cute.
Mm-hmm.
Their babies are cute. So
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, you've been a blessing. It's been a blessing to us that you could come out and be with us. I know under terrible circumstances, and I wish it was better. But this is life. And
it is life, and life is not always great. I hadn't planned on moving or changing everything.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I had everything I wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. It didn't turn out
and
that
then
way.
all of a sudden you get this
Big old hiccup is what I call it.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I can sleep in my truck, but my truck was falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been very blessed.
Yeah.
I have, and thank you so much.
Don't stop thanking me.
Yes, well, if it wasn't for all of y'all, I wouldn't. I'd be living in my truck, probably with flat tires.
It did. It had like cords sticking out of the tires and
There
stuff.
were wires sticking out, but
She's all good to go now, right? It's doing
so
good.
far.
Everything's
I've got a
fine.
couple little quirks that need to be fixed, but I
Okay.
can handle them.
Okay. No.
So, but yeah, I'm happy that I'm not homeless because there's areas around here you can go drive by, and there's people in tents, there's people in sleeping bags, and we shouldn't be that way.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be. It makes me angry in a way,
Yeah.
because it shouldn't be, especially when a mama has her baby and she's out there in the car.
And there's so many. There are resources. Get to us.
Yes.
We'll help you find them. If you're in that situation and you're a mom and you have kids and you're out in the car and stuff, get to us. I'm not saying we have a spot for you because we are full, but get to us. We will help you find a place. You shouldn't. That's dangerous. It's dangerous for you. It's dangerous for your children. And I mean, it's cold out here.
It's very cold, and I've got insulated
this is, I mean,
underwear on.
tomorrow at 4:30, I'll be in a hot tub or shower and warming back up. But these folks, they don't get to do that.
No, they don't.
And
we got an Arctic blast coming that's supposed to drop our temperatures really
and,
bad.
we picked this date. We didn't know what it was going to be. Only, 28 degrees, whatever it is, 27.
Right now.
Yeah, they said the feel is 19. I don't know where you
walked
get
out
that
the door
from.
back in and put more clothes on. But I'm blessed that I can do that.
Yeah.
There's people who can't do that.
No.
So.
Well, I thank you for being a blessing to this community. You are really a mama bear who steps out your door and keeps an eye on folks walking through the alley. And
I do.
And
I worry about people.
Yeah. No, I think you've done amazing things for us, and you've been. I know you think that you're the one on the end, getting stuff, receiving favors, receiving these things, and you're not.
Yeah, I feel guilty
You're
sometimes.
oh my gosh!
And
don't you dare.
I don't like to ask for
don't
help.
You dare. I know you don't, but you're a pain in my butt because. Just say it. I don't know. I can't read your mind. I know. I probably shouldn't. But
oh my goodness.
but say it.
Right.
That's what we're
tried to. Jenny gets through to me pretty good.
Jenny's tough, man.
She is.
So Jenny Puncher, she runs our family's ministry down here at the Agape House, and
she's awesome.
And she looks in on our folks down here at the Hope House and checks on them because she's right down the road. So it was perfect that she was able to get down here and help you out, Tina, and.
She's the one that told me about this. So.
Well, me being up here tonight.
Yeah.
So.
And then I ran into you.
Yeah,
so
I ran into you earlier.
Midnight, and so I kept watching the clock. I did fall asleep.
Did you?
But I set the alarm just in case.
Well, don't wake up for that. You could. I'll be here until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
You better be putting them on.
Yeah, I will.
Freeze.
Well, just talking to you, I'm all getting warmed up. So.
Okay. Good.
That's good. You're blocking the wind or something. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
No, but you have a good night. Get some rest.
I will.
Thank you for coming out here. Thank you for sharing what your story and what the community's done for you.
Yeah, they've done a lot.
Through
because
helping
I'd
us
never
here.
been able to insurance. That's been a nightmare.
Yeah.
I still haven't received nothing from it. So, and I probably never will.
Yeah.
Because they love to fight you.
Well, we got you.
Yes, you do. Thank you. I appreciate it.
We're here, and you're doing your thing, and you're doing your pennant, and a dear friend, and we care about you.
You too.
Get out of here and get warm.
Okay, you want this back?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I love you, Will.
I love you too.
So I'm dismissed.
Good night.
I got layers. See, I do too. I've had to put my insulated.
Oh, I got Manny's coming. I got other people coming now. Oh my gosh, I was just picking on Ohio State earlier.
It's all good. All good.
See, I grew up in Michigan, so.
That's fair.
Gigantic stuff. I miss it so bad too. Hold on. And all over Canada, all over Canada, into Alaska. And they paid me to do it, and you know, you have to work a day in your life and you love what you do. And that was me. So.
And your name's Corey?
What's that?
Corey?
Corey, yes. I'm Will.
Dude, somebody brought me some giant socks.
Goodness. They look warm.
They do. I just hope my boots fit over.
They should. They're flat. I've got 4 pair of socks. There's also being.
How you doing? What's up, Phil?
He's got 2 coffees. He's gonna stay
What's going on, man? Dude, what are you doing out here?
I'm putting some more sauce on
I saw aimless scrolling. I got an email about this.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about it. And then I saw it. And I was like, it's late, but I'm down. Not chocolate. They didn't have coffee, alright?
You're the man.
How's it going? How's the day?
You good?
Oh, you should.
Yeah.
How long you out here for?
4 in the afternoon.
4 in the afternoon.
So from 4 today to 4 tomorrow.
What's your name? My name's Manny. Yeah. Manny Gonzalez. I have a couple. But no, none of my family's from around here. I'm a Jersey kid. I am one of the pastors at Foursquare. I also.
Do you have any family that goes to
well, my wife does. My wife goes there.
Did you just get married?
No.
I know you from Foursquare, but I know you know someone I know. That's the reason why I know.
Somebody that you know that just got married?
Someone at Foursquare that got married two months ago.
I don't know. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of people getting married these days. What's your name? Kirkland. Nice to meet you, man.
I might have met you at Foursquare a couple months ago. Too.
Yeah, that's totally possible also. Yeah.
You do worship?
Yeah, I do worship sometimes, but my job there is youth and young adult pastor.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm the IT media director at Gettysburg Community Church.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, have you been to, like, we probably crossed paths at some point.
Yeah, I recognize you from somewhere. I just don't know where.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, nice to meet you.
All right, so we're here. It's a little after midnight. We have Manny Gonzalez. He's our youth pastor up here at Gettysburg Foursquare.
Of course, the youth pastor comes out at midnight, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
The kids are asleep, and
You finally have some time.
I was awake in that time. Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
of
you for
course.
coming out here. So what we're talking about is bringing awareness to homelessness.
Yeah.
And have you ever experienced anything like that, or known people who've
Yeah.
gone through
Yeah.
homelessness?
So praise God. Like I haven't myself experienced homelessness. I've always had a roof over my head. But what's cool is that I've tried to, branch out and experience, at least a little bit of the world outside my own experience. So we've been out to the Dream Center in Los Angeles for the past 4 years and have gone to Skid Row, which is pretty insane when it comes to homelessness. I think they said it's like 55 blocks of pure homelessness.
So
it's
when
like,
you think of Tent City, that's it.
that's like that's the thing there, and so we just experienced a lot of people that, I guess I had a lot of presuppositions about why people are homeless and what it comes from, and all
so
that kind of
share with me, what are some of those preconceived notions?
Yeah, so most of the time, I feel like people think they got themselves there, or there must be a mental health thing.
What did they do wrong to get there?
Exactly. And when I, just meeting people face to face, and kind of what we did out there is we met needs and we prayed for people, and just got to know names, and just what's your name? What's your story? And what we found was some of these people, we met people that were previously in Hollywood and, actresses and aspiring people, and that just had bad turn of events and ended up in a bad spot, but we're totally just people that were loving and kind, and people that you could have a relationship with. What's cool about the Dream Center out there is that the people that go there, they go there every day, 7 days a week. So they had relationships. They knew these people and their family and their stories. And I think just the humanity, just getting in touch with the humanity of people, just helped me understand, every time I pass by somebody homeless, that person has a story.
Yeah.
That person has a background that matters, like, in the world. And
somebody's son, daughter, brother, sister.
Yeah.
Mom, dad, maybe.
Yeah, and even some people on Skid Row and even in that homelessness wanted to stay there because of the community, and they didn't experience any type of community outside of where they were, because that was a community. So it was an interesting and life-changing experience. And I think for even our students, like, so powerful, like, for them to go, oh, wow, that's in the United States of America.
So you took youth students.
Yep.
Senior high.
Yeah, 14 and up.
14 and up. So you might have had some junior high. Well, we called it junior high in Michigan.
Yeah.
You guys call it middle school.
Yeah, like
I guess,
ninth graders and up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so young kids too.
And went out there and supervised them on a missions trip.
Yeah.
Where they could experience this and really learn something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then just to bring awareness of, not only the homelessness that exists in Adams County, like where we are, but the homelessness that exists in the surrounding cities, Baltimore, York, Harrisburg, and just, like, teaching them, like, to not pass people by because of any type of, thought that we had before, any type of, speculation that we had about somebody's homelessness, but to really see them as people who are in need of dignity and value, and how we can actually, just through conversation and getting to know their name, can restore some of that dignity and value to them, which I think is huge. So
that's one of the things I get to experience quite often is what drew me to the mission was seeing hopelessness in someone's eyes. And I've said it before. That's what drew me there. And then you get to see that flip.
Yeah.
And it's still a long way to go once hope starts returning. It's still a long way to go to restoration, but at least now you have something to work with.
Yeah.
And sometimes, like you said, that hope can simply be you sat down and you heard them.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden there's that twinkle in the eye comes back. And really that's exactly what it looks like. It's like a spark in their eye, something in their countenance just comes alive, and then okay, now we can start moving. Now we can start doing in the work and putting in the time, and it's amazing to see. And so often, it's as simple as, hey man, how you doing? What's going on? What can I do?
Right.
And oh my gosh, a human being touched me.
Yeah.
And they weren't trying to hurt me, And those kinds of things. So where do you get your passion for this community?
Yeah, I mean, coming from the outside in, it was different, because I'm from more of like a urban kind of context.
Yeah.
And just coming to a place where it was more like, it seemed a little bit smaller, less active, slower. Even in a town that has tourists, it seems still like slow to me. But what I've realized is that, like, the people of Gettysburg is what I fell in love with. It's the community. It's not necessarily the town or everything it has to offer, but the people. And there is something that's rich about being in a place that was, known for war, known for, a bloody battle. And I just believe that this is a place of restoration.
Yeah.
I believe that this is a place where people can find hope. In a place that is unlikely to find hope, like on a battlefield.
Yeah.
I just think that's so cool. Like that there's an opportunity to change the story of Gettysburg not being just a place where there was a battle, but where there's a place where people found freedom then and now. So I think my passion for this place is just to see people, like you said, take a hold of the hope that's right in front of them. And I don't know. Maybe because, like, I'm starting to get used to being here. I've been here for 6 years now. But I'm still not over the fact that, like, I'm in such a historical place. Like, there's history all around us.
We take it for granted. I mean, I'm here and I go travel places and they're like, oh, Gettysburg, tell me about the battlefield. I'm like, I don't know that much.
You're like,
it's in my backyard. I don't know.
I think for me, I'm like, I don't think history was done by just that story, but, like, we get to write more history going forward of just, like, how this place was a place of hope and restoration for people. And I think places like the mission and places like the local church, and the mission being, like, outside of just the local church is really cool to me, because then there's another place where people can say, like, man, like, these people are serving us. And I think that's what, like, my heart is that, like, just to serve people, just to get in front of people and pray for them and love on them. So I think that's kind of what gets me excited about here, is that we get to really write another story of hope. And I'm just a small part of that, but I think as people start to think about the impact they could have in a place like Gettysburg, I don't know. I always think of it like that verse in like that talks about Jesus coming from Nazareth. Like,
what good comes from Nazareth?
Yeah, like I never heard of I heard of Gettysburg, but only for the historical sense.
Right.
But
you could transfer it and say Littlestown. I mean,
you could say anywhere.
What good came from Biglerville or Littlestown or whatever?
Yeah.
It's little town. Who knows? And it's so rich and amazing.
Yeah,
and we're humans. You know,
yeah.
it's
and just like one life in each of those towns matters. You know, so just the opportunity to reach the one is just so important. And I think that people like you that step out and say like the one matters is what makes those places special. Is just to see people for who they are, right?
And for me and a lot of us, it's like, why does one matter? Because I mattered somehow.
Right.
I don't know how. I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly.
But because I mattered somehow, Jesus poured something in to us that other people matter, and it takes time, but we slowly start kind of losing our selfishness. And believe me, I'm still selfish. My wife tells me all the time, like, there's one piece of cake left. Did I save it for? Maybe not. So we still fight those things. It's not that we're anywhere near perfect, and sometimes people call the church, hypocrites and things like that, and we all are,
right?
And
right.
I'm the first one, So it's okay. How do we make a difference in people's lives? How do we realize that one matters?
Right.
And would you do this? Would I sit out here and do this for one person?
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope. I'd like to think I would.
Yeah.
And would you do what you do? Because we believe Jesus would have died. He would have gone through and done everything that he did if it was only me who was going to believe in him.
Right. I think it takes a little bit of getting out of our own comfort zones to make things happen like this sometimes. Because sometimes, like, I don't know, like, at least in my experience and just me being a human, like, sometimes the one is like, like, that one?
yeah, exactly. It's like, I don't want to deal with them.
Yeah.
I don't like that person. They're pretty,
I tell this story to our students. It was like probably the most like powerful encounter I've ever had with a homeless guy. I was just having a bad day. I was living in New Jersey. I was a youth pastor out there. I was just having a terrible day, like worst day ever. And I decided to like take a train from the Philadelphia train station to New York and just take it back. It was like a long train. And
That's a bad day.
I just need to clear my mind. I'm
just
just gonna get on the train and just clear my mind. Yeah. And like that Amtrak station in Philly, like right over the bridge, is like, it's like homeless people central. Like there's so many people, like, because it's warm and it's public, and so it was particularly cold out in that season too, is winter. And it's just so sad, like in the cities, just to see them like in trash bags to try to keep their warmth in. I mean, I'm cold right now and I have like layers on.
You're making me look like a sissy because I got a million layers on and you're like just a hoodie and a freaking ball cap. So I'm looking
I just was like on a mission to get on my train, and being me, I was late to my train and I hit some traffic. So like I literally pulled up to the train station, paid for the most expensive parking, and was like booking it to my plane. I spent so much money on this train ticket for an 18-year-old. Like $100 was like,
that's a lot.
That was a lot of money for me. So I'm walking into this train station, late to my train, frustrated with my life, and this homeless guy like kind of like jumps in front of me and asks me for like money. And like I did the typical New Jersey thing. I just blew right by him. Yep. I'm just like, I don't have time for you right now. And he like starts following me. He's like, sir. And I'm like, come on, bro. Like, not right now. Like, I'm late to my train. So I'm in this train, like I'm walking through this train station pretty fast, and I feel like he's following me. Like I can hear him behind me. And I felt like God was like, stop. And I was like, not today. Like any other day. And I felt like God was like, stop, like 3 times. And I finally stopped, and I turned around. I was like, what do you need? And he was like, you have any money? I'm like, no, I don't have any money, but I'll buy you food. Like, I'll buy you whatever you want. I just, at that point, I'm like, train's gone.
Yeah, I'm done.
Whatever, you know. So I'm frustrated still, and I go to the Wendy's there in the train station, and this guy orders like 6 things off the menu. So not only did I lose $100,
So it's like, dude, you just took all. I have no more money.
they're like, "Do you want anything?" I'm like, I'll take a water." You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
you
all
just-
that's left for me.
That's all. And I sat down with this guy. His name was Michael, and we were talking, and he was a Vietnam vet, and had his cap on, and was telling me all these crazy stories of, you know, and at one point he just goes like, why did you stop? You're walking away. Why did you stop? It's kind of an awkward question for me. I'm like,
because I couldn't outrun you.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, well, I didn't want to stop.
Yeah.
And I just said, like, I just felt like God told me to stop for you. And this guy starts like tearing up, and I'm like, all right. Like, he's like, I'm glad you stopped. He's like, I've been, you know, he's like, I'm not from here. I'm from a different, you know, city, and I just kind of ended up here trying to get, you know, trying to find a shelter to get into and stuff like that. He just had a crazy story. And he was like, I've been here for a week, and every day I come here, and, you know, there's other people trying to get money, and I just haven't been able to take care of my needs. He's like, I'm starving, I'm hungry. He's like, I'm cold. And he's like, I was just ready to give up.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, like, today I just decided, like, if I don't get something today, like, I'm done. He was gonna end his life.
Mm.
So he was like, I was the last train out of the train station. I was like, that was the last of the line. So the train station was gonna close down. So he said that he was kind of chasing after me because he was like,
you were his last
I
hope.
was
Like,
the last
after
one.
that, then he was.
And I was being a jerk.
Oh,
I was being such a jerk. And it was honestly, like, I tell that story and I'm like, it was not me. It was literally like the Lord. I stopped and I prayed for him. And like walking away from that, even like as a, you know, like as a young man, I'm still a young man, but just 18 years old, like, it should make me realize that, like, God cares about, he cares about the one, the literal one. And I was like, man, that changed my life. So it changed my perspective to really to walk slow enough to notice the one, you know. And I feel like even in a town like this where I feel like it's slower, like, we can be so about ourselves that we miss the opportunity, you know, and I'm guilty of that all the time. But I'm challenged when I remember that, and remember, like you said, you were the one, remembering my own story of how God, like, he touched my heart. He came after me personally, and how he's after every single person, you know. So it's even beyond the homelessness, but it's just everybody.
Yeah.
And I just think that, like, you know, sitting here in the cold, I just reflect on how many people feel like this in the inside. You know what I mean?
My goodness.
You
Yeah.
know? And like, so I think that
they may have everything.
Yeah.
But they feel like this.
Yeah.
On the inside.
Exactly. So I don't know. I just, you know, when I saw it tonight, I was like, man, I wanted to go to that, but I think it's so important just to show up, and to be present, you know, even for things like this, to show people that it matters. It matters. It matters to, you know, it matters to all of us. So I'm excited what you guys are doing. I'm excited to, you know, I think we even have the CARES ministry at our church this week, which is pretty cool. And just really wanting to partner in any ways that we can, to help what you guys are doing, even with our students. Like, you know, how can we serve? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm just excited. I had some young people on earlier today.
Yeah.
And we were talking, and we have a generation that's your generation.
Yeah.
That are the up and coming leaders.
Yeah.
And it's just so refreshing to see at your age the level of care, the level of compassion that you folks have for the community. Not just this community, but you could transplant you to any community, and you would still have that level of care. But it's so refreshing to see, because us old folks, you know, we're all sitting around like, this new generation, they're not going to amount to anything, you know. And that's not true, you know. We think it because we want to hold the power and we think we know it all.
Right.
And that's not the case. I found in our teams, some of the younger folks in the teams bring some of the richest, coolest ideas.
Yeah.
You know, and solutions to problems that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Because it's a different set of eyes, and I think God just uses that, and he raises up these young leaders, and you're one of them. And I'm excited to see what you're doing in Gettysburg with the youth over at Gettysburg Foursquare. I know everyone thinks you're cool. You know, I was that guy one time. Now I'm just old. And
I mean, I'm pumped about our students, man. I was just talking to a parent today, and they always try to give me credit for it, but I'm like, there's a hunger in this generation, and I think, as in anything, that can be used for good and that can be used for bad.
Yeah.
And what we're trying to do is we're trying to channel all that hunger to do something in the world for something good.
Mm-hmm.
And they are. And I think more than trying to get this generation to be like the last or to be better, just to equip them with the gifts that they already have.
Yeah.
You know, and they have so much passion, they have so much willingness. They just need a nail to hit, you
Mm-hmm.
know. So if we give that to them, we're like, if
Right.
this is the goal, like, they'll hit it every time, because you know, if they catch the vision of it, they'll run, you know. So we're trying to get them to catch the vision that there's a God who loves them,
Mm-hmm.
that wants to use them for something bigger than themselves.
I think for me, coming into Foursquare, and again, I told the story before. I walked in, my middle daughter had gone there, and her husband was here, and she would go there just so she could visit him, you know, and it would drive me crazy. And I have to drive her in, and I'm like, she's not going for God or anything like that. All she's going to do is see her boyfriend, and I'm her dad, you know, grumbling the whole way, driving in, and go, you know, and I come home, and lo and behold, you know, a year or two later, whatever, I go through this breaking point in my life, where I came, like, everything on my abilities couldn't solve the broken heart that I had. And I was going in with her, and I asked her, can I come in with you? You know, and I go in, and there's this young pastor there, and he's from California or out west or whatever. It's all California to me.
Yeah,
you get
right.
out west, you know. So, and he has these you know, little tips in his hair and stuff, all dyed and stuff. He's, oh, dude,
It's all great now.
What's up, dude? Yeah, so we're gonna meet with him tomorrow, Mark Chester.
That's cool.
So I walk in, and he's there, and he's preaching. Like, when I stopped going to church at 10, 11 years old, when I was old enough to run from my mom, you know, and not worry about, you know, what was going to happen. When I was old enough to do that, you know, I stopped going to church. But the church I went to, you know, it was very much, if you don't do this, you're going to go to hell. If you don't do that, you're going to hell. And anybody who doesn't believe what we believe, you're going to hell, you know.
Right.
And, you know, I could never live up.
Right.
And I walk into this church, and this young pastor's talking about how much I mattered, how much I mattered to God, how much, you know, God loves me and adores me, and, you know, and I think he used, like, this reference, like, so often we're praying, and we hear our own Father's voice, you know, when we're praying, like, thinking that God's our own dad who's mad at us when we did something wrong. And he's nothing against dads that get mad, like, they hold us accountable, that's okay. But that's not what he's about, you know. He's about love and caring and forgiveness and walking through us and meeting us where we're at.
Right.
And it just, it was so refreshing and so changing. And it changed my concept. I was that person who said, you know, Christian people, they're a bunch of hypocrites. Christian people, they act so good, and they're not. They have these evil hearts, and they're mean to people, and these kinds of things. And I never want to be that. I never, ever want to be that. And I don't think God's ever called me to put someone else down. So I get questions at the mission, you know, like, do you force people to believe in God? I was like, I don't think anyone can force someone to believe in God.
Right.
Like, I don't think that's a possible thing.
Yeah.
What, do you kick people out because they don't believe in God? No.
Yeah.
Do you not take people because they're Muslim or Hindu or whatever, you know? I'm like, never.
Right.
You know, we have chapels, and we have different meetings and stuff, but we're talking about biblical principle, and I think everyone can get behind that it's a good thing when you start thinking of others more highly than yourself. I think
Yeah,
everyone
yeah.
can benefit from, looking out for your neighbor. I think,
Yeah.
these are biblical principles. But to me, I think what being a Christian is about is allowing God to use you and pour that love that he's poured into you, let that overflow out into the people that you serve.
Yeah.
And you're that guy.
Yeah.
When we see you,
Thank you, man.
it's just, there's nothing you wouldn't do for someone.
I think that one thing that I realized, like just in the scriptures, and I see Jesus and the disciples, is they always met a need before they met a spiritual need.
Yeah.
They met a physical need and a spiritual need, and I love that. I'm like, that's so practical. I think a lot of the times, like, people have this perspective of like we're just trying to convert people, and I'm like, no, we want to introduce you to what it looks like to have a good relationship with people, but also like the source of all that.
Yeah.
And I think what's cool, like one of my favorite verses, like it's the kindness that draws us to repentance. So I'm like, if we're not kind,
right?
If we're not welcome, if our doors aren't open, if our hands aren't extended, if our hearts, are closed off to people, whether that be homeless people or people of, different viewpoints or sexuality than us, like, then there's no kindness.
Yeah.
And it's the kindness of Jesus that actually draws people to be like, oh man, like I need him, and they should experience that through us. They should experience that through, through our relationship with them or our interactions with them. And I think that, like, it's, if that guy would have never known I was a Christian until I
told him that God told me to stop.
But I think he'd be pretty disappointed if I walked away and somehow he knew that I knew Jesus and I didn't stop for him. Yeah, like I'm just like, man, it's the kindness to just, and I think that, sometimes we're not able to do that in and of ourselves. We don't have, and that's where.
No, I'm a human, and I'm.
That's where God comes in and tries.
A lot of times.
He makes up for that. So just even thinking about all the people that are watching, like, it doesn't matter, like, if you have it all together.
No.
It just matters that you have a willingness to give what has been given to you, or give what has not been given to you, because sometimes it's just like you haven't had a good experience, but you can change the story, you can change the narrative.
And have you ever had that, when you said that, give what's not been given to you, have you ever, it just seemed to me when I was going through some of the worst times, toughest times, is some of the times when God asked me to do so much. I had nothing there of myself. There was nothing in me that could do anything for anyone. And it was like God's asking me to trust him.
Yeah. There's this verse, I love the Message version of the Bible. I know it's like a paraphrase. Eugene Peterson's awesome though. And before the Sermon on the Mount, where Jesus is talking about what does it look like to live for him and live this abundant life that he's offering, he says, like, one thing before he starts the whole thing. He said, "Blessed are you when you're at the end of your rope." Because with less of you, there's more room for God's rule and power. And I'm like, dang, that's so crazy. Like, before I can do anything, I have to understand that I'm better off not having any of myself involved and more of Jesus, because he's the one that does the work, right? So I, like, my brother, great guy, amazing. He's not a Christian yet. I always say that, but he's like that type of person that literally will give his shirt off the back. Off his back for somebody. And I actually remember driving through a nearby city where we lived, and I saw my brother with his shirt off because he gave a homeless guy his shirt and was eating.
So he actually lived.
I'm dead serious.
Stereotypical.
I'm dead serious. That is the actual, like, I was like, there's no way that's my brother. I thought he was a homeless guy too.
What's he doing?
But one thing that I tell him, because there's moments where he gets so, like, kind of low, and I told him, I said, you have to have a source of all that love you're pouring out, because the world would just suck the love right out of you. So you need a source, and I think that's why the mission is gonna be something that lasts far beyond you or I, is because its source is gonna last longer than you and I.
And that's part of my commission, is to ensure that the next generation's up and leaders and stuff, so that Adam's Rescue Mission is around for a long time. Doing the work that they do and doing even more, and extended reach of work far beyond, me being there and the amazing teams that we have. But and it's the support of the churches and the community and people believing in what we do and how we do it.
Well, you're casting a great vision.
Well, I think for me, it's an expectation, and I have and I don't want to say this, and it may come across as arrogant, but I have an incredibly high expectation now that I see what the problem is.
Yeah.
One of myself, but another one that the other folks around us who are helping solve this problem. I have a big expectation on us to get together and collaborate and help.
Yeah.
We owe it to the community that we're working in and serving.
It's good.
And, I don't think we can do that without God. I can't. Let's put it that way. Other people may be able to, and that's great and wonderful. For me, though, and in my house, that's where that source of strength really comes from.
Yeah.
And I'm not forcing anyone else to believe that. I don't, but for me, I can say truly that's where it comes from.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, there's this one of our kids directors said this, like, just the importance of pouring into the next generation, because there's that story of just in the Old Testament, like the generation before forgot to tell their kids about God's goodness, and they forgot, and they just went kind of wandering. And like, we just don't want that in this community, that people or like the next generation would forget how important it is to
think of others more highly than themselves.
To think of the people that are here and serve them, and I just, Pat, I know you're going to talk to Mark tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he'll share, like, just like our heart as a church is just to think beyond Gettysburg even.
Yeah.
But just to think, I love that you guys are called the Adams County Rescue Mission.
We're looking at, Littlestown, we're looking at New Oxford.
Yeah.
Where can we help? How can we help? And how can we rally support around that so we can get people what they need? I mean, when I heard, it was like, I didn't even think that still happened now. Like, kids on the weekend not having any food.
Yeah.
Like,
wow.
I'm like, kids.
Yeah.
On the, kids of all things.
Yeah.
I mean, I could understand grown men. I can't understand it now, but I could. Okay, grown men not having food on the weekend, that's your own fault.
Yeah.
And that's what I thought. But I didn't think that there were kids out there that were going hungry anymore.
Yeah, right. And without school being there.
So they're off from school or on Christmas break or whatever. Christmas break's supposed to be this happy thing. I'm out of school for a week.
Right, right.
Whatever. And you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah.
Christmas break's coming up. What am I going to do?
Right. Well, man, it's just so good to know that that we have you in that spot over there. And
there's some really great organizations. I mean, Ruth's Harvest and Upper, John's Meals and Upper Adams, just doing that stuff. And it's how do we promote them? How do we work together? Because, yes, there's only so many precious resources here, but how can I help other ones who really have the niche and the expertise in that area and partner with them? And they're taking care of some awesome things.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So it's kind of, as we're doing this, making people aware of all the other agencies and organizations out here who are trying to make a difference.
Yeah.
So, thank you for coming, man.
Thanks for having me.
Dude.
It's, it's once your hands go numb, it's actually not that bad.
Is it?
It's not that bad.
My problem is my feet are going
exactly.
That's no problem.
I appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
And
Thanks
enjoy
for bringing me some hot chocolate.
Enjoy the rest of however many hours you have left.
I appreciate it.
Look at me.
They're telling me I got almost like 15 and some change. So
man.
till 4 o'clock.
I gotta get my cane. Look at that.
Yeah, what happened?
Hip surgery.
I thought you were just trying to be cool.
Yeah, I wish it was that.
Hip surgery? What'd you do?
Tore my labrum. I only got I got like 4 weeks of just rehab and all that good stuff.
Oh my gosh.
I know. Young and used already.
Take it easy. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool beans. But what I do need to do is I gotta walk down the bio break. What do you cafe house? Yeah, I put the snow pants on, so that's been a good deal. You need anything? No, man, I'm good. So, I think I don't have anybody coming up for a little bit yet. Are you gonna nap? Are you gonna take a little? I don't know. We'll see how Corey feels in his little hut there. You got a heater in there, Corey?
It's pretty good right now.
Nice. So, yeah, I don't have anyone till 2 a.m. Okay. So. That's what Tom's coming in too. That is Sean Abma is coming in too. Okay. So. Yeah. You doing okay? Have you been watching any of them?
Yeah. Actually, we've been keeping them on, off and on, and everything. So
Yeah.
I just saw Miss Tina.
Oh, yeah.
A minute ago. So, yeah. A lot of good stuff getting covered. Any impromptu notes?
Yeah. Some. I had one gentleman just walk by, and then my kids. I had no clue they were coming up. So.
Yeah. So you had both daughters.
Yeah, both of my daughters were here. My daughter Alyssa and her husband Ben, and her friend Jordan, and my Cece and my son Josh. Her son Josh. Yeah. Girls. So.
A little shot of encouragement. That's good.
So no, that was good. I think it's keeping as I get tired, not getting punchy or losing track of where I'm at and those kinds of things. So.
No, man, you've been sharp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or cold shade.
Yeah.
You know. It's a little brisk. But being to the point, making sure we're sticking on task.
So under 16.
What's that?
Under 16 to go.
Under 16 to go. So,
I'll give Joe a wake-up call at 3:30. Make sure he's out.
yeah, get his butt over. He could come down here. That'd be great. So, nope, I'm going to walk down and use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back.
Okay.
All right?
I was wide awake too.
Oh, were you?
Take a ride. Yeah, take a ride down.
Somebody comes in here.
I'd be happy to.
Something good.
Try to do as good as Mr. Will Hudson.
You don't have to sit there. There's hot chocolate and stuff.
No, I'm good. So your second shift, huh?
I guess the overnight shift.
Overnight shift.
Overnight shift.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I have never been in the square this late at night. This is kind
Yes, other than midnight, for the ball drop,
Okay.
or the hat rising. This is 12:45 is probably it's right up there.
Yeah.
I think like 1 o'clock, maybe 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we went nowhere near town. We were home and tucked away. So, are you local then?
Yeah. I'm from New Oxford.
Gotcha. Looks like the overnight, every couple hours, it means there's somebody coming in. And obviously when the sun comes up, it opens up again.
Yeah. I'm just here till 7, so.
Okay.
Midnight to 7.
too? Okay. So whenever I say the word homeless to you, what comes to mind?
I mean, it's not prominent around here. So
we live in a small town,
Yeah.
so we've not seen a lot of that.
Okay.
No.
But I moved to Cleveland.
Okay.
Several years ago.
Yeah.
So
And what's your name? I'm sorry.
Tiffany.
Tiffany? Okay.
Yeah.
So you were in Cleveland. And
I live in Cleveland.
You live in Cleveland. Okay. So it's more visible there.
Yeah. A bit more.
So.
But not like New York or LA or anything. It's a smaller city.
Sure. Well, one of the common things with Gettysburg, you don't think of homelessness.
Yeah.
It's very well hidden. Serving at the rescue mission, the men that we can come in contact with, the women, they're everywhere. They're sleeping on the battlefield. There's just we do a very good job at hiding it here. So while you may not see it, it's nice, tourist, clean town, but there, a lot of the men and women and families are there. Yes. So we're just here. We've got folks coming in from different organizations, all kind of bringing awareness to that, the concern with homelessness, mental health, and all the things, and everything that kind of goes into, what happened when someone.
That's great. Yeah.
But so it was nice meeting you guys.
Yes.
Yeah, you guys are great.
That's so amazing that you're like sitting out here and doing that. That's so nice.
So you sit out here all night?
Yeah, we'll be out here all night. So.
Good for you.
Yeah, and then there's a I guess there's a list of folks who are coming all hours of the night just to sit down, talk about.
I didn't realize that there was like a homeless population here in Gettysburg. Yeah.
Yeah, there's now. So the Adams Rescue Mission, we have a women and family shelter downtown. We have our Hope House, and then I have a men's ministry just outside of town. So we hold up to about 30 to 36 men there. But and then there's CARES is just down the street. It's the cold weather shelter. Okay. But even
that's great.
They're all at capacity right now. So it's good that those resources are there. But
it's that time of year.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's cold out here.
So
yeah.
So what do you do with the overflow?
Well, with the overflow, we actually work with other organizations. Like if somebody comes in and maybe we're not quite equipped to serve their needs, we don't just say, I'm sorry, we can't help you. Good luck. We sit with them. We'll feed them. We'll give them clothes. They can get a shower, and we'll just make phone calls. We'll pray with them until we actually get until we can find somewhere safe for them to go. An example would be like women. There's just not enough beds for single women right now. With our women and family shelter full, we have probably on average of 10 single women who show up at our men's program because it's right down from the jail. But we have nowhere for them to go. But we'll again feed them, clothe them, and we just get on the phone and try to find somewhere for them. And most of the time, we have to call Pittsburgh. They're going to Waynesburg. Like there's nowhere, even in York and here, all the beds are full.
There's
no one.
Yeah. There's no one around here. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But this is awesome. This is really great.
You sit
I can't believe
all night long.
Yeah.
You're just sitting out here. That's amazing.
So I'm just a fill-in. But we're going to be out here all night, and hopefully someone sees this and kind of
so
like.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that people need. They need it. Yeah.
We're in Fairfield, so super small town, even more than Gettysburg. But this is obviously like where the bigger population is, and that's awesome that this is happening and someone truly cares about the people.
It's great.
And you're sitting out here, and it's cold, and you're doing this, and that's awesome.
Well, this is a privilege.
Yeah.
So, would you believe that 12 years ago that I was homeless?
No.
I would not
believe
never.
that.
Yeah. So, and that's the hope that we share with the men and the women who come through. It doesn't matter what happened, whatever happened to them, it's a fresh start.
Yeah,
It's a chance. So
that's amazing.
My husband and I recently talked about that. We're like, some weird thing could happen to us.
Yeah. And
we didn't realize that like this giant thing would happen.
Sure.
So I'm not. My husband's over there like waving.
I think he's waving you.
Yeah,
I don't think
he's
that's not a hello.
He doesn't know yet.
Yeah.
But seriously,
they're different in
seriously,
Ohio.
no, seriously though, we were like, oh, like that could happen to anyone.
It can.
Seriously,
You-
I mean, you could end up like without a job or.
Sure, the economy
So
turns.
down LA, the LA wildfire, like the virus, like
Yeah.
it's nothing. Anything
Yeah.
could happen in the blink
Yeah,
of an eye.
no,
and
It
it's
can.
awful.
100%.
No, absolutely. So we're grateful for what you have.
Yeah.
and-
Here, this is so amazing that you're doing this. Like, nothing, I mean, for when we were growing up here, like, there was nothing like this.
Oh, nothing like
Nothing. So this is amazing.
This is
that
our
you're doing
hometown.
this.
So
So,
Well, good.
this is really great, and I just can't believe that this is happening here, and it's so wonderful that you're doing this.
Yeah,
Well,
absolutely,
real.
absolutely.
It's a privilege. So nice to meet you too.
Yes.
You guys, safe travels. I think.
My husband somewhere is being ridiculous.
He's right over
I'm
there.
sorry.
He's waiting for you. Yeah. But so nice
it
to
was
meet
very
you.
nice
Yeah.
to meet you. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you
Nice
too,
to
man.
meet you. Thank you so much for what you
Oh,
do.
it's a privilege. Absolutely.
This is wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Be safe.
You ladies have a good night.
Yeah. There you go, brother.
Good. Thanks for filling in for me, man.
Oh, I got it.
You're good. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you got some walker passes through and stuff to talk to. Great. Awesome.
Chilly.
The cold? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. It's mind over matter. I don't mind because I don't matter. It's all the good stuff. Nah, it's not bad. The walk up here was nice, like getting my blood flowing, so that's a good thing. Could you imagine though? I just like this, this is where you live. Like, oh.
It takes me back to that man last February. Pulling into here. Oh, here.
Yeah. So, would you say it takes you back to that man last February?
We pulling in to the mission. I don't know, a little after 7 in the morning, and there was a man literally dressed in tarps standing outside our door. And
oh my gosh!
And it looked like everything he had was in this backpack, and but
he even had tarps on his shoes, like on his
sh-
feet, like they were
all in,
wrapped in tarps.
Yeah, and he had just like a restless wanderer.
Yep.
From town to town, and that's how he was. That's all he had.
Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, he didn't want to stay in our program, so we fed him, bathed him.
We did.
Packed him up with some food and gave him new clothes and.
All new clothes. Actually had 2 meals. We had breakfast and lunch. We got him all settled in, and then he was on his way somewhere out east. I can't recall, but he had a mission he was on. So we were just a waypoint on there, for him. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those are the little things we get to do from time to time, doing what we do. I mean, it's. Sometimes it doesn't, you're heartbroken because you want them to enter the program and go through that, and that's not the story we get to write. So,
but we plant seeds, so that you never know wherever town he ended up in, you can always look back to that experience he had with or just that you never know.
Right.
Yeah, planting seeds.
So no, it's a great job we get, and we need your support, we need your help. So consider helping us, or any of the other agencies that help for the betterment of mankind and here in our community. And we're certainly thankful to community media of South Central PA. They're still here, still with us. We've been through 3 guys now, so we're on our 3rd gentleman through the evening here. So his name's Corey, and he's our cameraman, and they're live streaming for us. So if it's in your heart and you want to reach out and support them, they could use the help and could use your support. So thank you guys so much. We appreciate it, and we'll keep on doing what we do. So.
Dude, you don't have to sit down. I'll sit with you.
I'm done. There's just so many rumors flying around. I'm just,
He's just a bad egg.
yeah.
A team player. He might be a great human being.
Oh, yeah.
Team player. I'm not the best.
Some people just don't know what to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think the bars are closed, aren't they?
That's where we got our yeah.
It's 1 a.m. so.
I don't know what time they close. 2? 2? Out of nowhere, a goose. Oh man, is that mine or
No,
yours?
that's mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta try some.
No, I'm good. I'll be alright. They gluten free?
Yeah.
We actually bought some gluten free pasta, and I was gonna make it for it. I have no idea what sauce to put on it. I could have really messed up the rest of your night. The pasta would have been, gluten free, but once he just regular noodles.
My wife brought me on soup.
Okay.
So I got through half of that.
Well, Monday's -4, so you chose wrong.
Oh, yeah. Somehow we made that. I'd have been wearing different clothes, that's all.
I thought they were shipping that way.
Yeah.
Something.
I don't know. I went out and bought a generator. I let my wife know I bought a generator when she was sick. So she couldn't buy it.
What is that for?
I was like, see that? That's ours.
Too many witnesses. I think mine's watching at home right now, so I can be careful.
Oh, okay. How much the mics are picking up.
That's all right.
Facebook gets the.
What's that?
Facebook gets the caption of what we're saying.
Yeah. So she
sounds awful.
She's a librarian. She can read.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark made sure he texted me. He's like, make sure you're watching what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we doing okay so far, though?
I say so, yeah.
So Corey just started about midnight?
Midnight, yeah.
My next one's not until 2 o'clock.
Yeah. So it's nice every, kind of spread out overnight. Then you got.
Well, we had a lot, yeah. I mean, and there were some ads in here. I mean, you're looking at 30-some votes.
So Dan may me up tomorrow. Stress.
Oh, really?
Yep. I sent him a text. And
I know it's cold as hell.
That'd be great. It is cold.
It's cold as shit out here.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I'm not sure what time he was gonna take a look, and I'll text him in the morning to sign up.
Also, the city gave me where this wind's coming from, but it needs to go away.
Yeah.
Are you staying warm in there?
It's pretty cozy in here. A little bit. I got it's exposed right here.
It's coming from the southeast. That's not a good wind. It's like coming this way.
Yeah. Mark's still watching?
He went to bed.
Oh, did he?
He's coming here at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
He's
Send you back. So you're gonna hang out with me till 7?
Till 7.
All
Yeah.
right.
Was gonna be 6, but I told Mark, like, I couldn't sit extra. It's 31 degrees. We started at 39 at 4 o'clock.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, it wasn't bad at 4. Yeah.
next week. I think that would be
That'd be brutal. That's what Paul was just saying. It's like next week it's gonna be 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Well, clear that, like, usually if you have some cloud cover, that kind of helps a little bit there.
No cloud cover at night.
I mean, the schedule of this, not even have to worry about snow, which, I mean, we're getting snow on Sunday, but dodging that, I mean, that was just...
And we picked these dates, like, I don't know, October, November.
That was a while,
That was a while ago.
Anytime you're picking a date in January, you're just playing with fire.
You're like, yep, who knows? Who knows what it's going to be?
Well, and all of them are going.
I have to take my, oh, here's a donation.
Oh.
Huh, I'll lose it.
Oh, I'll put there. Yeah.
There's another one in there.
Oh my goodness. I'll drop it off and go. Yeah, put a couple layers on since earlier, so it doesn't feel too bad.
Now, when's sleep come into the equation? Is that like 5 o'clock tomorrow?
Yeah, something like that. It's supposed to rain or sleet or whatever it's going to do. So.
Sleep. Like
Oh, sleep.
sleeping.
I thought you said sleep.
No.
I was like, yeah, I think it's coming around. Yeah, I think it's more like 7, but sleep? I don't know. Where I can, when I can, I guess. We'll see. Why are we filming him sleeping? It's kind of decent, actually. Yeah.
This one right here in Gettysburg. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, they started.
Yeah. Here they're a bit more.
There's a big crew earlier that came through. So I don't think they really go there. I don't know where they go.
Yeah. Yeah. The one lady was sitting, she was originally from River. Yeah.
Actually, Michael Simon's got a couple restaurants in the house.
They've come back.
Oh yeah, downtown.
Yeah.
It didn't used to be your house, like you're on fire.
Yeah.
That's right. See y'all later down in South Carolina.
Foot raise on. Bro, there's really no light.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe how many trucks are We're talking about homelessness.
There wasn't wise enough to shoot Yeah.
You might want to turn those mics way down. anymore. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people in the community that really care, and I think their compassion's there.
run direct. I don't know if there's an issue with the little generator in there.
But I think everything's running off of that. Like, oh, there you go.
Yeah. So the outlet to the generator.
Do we have mics? Let's test.
Just a second here. I'm good. Oh, my brother, man. How are you doing? Doing good. Oh, I didn't even recognize you. All right. You are.
Hey, Corey, do we have Mike? Oh, we got Mike, Corey. What did? It's running. It does. I already reset it. So, and the heated blanket's on. It's fine. He's got power there. That's where it's all coming from.
I got your audio.
You got my audio. Perfect. Do we have camera?
I got this camera right now.
It's on both of us? And then we can figure out the other ones just later. So we can actually talk?
Yes.
All right. You got a mic?
I haven't talked in a mic in a while.
So you got to keep it close to you because these ones fall.
Check 1, 2, 3.
All right, so we're sitting here with Sean Abma. He's one of our board members with Adams Rescue Mission. He also works for Thrivent, and I mean, Thrivent as an organization, just they're huge in giving back to the communities that they work in. They have incredible programs for other people who invest in them to be able to use, and credits that they use to invest back into, whether it's nonprofits or whatever those charities are of their choice. But tell us about yourself, Sean. What gives you the passion for the community here?
Oh, well, first and foremost, I thank God that I was raised in a Christian home and had amazing parents that taught me a lot about just the love of Jesus Christ and giving back and helping those in need. And we always try to do the best we can. So yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about me. I have 2 stepsons. I have a son and a daughter. Was a school teacher when I moved here to Gettysburg for quite a few years, and then just lost my passion for teaching. And when someone introduced me to Thrivent, and Thrivent, is in the financial industry business, but we can also do a lot of good things for people.
Yeah.
Not only help people with their finances, but also help people get off the couch and do good things in their community by giving them money to sponsor events. So just love that. Homelessness, I've always been sort of connected with homelessness. I've been with the CARES program in town here for 10 years as a volunteer ever since it started, and I stay at the shelter at least once a month, the overflow shelter, so I love that. And so when I knew that you were doing this thing on homelessness, I'm like, oh, wow, this is right up my alley. So anyway, I just have a passion for that. And, when you help out at a shelter and you see the people who are actually homeless, and then you drive around town and you see those people walking around town, and you would never know they're homeless.
No,
and
it's so hidden here.
Yeah, and they just kind of melt in, and you're like, wow, there's more homeless people here than you think.
Yeah. In Adams County, most of us go through life, and it's certainly myself, and it's not a problem here.
We're comfortable. And we don't think there's homelessness, but it's everywhere.
It is, and there's a lot of agencies and organizations out there helping with it, and the one you were talking about was CARES. Can you tell us a little bit more about CARES? I would love to get Debbie and those folks up here.
Yeah, yeah. So CARES was started. I honestly don't even know what the acronym is behind it, but it was started by all the churches here in Gettysburg, and St. James has always been like one of those churches, and that's where I used to attend, was St. James. They're one of the ones that really get things rolling here, but they're sort of like the foundation of the organization. At least I'd like to think they are. But in the beginning, it used to be, we had overflow from the homeless shelter here, and we had no place to send people.
Yeah.
So they started this CARES program, and what's really awesome about it usually runs from the end of October through end of March. So it's not all year round, but it used to float around from one church to the next. Every 2 weeks it'd go to a different church, and it first started out with like maybe 3 or 4 churches, and then grew to quite a few churches, even churches outside of town here. And it was awesome. It was a little bit inconvenient because every 2 weeks they were moving.
You had to put people on buses and get them out to these churches.
Take them out, yeah, and then they come in here for the soup kitchen. But in the last 2 years, St. James, which has always been a really good setup for CARES, has taken it on. That it's just at that facility. Plus, St. James also has the CARES coordination building right nearby where they spend their daytime. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing organization. It's all actually they do have some paid staff that actually stay overnight. And then what my job is, and the other host is usually always a male and a female host, or I mean, a person sleeping over, chaperone sleeping over. And then now what's really amazing is it used to be the chaperones had to manage the whole evening. But for the last 2 years now, CARES, I don't know if through funding or what have you, they do have a person who stays up all night at the desk, and they actually have cameras monitoring. But I will tell you, I used to be a school teacher in the town here, and it breaks your heart when you're in there and you see a family show up with kids, and then you recognize the kids and they recognize you, and you can see the look on their face, and your heart just goes out to them because you're like, oh my goodness, these kids, they're embarrassed that they're
the shame
there.
that goes with it. And you know, I think there's a lot we can do to break down those walls of shame that go with homelessness, because so often, you know, we think, I was talking with people earlier, and when you see homeless people, one of the first thing that goes through your head is, how did they mess up to get themselves in this situation?
Yeah, you know, that's the thing that I always think about. But I'll tell you what, we're all just 2 or 3 or 4 steps away from homelessness. And what I've really seen with a lot of it, because, you know, like when I go there, I really talk. I sit down, I try to visit with them.
Yeah.
I'll bring food even though we're not supposed to, but I'm like, well, what are they going to do, slap my hands?
Yeah, you've been around a long time.
I'm just
you
that
can get
type
away
of
with
person. I bring manna from heaven, I call it.
Break rules.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, you get to know these people and you find out that literally they are, some of it's bad choices. Some of it is they don't have support from their family. They've got no one to go to. And some of it is mental illness. But a lot of it is they just had 1 or 2 bad things happen, and it just multiplied to the point that next thing you know, they're on the streets.
Right.
And homelessness today doesn't mean someone shows up with a stick and a bag,
right,
like a hobo. They have cars, they have cell phones. It's really a shame, but I think it's very prevalent, and I think it's very well hidden. Very well hidden in communities, because these people will work during the day too.
They go to work, they go to school,
but they have no place to stay.
No.
So being a part of CARES is amazing. I love it. I walk away from that every morning, even though you're a little tired because you're sleeping on the floor on a mat. It fulfills me, and I walk away and I think I come away even more fulfilled than they do with the fact that they got a warm place to sleep.
Well, I know for a fact that you have a huge heart. You put in a ton of time at the rescue mission. You help down at the Agape House. You get your hands dirty. You work with the the greenhouse. You work with putting shelving up. I mean, just all kinds of things. And I know you have a huge heart for human beings. So what's next for Sean Abma? What's
it's
he doing?
Interesting. So what's next for me? Well, there's a lot of transition going on in my life right now. My last child, Jessie, she graduates from high school here. She's going off to Shippensburg in the fall in elementary education. She's already enrolled. She's already got her money in. And I'm really starting to figure out where I'm supposed to be. I'm currently working with an office out of Northern Virginia outside of D.C. with Thrivent, and just trying to see where that future holds. I'm not going to move to Northern Virginia. I love living in Gettysburg, but I also have family in Northern Pennsylvania. So I'm really struggling back and forth on where I'm physically going to be living.
Right.
I know the next year I'll be here in Gettysburg, but after that, I don't know. But I know that I'm going to continue working with CARES, but I'll always work in the volunteer arena. My newest thing that I've gotten involved with quite a bit lately is I'm now a team leader for Habitat.
Okay.
And I take my clients and friends on Habitat trips every year, whether it's stateside or globally. My next habitat trip is coming up here. We're going down to Mariana, Florida, where a lot of hurricane damage is.
Yeah.
And I'm doing that trip in May, and I'm going to take 10 to 12 volunteers. And my job with that is, first and foremost, is to help people. But second of all, I want to expose my friends and family to opportunities they can give back and get more involved. And I'm trying to create more team leaders for Habitat. So that's a thing that I'm really running with right now. So I just super enjoy
That's huge
that.
for us old guys, bringing up the next generation to make sure
Yeah.
you have caring people to
Yeah.
plug into these systems.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I think one of my most important jobs is first and foremost to be an amazing father, son, and brother to my family. But I really show my kids what I'm doing. I want them to see what I'm doing. I want them to get involved. I want to take my daughter on this trip, but it's her last week before she graduates, so that's not going to happen. And my son Malachi, he'll have an internship, so that's not going to happen. But the kids know what I'm doing. They see what I'm doing. They see that I'm involved with my church. I go to LCBC over in Hanover. Just absolutely love that church. And getting involved there with the high school youth. I help there every Wednesday night with the high school youth group there. So I just want my kids to know, hey, there's a lot more to this world than you. Take that mirror and look elsewhere, because, they got the phone, they got the mirror. Focus on other people. And I'll tell you what, when you're in a really tough place and you're really having a bad day, when you go out and focus on other people and needs and helping other people, it is amazing how much better it'll make you feel.
It does. I mean, again, I get to have one of the best jobs on the planet, and it's doing that all day long and not patting myself on the back. It's what you get out of it. Like, it's so rewarding.
It is.
And
I
even
see
the
that. See that
tough
with the
times.
energy that you have, man. You always have amazing energy every time I stop there.
It's such a blessing to be able to do this. And I just can't imagine if we could all, and again, I spent most of my life walking out the door, doing the right things. I mean, working hard, doing those things, providing for my family, trying to get ahead, but missing that piece. Missing that piece where you can really give back to others.
Well, where you feel like you're making a difference.
Yeah, where you actually feel like what you're doing is driving change for the betterment of the human beings you're sharing the planet with.
Yeah.
And I think, I think that's the answer to this problem that we're looking at. It's what you just said. When you walk out, your kid's looking in the mirror and saying, "It's not about me." It's really not.
Yeah, and I think, obviously we love what you're doing at ARM and what have you, and your amazing energy. I sometimes look at your situation and think you reached a point in your job that you had where you just weren't getting the fulfillment. I mean, you had everything, you worked really hard. It's just you wanted more. And so we need that in young people to want more than just themselves. And I'm not saying we're ever going to solve homelessness. The poor, the homeless are going to be in society for always. They're always going to be in society. But my goodness, the more we think about others other than ourselves and look left and look right. And the other thing too is you're not going to fix everything. That's the one thing I struggle sometimes. Like, I always like to have cash on me, because like if I see somebody, I just $1 or $2, and I know we don't know what they're doing with it, but it's really hard for me to walk by people. And I'll tell you, I still do. And it just tears at me. I try not to beat myself up, because, we can't fix everything. But we can at least be a positive force in this world and a positive example and get your friends involved. So many people don't know how to get involved because no one's asking them.
Right. No,
So
that's why I'm getting
get
it all
out
the time. What can we do to help? How can we help? And I think one is getting the word out on what we're doing and what's going on. I think that's a big one. Prayer is certainly one. Volunteering where it makes sense. And if it's not our organization, there's a list of them, that are just doing amazing work that could use that help.
Yeah, I know the one thing I love about Thriving is I'm helping people make sense of their finances and helping them figure out a way to pass on assets to those people they care about. But the other thing I really love is even someone who doesn't have a whole lot, they have access to almost $250 to $500 a year, depending on where they are with their products with Thrivent. But get out there, and I go, hey, have you ever, get out there and start doing things, and here's some money to help you get started. It's exciting. I love that part of it. Yeah.
And Thrivent this year, we were blessed to be a part of. They had the big give back. And how much money did Thrivent give back to the community? It was a contest. We all had to go in.
I think the total they gave back was maybe like $10,000 or $12,000. Yeah, and it was just people voting for their organizations.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just simple things like that. So, and that's the other thing too. I'm in the financial world. I have no desire to work for any other financial company because I love what Thrivent does, and we have great products. This is turning into a Thrivent commercial.
No, it's good to know.
It's not supposed to be a Thrivent commercial.
I think it's good
but
to
anyway,
know
I love what I do.
What these organizations do for the communities that they operate.
Oh, Well, I mean, we give back. I mean, every year we're giving back. I think last year total give back was like $450 million for the year.
Yeah, corporately.
Yeah. I mean, and it's amazing what they do. And, our clients do tons of action teams every year. So that's kind of really cool. And a lot here in Gettysburg. My goodness. A lot of people use their benefits here in Gettysburg.
We get blessed amazingly through those
the
benefits.
rescue mission. I have a lot of clients that are constant. I see this stuff come across. I'm like, oh, they're offsetting the cost for that event. Awesome.
Yeah. No, it's just huge for us.
So I guess, I see all that you're doing at Arm, Will, and I really, this whole child program that you're working on, that's really exciting. It's needed because these women just can't get out there and get work without childcare.
No, and I don't know how they can afford it. And it's left for them. The burden's left for them to carry.
Well, they can't even get started because they can't find something to watch their kids.
And even if they had the money for somebody to watch the children, there's no place. There's no openings right now.
Yeah. Oh. Think about
there's
that.
a deficit of openings
because there's not a lot of childcare around here. No. So that's really exciting. So I mean, much needed in the community here. And I don't, one thing that always people think, oh, we got a small town. There's homeless people in the small town. They're sleeping in cars. They're sleeping under bridges. You don't have to look too far, and you'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, down in Littlestown, up in Gardeners, over in Fairfield.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if you go across our county, it's everywhere.
It is, and there's people coming here too. People leaving the cities, coming to the country, and we're fortunate to have what we have. So a lot of good things going on, and I'm really hoping that this people driving by sit here and go, what's going on? What's a news company doing here at this time of night?
Yeah.
And they start typing into Gettysburg and find out this event's going on, and all of a sudden they say, whoa, hold on, there's something about homelessness. Yeah. So, well, good.
So we're trying to make a dent and educate our community and start getting some real solutions around this problem. So, and it takes everyone. It's not me. It's not you. It's all of us together.
And you got to just. There's always going to be new opportunities.
Yeah.
There's always going to be new ways to look at things. You just got to keep moving forward. Because the need is growing.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing. You look at America, people think we're all so wealthy. And there's a lot of people in this country. First and foremost, you're lucky to live in this country.
No, I think it's a huge
top
blessing.
1% already, whether you're homeless or not. But there's a lot of, there's people in need here too. So, yeah.
Sean, I thank you for coming out here. I thank you for your heart for the community, for humanity. You've been a blessing to me. You've been a blessing to the mission. And you're a man of principle. You're a man who really puts first things first, and that's your family. And you see it.
God and family, but I know we are supposed to put God first. But man, I struggle because my family. I love my family.
He gives you your family.
I'm truly blessed to be a father, and I love my kids, and I can't imagine not having them in my life. But I also want my kids to be an example of giving back and being humble and loving the Lord, so that their friends and the people they come in contact are inspired and want to be like them.
Well, you're doing a wonderful job at it.
It's my biggest job. So, we appreciate you, brother.
Thanks, man.
That man.
You bet.
All right.
Anything you think we could do better? Anything you think we could do?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we can always do better. I think just continue to keep your eyes and ears open for change.
Yeah.
And go into everything in prayer and know that the good Lord will provide where the good Lord sees the need, and go out on faith. There's a lot of people in this community that would love to give back, and they just don't know where, and you're doing a really good job of exposing opportunities for them. And just never say no.
Yeah. No, we
say, oh, okay, interesting. Let's look into that a little bit.
Let's pull on that string. As we're always talking about it, guys. There's a string there. Let's pull on it.
Yeah.
You have to kiss a lot of frogs to get a prince. You know, so
that's good. I love that.
I think that's a Steve Jobs one. I'm stealing it from somebody.
That doesn't matter,
But don't be afraid to dream. Don't be afraid to have ideas. Don't be afraid to get them on the table.
Yeah.
And they may be crazy, or there may be something there.
Yeah, there may be something there, and there may be something there that you never even saw that exposed itself. So, yeah. Now, I love living in Gettysburg, and if the day comes that I decide to leave, it's not going to be an easy leave. But I've really enjoyed my time here. The people in Gettysburg are wonderful, and that's the other thing too about communities. People say, well, the community's not all that wonderful or what have you. Do you reach out? Do you try to make it a better place? Every community has its opportunities to help and get to know people and be friendly and make it your community. But we do have a special place here, and I praise God, thank God that He put me here. He put me here for a reason, and I'm not saying I'm looking forward to that next chapter of my life, because I'm in a good chapter right now, but I'm looking forward to where things are going to go.
Yeah.
Trying to stay positive. Have good days, have bad days, but try not to beat myself up. It's all part
that's
of
called
it.
humanity, right?
It is, yeah. And then all I got to do is open up the scripture the next morning in my morning devotions and be like, wow, are you talking to me, Lord?
Yep. It's just sets you right back. Okay.
Yeah,
I got it.
That's right.
Yep.
A reset.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
No, we live in an amazing community here in Adams County, where we were talking with the community foundation and stuff, and over the last several years, Adams County has been either the top one or right in the top as per capita the most generous give back, through the community foundation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that community foundation's amazing what they do. I mean, and so many people so look forward to that. That time of the year. It's interesting because my organization I work with, they match or double what I always give, and I love that. I mean, like when I give during the year, and obviously my church, but in November, December, I just get all excited. I'm like, oh my goodness, okay, boom, there's another extra. It's so much fun.
Yeah.
I tell my kids are like, Dad, really? I'm like, it's fun.
Yeah.
I want you to realize this can be a lot of fun. I mean, you got to do it within your means.
Right.
You got to be able to still live and pay your bills, but being a generous community, that's awesome. I've heard that before. I think I've heard that a few
Adams
times.
County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
One of the most generous counties in the
Perfect.
country. So what a place to live.
Yeah, in the country.
Yeah.
What a place to live. Yeah.
So, and these folks out here are really, supporting us and helping us.
Yeah. Well, and I've lived all over the country. My first 10 years out of college, I was in the business of, basically in the travel industry and touring and taking people on these great trips. But came back to Pennsylvania when I was 31 because it's such a beautiful place.
And your family has a farm upstate a little bit?
Yeah, up in northern Pennsylvania, 3 hours north. We have a 260-acre farm.
Oh, wow.
I still help. I'm in charge of all the field operations. We raise some beef cattle, so I do that. And the beautiful thing about working for Thriving is I can work from anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
So,
if I can have the internet.
I can go up there and work, or I have a passion for snowboarding and skiing, so I go out west for a month every year and just work out there and just do my backcountry camping and things like that. That fulfills my soul.
You live a pretty interesting life.
I love being in the backcountry.
Some Grizzly Adams stuff going on there.
Yeah, sort of. Even last night, just hiking in Michaud State Forest with my dog. There's snow on the ground. We did a 3-mile loop. I just sat there the whole time watching the sun set down. I just giggling and smiling, and I'm like, thank you, Lord, that I have this amazing moment to enjoy your creation. And that fulfills me. It really fills me up. And we need that.
Yeah.
We need that.
Yeah.
So, and I try to keep things simple. A sunset, sunrise, best things in the world, and it's free. Just have to get up early.
Yeah, that's a rough thing for me.
Yeah, there's going to be a sunrise this morning, everybody, hopefully. So, be coming from that direction.
Yeah, I think we're getting some rain or something this morning when it comes up.
It might, yeah, but no, I can
Still
still see the moon,
seems
so
pretty
this is a
clear.
good thing. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, but no, Will, thank you for all that you do, and I love your energy and
I thoroughly
and
enjoy
passion, and I know you do it because you love it.
I do.
And and you're just all the good things going on, and it's exciting to watch what's going on.
Thank you.
It really is.
Thank you.
You bet.
And thank you for everything you've done for us. We appreciate you.
Love doing it.
And keep checking in on us.
Oh, I'll check in. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Great.
You know me. I'll just pop in and be like, "What's up, brother?"
Thank you. Sean Abma, folks. Just another representative of our community that just pours into the folks around here. We love him. We wish him all the best. Thank you for coming out.
You bet. Thank
Have
you.
a good night,
All
my
right,
friend.
brother. You bet. All right. We'll see you. All right. You got to take this stuff with you. I got a million cups here. Yeah. So I got to. Do you have a few minutes just to hang out? Or, I mean, I looked at
plugged in that was plugged in from the old one?
So the old one is the black one right here.
But is everything plugged in from the old one to this one?
It's right on here, the white strip right here.
So you took everything from the old one to into that one?
It didn't
miss any?
No.
Okay.
Well, we put two things on the generator because this one didn't have
the USBs.
Yeah.
That's fine. Why is that camera not on? That camera should be on.
Now let's have to turn it on, but
you should have that shit automatically turn on. Okay. If I unplug this, nothing turns off, right? Besides.
Yeah, we did this before. Yeah. Which one are you looking at? The camera or
is that light on?
That's off.
Sounds like the heater's on. So if I do that, might as well turn back on.
No, I was a diesel mechanic, and I'm like, this isn't right. I've gone back to school and finished. Got my high school diploma, was a diesel mechanic. And I was just like, I'm like 19 years old. This is what life is. This is a good career. Yeah. And so now I'm back. Yep. So I literally went up to the recruiting thing. And I'm like, look, I have a son. I'm not married. And this is this. Can I get it? What's that legal tree? They were like, exactly. So, but it was literally one of those things for me. Worst things I've experienced. Which I was. Looking back. And when I got there, we can't. There's that structure. What's up? We're in this class, and it's for so
Check one. Check one.
this class.
Check. Check one. Check. 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 Mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
No. And I was like, man, I can't put that. So there's that restroom. So I'm here. You know, so. Okay. I got out of there. Travis is the lead.
Maybe in the hotel. I checked out the garage. That's a lot.
Yeah. It was 3. I was in there for 3. Just over 3.
Yeah.
Last night. She has my brothers. So we tried plus the main cord to help out with whatever so that I could take care of put in some of that stuff on the reserve side. Which means you can actually set this box in it's like I see my wife was thinking, so my generator is like
Michelle's going to bring my cash with her. She's telling me the house of the school. Yeah. And telling me they're around this next picture. So
Yeah. Just so that back up.
I missed that. That was okay. So,
Hello.
yeah, so it was amazing.
Other purposes there, but we got
She's dying of cancer.
Well, this is a cute little thing.
So,
What do you have a camera in there, or do you have a?
get back.
We got 2 cameras here. We got a camera there.
Let's see.
So you're doing the whole street area. That's great.
So
you guys like what's up on that?
You know, it was just, I was different.
No, you guys here the whole time, or? I left in about 45 minutes.
have people come along.
I think he'll realize now.
Didn't go off on the trigger, didn't go off. Shell in there, and then I just lost it because that right was just. He took me in his back and my mom was giving me, just literally, and took me to another room where I had this Bible and it didn't follow me forever as my name would do. You know, it's a kid's Bible, so it's kids' pictures. So it's a change version. It just it's just like I said, you know, and that's all I could see is this love of God pouring out, and not in any context or anything, but just these things. And just like taking it. Just change it. And just change it. Yeah, so it's just. Every single second day, I do these three big pictures. These three pictures. First of all, it's like we're outside of that kitchen door. And my mom chasing something out of us. And we go up the street. It was like, let's have to come down eventually. What's wrong with you? Like, when are you going to learn? Right now. The second one was just him, this incident. He didn't do anything. One in the back. I was really young when my mom first started going to church. I loved it. I loved Jesus. And he reminded me that every time on the street, he was like way out on the limb. It's in Michigan, it's flat and everything, in southern Michigan. And this wind would blow up from the south. The trees, they're just blowing around in April and May. And the leaves would be really big, and you climb up in there, and I climb out on the ends of them and just blow. And I'd sing at the top of my voice that, do you remember me? Yeah.
take a look at my proposed budget?
I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
No.
Oh, you need your.
Are you done with it?
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Have a good evening, man. We'll see you.
Thank you. You too.
Yeah, I'll look it over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you're in it. You're in it to win it. Are you guys ready? Hello. How you guys doing?
What? How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
Not sleeping, huh?
I don't think so. I'm late after you guys. I might take a nap.
We brought you some hot chocolate. You want some?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. You want some right now?
Yeah, I'll take some. Sure.
Yeah.
No, well, I might have them. I do have 2 months here. One has some empty coffee in it. And I can pour some.
That is.
Yeah, I hope you wear long dress. Yeah, you get your money pants on. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Get full just sitting here.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And have people actually come along for veg talk or?
Oh yeah, lots. We've had. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
23 fights.
23?
Yeah.
That's good. And what about bathroom facilities?
I go down to the Agape house.
Oh, of course.
It's a block and a half.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's fine. It'll work. You want to have a seat?
I don't know.
We're live streaming. We're on TV.
Oh, we're on. Yeah, well, you sit down on the guard.
Now the mic you got to hold up pretty tight up close because it loses its whatever. I don't know. Those guys know. I don't. So we have Tom and Irene Powell.
Right, here we are.
Yeah.
And it's nice and cold. Thank you, Will.
You bet.
I was teasing you that we should be doing this in July, but it wouldn't really speak to the issue of homelessness.
It would be a little more difficult.
Yeah, right.
You know, people.
You'd have a lot more company.
Yeah,
You'd
yeah.
have
Well,
more.
we've even heard it in different interviews where, like, people are like, "Yeah, especially when you're in a cold climate." But homelessness, it's not fun in any climate.
No,
you know, it's
absolutely not.
all the things we take for granted, showers and brushing our teeth and, you know, all those things.
Bathrooms and just having this, you know, and
yeah, food.
And I'm a little last night. I'm working on a cold or something, and I said, "Well, I can do this for, you know, come down and see Will, and we can spend a half an hour. But if you had a cold and you were without a home, it would be 100 times worse."
Or the flu, and how hard is that to get through?
Right,
you know.
Right, exactly. So
when you're sitting out here in this. So you two are very, very active in our community, in any community that you guys have plugged into, finding ways to serve on boards. Tom, you serve in the Rotary, and you're on our board at the mission.
And Irena's on the Child Advocacy Board.
Oh my goodness!
So she does a lot of work there, and you know, and Gettysburg is such a great community. I mean, it's such a we feel very blessed to be here, and we've lived here now for 10 years, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And where'd you come from before that?
We were at Mount St. Mary's, and you know, that I was the president there at the Mount. And so you actually live in company housing there. And
pretty luxurious company housing.
Very luxurious company housing. And so we always knew that was going to end after 12 years. And so then we sought a community, and it was Gettysburg here. So, and then in the meantime, we added to our family, and luckily, the house that we had picked out was able to be fixed up so we could accommodate a bigger family.
So you adopted some children,
right, from East Timor,
and East Timor,
right?
Where is that?
That's a good question. That is a little island country about 400 miles north of Australia.
Mm-hmm.
It's in that big chain of islands, but it is its own country, and it's about the size of Connecticut. When we went there in 2010, the CIA and our State Department had it listed. I think it still does as the poorest country in.
Southeast Asia.
I thought they said in the world. It's a South Sudan.
On par with sub-Saharan countries.
Right. Yeah.
You know.
The
countries in Africa aren't.
So very deprived, very
deprived. It's getting better though, and when we first went there was no computers or cell phones, and electricity was sparse. Now it's
developing.
It's developing. I think when we first went there, we would be lucky if we had electricity for an hour or two a day.
Yeah.
And it's very hot there, as you can imagine. And even in the jungle in the mountains in the jungle, which is where we found the kids up at an orphanage, it was still very hot up there. Very hot.
I might say though that we do know cold.
Yeah.
Because we began our married life 53 years ago in a log cabin we built ourselves in Alaska. So
Are you kidding me?
I don't know if Fairbanks has as much of a homeless problem as.
No, I was just reading in the Alaska magazine about homelessness in Alaska,
Okay.
And it was shocking to me.
So, you guys remember there was a documentary about a guy who builds this cabin in Alaska, and they do this documentary on him. I can't remember his name, but he's like, and they used to show it on, I don't know, National Geo or the old Disney movies or whatever it was.
From decades and decades ago.
Yeah,
I know
yeah,
who you're
yeah.
talking about. I forget the fella's name.
He went by himself.
Yes, yes, we've
and
seen that.
He just makes this cabin, and
Yeah.
he's like,
Yeah.
I remember saying, "I'm kind of trout hungry. I'm gonna kill man." You know? It's like, what?
Yeah.
Trout hungry.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
That was pretty true to life. A lot
Yeah.
of the
Rugged people.
TV shows since, or I don't know what channels they're on.
Yeah.
A family that's in the bush somewhere.
Uh-huh.
A
Oh, the
little
new
too
ones that are out
contrived.
there.
Yeah, the new ones.
Yeah.
They're contrived. They've got the sound people there and helicopters waiting to take people. Well, where we built our cabin was a place north of about 25 miles north of Fairbanks, in a place called Goldstream Valley, and our nearest neighbor at that time was 6 miles away. So we were, and we were out there, and it was cold. Now this is.
Outhouse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had no electricity or running water, and we did that for a number of years, and then moved to Montana to finish up school. So what I wanted to study, they didn't have it at the University of Alaska in Fairbanks. But we enjoy that, and we used to enjoy the cold more.
Yes.
But in our
I think age has
70s,
something to do with
yes,
it now.
70s is.
I was telling someone earlier, I grew up in Michigan.
Yeah.
So we do layers. That's how we get through life. But I'm more of an equatorial creature now. I'd much rather
Right.
give me those loops of latitude between 10 and 10, and that's where I want to stay.
But growing up in Michigan,
Mm-hmm.
and as we were in Alaska, not growing up, but your body does get acclimated, most definitely, and you have to enjoy outdoor winter activities.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you would go stir
You'd be
crazy.
ice skating on the ditch or
Right,
creek,
yeah.
we call it.
Yeah.
We go
Right.
ice skating out there in the neighbor's pond, and they didn't want you there. We're playing hockey in the middle of there. Yeah.
Oh my
exactly.
gosh.
Yeah, we were bad kids, but can you imagine sitting here in this spot and making life decisions and trying to get yourself back on track?
No.
In this, I mean, we were just talking about it. Just
nope.
Sitting out here in this cold. What if you had a tooth infection or a
Yep, or even something as simple as I don't feel well because I'm getting the flu or something like that.
It's so achy
because there's no place to go, and no place to get warm. and there's no comfort on the streets.
And then add to that, you might have a child or two.
Right. I mean, it's when some of the ladies and stuff that we help down here, it's heartbreaking. And a lot of them, you'll see even up at CARES here, and I know they're down at Gettysburg Foursquare this week. But usually they're at St. James, and they also have a shelter there that they run through the wintertime. Up at SCAP. So there's a lot of folks here in Gettysburg, in Adams County, that are really trying to help this problem, but we still see this huge influx of single women. I see a lot of that now. We still have women and children who I don't have spots for. So what we do, so one of our things that we've been doing is, we don't turn anyone away. We find a place for them. So our team gets on the phone, makes the calls,
right.
And it, unfortunately, sometimes it's they have to go a decent distance to get them a place to stay for now, while we're trying to find things. But one of the big problems we're facing here is this single woman population that's growing, and we've been able to put double people up and put them at the Agape House, but that's really meant for families. So what happens is you have these families who are trying to handle things as a family unit, and then you have single women who are living together, and it just causes problems because they have different needs, and it causes contention, so it's difficult. But one of the dreams and hopes that we have that we're praying for is a single woman shelter here in Adams County, because there really isn't one, and it's desperately needed.
Right.
And so we're asking folks for support for that and help. And I don't care if it's us or CARES or who does it. It's
right.
just, it needs done.
Yeah.
And it needs to be a restoration program to give people the tools they need to get back on their feet.
Right. And CARES is a wonderful program, but that's seasonal, correct?
Yes, it is.
And what we need is something that is around all year and can provide shelter 24/7.
And again, those training tools and things like that, the counseling, where we have embedded counselors and mental health care professionals, exactly. and then the next step is healthcare professionals and things like that. So we have a lot of room for growth and need to grow. So that's kind of the path we're going on. And Tom, you've been pivotal in that, in the decision making and looking at the strategies that we propose to the board. How are you feeling? Are you feeling confident and comfortable about what we're doing and where we're going?
It's been a blessing for me to be a part of such a dynamic and forward-thinking board. And you've celebrated 1 year, and I think everybody would say in that 1 year we have moved exponentially to the next level of service. Always provided good service, but you have really taken it to the next level of excellence. And excellence in our way is to think about caring and commitment to people, and how do we wrap around services that takes care of not only the physical but the spiritual, and in many ways their intellectual, their emotional sense of self is absolutely critical. So kudos to you and your team. And I always tease Will. I was there yesterday, and it seems like every time I stop in and talk to Will, he's meeting with his team in the conference room, and they're all engaged, and it's actually very nice to see.
Every morning between 9:30 and 10:15, 10:30, we're together as a team.
That's good.
And where we at? What do we need?
Right.
What are the plans?
That's perfect.
So everyone gets their day started, gets things handed off to their number two, and then gets to the meeting. And
a daily briefing is what I used to do all the time.
It's just it builds camaraderie. It builds
keeps us
trust.
all in the same direction.
Yep.
Too. Yeah, absolutely.
And keeps us from drifting.
Let me ask a question.
Sure.
And it's obvious that you work cooperatively with the other groups in town.
Oh yeah.
Because there are a lot of folks in this community that are pitching in. Doing overnights at the CARES facilities and whatnot. Yeah. That's a huge commitment. Any liaisons with the local elected officials? One it's really, I think, a federal bureaucracy is for single women. You can't get a job unless you have child care secured. You can't get the child care secured
unless you have a job.
if you don't have a job.
It is. It's so. So our business model for the child care centers that we're opening, these women have, or men, it's very possible to be a man, but they have 30 days to get employment after they start child care. So they start child care with us, and that may be subsidized at first, and they won't be able to get subsidies through the government subsidy programs until they get a job, but we will subsidize it
until they
through the
get
mission,
that point.
until they get to the point where they have a job.
Great.
And then, depending on what their earning level is, there's a scale, and that'll be worked, and then we'll get them in the right programs and stuff to get that assistance.
Excellent.
So, yes, because we found that I understand that they need to have a job to get assistance, but it doesn't make any sense because you're carrying a kid around. How do you have time to go interview for a job? How do you have time to do that? There needs to be a grace period in there. And you know what? If they don't meet that, then our resources are precious, and they need to be on people who are willing to get the help that they need. And so there are the truths that go to that, but it's also when you share that with people up front that you have an expectation for them. They need that, and it's they need an expectation. They need to know the right from wrong, and it sounds harsh, but we do it in a very loving and kind, and we do it in a way that holds their dignity. And once they start feeling that and taking on those senses of responsibility, things start to change for them. And so, yes, I agree with you. And that's one of the big things that we're tackling right now. And we hired a young lady she interviewed earlier today, Rachel Greathouse. And literally, she has moved mountains getting us to the place where we're at so that all we have to do is get our LLC kind of registered, and then we're ready to go through this period. It can take up to 100 days of getting our licensing, but she's all the programs and classes and all those things that she's had to go through, she has done.
So, Will, where is the child care going to be located?
So the first one we're starting up with is going to be in York Springs, and that's at Chapel Hill Church there in their facilities. And it'll be open Monday through Friday, and we're looking at 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
That's
so
great.
We'll have a part-time crew and a full-time crew, and then, and again, we can help them with job assistance, finding jobs, those types of things. But the other thing is, what if these women want to go to college, enroll in college?
Exactly.
What if they want to go back to school and finish their high school degree? These things, as long as they're doing something that's for the betterment of their family and their situation, then we want to figure out how to support them and empower them to get out of the situations they're in. It's sad,
it's a monumental task is what it is.
We had a young lady at the Agape House that came in there, and she finally got a place at the Agape House and moved in, and her child, and got her child back. And it was like, why didn't you get here sooner? And she said, because I was afraid to leave because it was safer for my child, for me to get beat up and stay in the situation I was, because and it's like, we can't have that. Like we've got to figure this out, and it takes all of us together. As
the phrase that I learned from you, Tom, is all the folks that are multiply entrapped. You just
They don't have one issue.
Right.
Well, many of them have several issues that need to be taken care of simultaneously. Or how do you prioritize those issues so that but if, I think sometimes those in the social service agencies, some of us would focus on one thing, or in schools, work on your kids' homework. Well, that's the last thing you need right now.
Yeah, exactly.
I got to keep this roof over my head. I got to make sure my car starts so I can get to work, and all of those things.
And my car that I can't afford the insurance on.
Right, exactly.
And by the way, my tags are dead.
Yeah,
and,
right.
So we do stupid things, and we drive and do those things, and now you have tickets and warrants for your arrest.
You've got a lot of traps in your life.
Yeah.
And I think with some of that research that we did in Nashville, we recognized that one of the best things that that we could do is be more gentle with those folks and more, what I would say, sitting on the porch and talking and establishing relationships so that you really can be help to them.
Right.
And when we really did a deep dive into families, and most of them, I don't want to stereotype, but 99% of them were single moms with kids, one, two, three kids, is they sought friendship and they didn't have a lot of friends.
Right.
Because they're too busy living, too busy trying to the struggle of life, and so we tried to change a whole different approach to sitting down and getting to know them in a deeper sense, and made a big difference in my life and the way I thought about helping people. So it's all good. All good. So, Will, let's talk about you here. You're going to actually, this is coming on hour number 11?
Whatever it is, 4 o'clock this afternoon, so whatever that is.
Yeah. 11 hours and 15 minutes.
I still have more time to go than what I have put in. So.
Right. Right. And so you'll be here and hopefully it's not going to snow or rain on you tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the rain cleared up and we're looking good. Yes, my weatherman has checked. So Corey back there, our cameraman, he's been looking at the weather.
Yeah, Corey has this nice little cute shelter. This is like a little pop-up tent or box or something.
I'm just happy that community media is willing to do this all
great.
day.
Yeah, that is good. Very impressive.
Community media is a great.
It is. It's a wonderful organization.
Yeah,
they've been amazing helping us design our website, helping us, with technical issues, certainly promoting us, and what they do for the community, So they actually Rotary. David was here, so
David can't stop by. Yeah, good.
So he got to meet community media, and he wants them to come and join when Rotary has the talks at the meetings on Mondays.
Mondays, great.
Yeah,
that's great.
That's
so he wants to get that set up.
Perfect.
And see if community media would come out and record those.
Because they're all a good cross section.
Oh, you have some great speakers.
Yeah.
They help with our. At the Adams County Children's Advocacy Center, we have podcasts going now that people can access online.
Yeah.
They're fabulous. They're just great.
And community media does that and facilitates that for you?
Facilitates it, that's the word.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
All good stuff here. I'm looking around and I don't know how many, maybe thousands of times I've been on this square, which I've never seen it so desolate, because I don't think I've ever been here at
3 in the morning.
Right.
We haven't.
We haven't, no. Yeah.
I have to say, it's been a long time since I've seen 3 in the morning myself.
No,
so.
Yeah, exactly. I said when we got up to come, I said, I feel like I'm going fishing early in the morning. So, I am nursing a cold.
Yeah.
And my nose is dripping here, so I think I'm going to. And this is such a cop out, but I'm going to go home and go to bed.
Please do.
And I don't want
to. Farewell.
Yeah. No. This is
no.
Do
Please.
you have other people signed up? You do all day long.
I do. Yeah, we have some. Yeah. We have quite a few tomorrow.
Yeah, good.
So,
That's
and then
good.
After lunch it gets kind of slow, so there's plenty of room for people to.
24 hours?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
4 to 4.
Yeah.
So
I don't know who comes up with these ideas.
Yeah, you probably
They've done lost their minds.
You. And then when I said, "Yeah, we'll get up at 3 o'clock in the morning," and I said, "Who thought that up?" I said, "I did."
Yeah.
I figured
that time slot.
I did. No, I did. I figured, if I were doing this, you need somebody to come
and give you a recharge at 3 in the morning.
3 in the morning. Well, good enough.
No, I thank you too.
Yeah, no, thank you, Will. Thanks for all your good leadership, and not only just at the Arm, but throughout the community. So that is really important.
Well,
so
thank you.
It makes a big difference to all of us individually and to the community at large. So thank you so very much.
You're quite welcome, and we'll keep after it.
Good.
And
I won't be sniffling into your mic.
It's okay.
So thank you.
You folks have a good night. Thank you. Irene, good night.
Irene, good night.
I didn't say good night, Irene.
One of them, yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Guys.
Kirkland, you're not sitting. You don't have any heat. You want a blanket?
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't even have a cushion on.
No.
Yeah. I see. This is whose generator? Is that your generator?
That's mine.
Oh, that's yours.
Yeah, that's mine. We didn't know. We saw at the last minute there yesterday, like noon. There was an article put out that they were shutting down the power.
Yes.
To do work at the square, and it was like, what? It's too late for me to cancel and move this. That would be horrible. And so I was like, well, we'll get a generator up there. So Heather came marching down to the borough, and they asked them if it was okay, and they were like, yeah.
Several of the businesses.
Just to make sure it was all right.
And we were worried about town campus, but somehow
that
power
block is not affected.
that business
That.
was not.
So we've been okay, but.
Okay, guys. Okay. God bless.
Yeah, I think. I don't have anybody until looks like 6:15. Nope, I got somebody at 4:30. You guys want any cookies? This blanket got warm. That and getting my first layer of socks off. I'll do it. Yeah. Until the truck drives through it. You guys can kill that light.
Yeah.
So it's getting warmer. What's the feel like? Mine
says 31, feels like 23, but then says 27 degrees. Winter storm watch for Sunday. Yeah, sure you don't want a heating blanket or something?
I'm good right now. And my car's right here now, so I can just hop in my car if I need to.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
But yeah, who would have thought we had a power strip go back?
Yeah, that's the last thing I would have thought. Yeah, for the timing then too. I mean, we had that 3 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody there. So it's like perfect.
I'm not sure what I would have done.
Oh my goodness. Dude, I'll give you money to go up and get sheets if you're hungry. I'll give you my card. What's wrong with you? Yeah, what do you guys got going on tomorrow? You're gonna sleep.
Nothing now. I'll be watching football. That's,
Yep.
First game's at 4:30 and then today. Chiefs, Texans, and then Lions, Commanders.
And who the Ravens play?
They play the Bills.
The Bills.
I think that's out of all 4 games, the ones are one-sided.
Who do you think the Chiefs and Texans are one-sided?
Chiefs are gonna blow.
I don't think so.
I'm worried.
The Chiefs are squeakers, and your boy, your quarterback from Ohio State there, he's on fire now.
The thing with the Texans is they haven't survived the first quarter. I would say the last 2 games the Texans played actually scary.
They played really well, didn't they, against
the Chargers there, but I think it's just if they have a good defense, if they can just withhold the whole magic, if they can just kind of stay apart, one-score game. I mean, if you look at the Chiefs game, the Chiefs game so far in the season, just one-score game, one-score. Should have lost that game, should have won. I feel like if maybe the Texans have a chance to get that thing, they can't beat that by 2 scores.
I want to see the Lions go. I mean, I'm a Michigan guy, and we could never, ever root for them because they were always so bad. So I'm so happy.
I want the Lions to win. But I would not be opposed to seeing it.
If who else went? The Bills. Yeah, I'm not a Eagles fan at all. Yeah, you just gotta root for them. So, their coach is awesome.
It's crazy to look at this hotel and just see how many things are going on.
Are there any on?
There's
can't see the moon anymore. So you can barely see it. I guess positive that rain's not coming off.
Yeah, I just checked a little bit again. It better not rain, 'cause that would not be good for any of us. I don't care about the equipment as much as I care about we're going to be freezing.
Yeah. Yeah, if it rains, it'll be brutal. No, you guys will be good in there.
Only one of us. Yeah, I was here to say,
Stay in there. Yeah. It'll be a sideways glowing rain like Forrest Gump. Yeah. What's going to be next week?
Last year, this was not.
Was there like a alternative plan? You know, if it would have been like 5 inches.
No, I wanted it to be. If it would have been nasty, I would have wanted it. So, no, this is what people face. Like, you know what I mean?
I was just wondering. Like,
oh, for you guys, yeah, I think